Shwanian naturally knew the identities of these people. He also knew who kept these lackeys. But he didn't expect that he would be so unlucky today. Not only did these people die in his jurisdiction, but he was also the first one to arrive. However, there is no use regretting now. Bao Shwanian turned around and said loudly to the people present. What on earth happened? No one is allowed to leave until the whole story is found out, otherwise they will be treated as criminals. Some people were still afraid of the officials, and soon they confessed honestly. Sir, we heard a series of loud snapping noises, and then we saw several dead bodies on the ground. Look, this guy is the only one who can move and scream like crazy, while the others won't even move. After the first eyewitness told the story, more and more people began to speak up. These people must have done so many evil things that even God can't stand it. Yes, it is true that evildoers will be punished. Bao Shwanian frowned when he heard this. He would never believe these words. If God really has eyes, at least half of the officials in the capital will die. Why are there some unscrupulous businessmen who collude with officials still living well? Why do these poor people, who work so hard, still live such a hard life? He looked disdainful and said loudly, "Everyone, follow me to the government office. You are all witnesses. We won't make things difficult for you. You just need to sign and seal your name. Let's go. We are upright and have nothing to fear." That's right. I still don't believe that these bad guys can do anything to us after they die. Some of the onlookers responded, and some even took the initiative to go to the government to testify. In this way, the detectives dragged the bodies of the thugs and marched towards the yamen with a large group of people. The capital of Wei State was called Yancheng, and the prefect was Wu Liwang. When he saw the constables dragging the bodies of Pai Lao San and others, and a large group of people following behind them, he thought that Pai Lao San and others were beaten to death by the people. When he heard Bao Shwanian's report, he began to feel troubled. Although he is the governor of the capital city, he is nothing in front of the people behind the gangsters. He dared not offend this man. "Sir, I'm afraid we can't keep these people for too long. Do you think we should send someone to tell the person behind the scenes?" After Bao Shwanian waited for the people to sign and seal their names, he asked cautiously. Wu Liwang glanced at the people, his face darkened and he said, "Idiot, how could we come to your house? Do you still want to arrest someone?" Bao Shwanian smiled awkwardly. "What about these people? Lock them all up first. Wait until someone comes and takes a look before letting them go." Wu Liwang raised his hand and said impatiently. Bao Shwanian had no choice but to step down, then apologize to the people and let them bear the grievance. Although the people were very dissatisfied, they were not afraid because they were in large numbers and even jokingly said they were going to take a day trip to the prison. Fortunately, not long after, a man dressed as a butler came to the government office after hearing the news. With a look of arrogance on his face, he asked Wu Liwang as if he was accusing him of something. "Master Wu, I heard that several young people died here. Is this true?" Wu Liwang looked terrified and explained humbly, "Lord Lu, it is true, but the cause of death has not been determined. We did bring back a lot of eyewitnesses. According to them, those young men seemed to have fallen from the sky and died. They also said that their lives were taken away by God." Absurd. Lord Wu is also well educated, how can he believe these absurd words? Butler Lu scolded angrily. Wu Liwang became even more terrified and asked, "So what does Lord Lu mean?" "My master just wants to know who killed them. If you can't find out, someone will find it for you." Wu Liwang looked at the departing back of Butler Lu and his legs couldn't help but tremble. Butler Lu's meaning was very clear. If he couldn't find out, he might lose his position as the prefect. The other side. After leaving the prefect, Butler Lu returned to a palace not far from the imperial palace. This palace is where the second prince of Wei State lives. The second prince is Princess Yaoyu's second brother Ran Hong. Ran Hong is almost 50 this year and is currently one of the princes in Wei State with the greatest hope of succeeding the throne. The gang led by Pai Lao San were the thugs kept by Ran Hong to help him make money. In order to win over some important officials, Ran Hong spent a considerable amount of money. The sudden death of Pai Lao San and others meant that he would lose an important source of income. Depriving someone of their money is tantamount to murder for money. However, Ran Hong never expected that something would happen to him that night. Late that night, Ran Hong suddenly went crazy. Not only did he become unrecognizable to anyone, his intelligence was even lower than that of a 3-year-old child. There was a commotion in the palace, and several imperial doctors were invited overnight to treat Ran Hong. The imperial doctors initially diagnosed him as insane, but they were helpless and could only prescribe some tranquilizers, hoping that he would recover after a while. It is impossible to recover because this was done by Ling Tian. Ling Tian discovered that it was Ran Hong who was supporting Pai Lao San and others in causing trouble, so he decided to get rid of him. However, the impact of Ran Hong's incident was beyond Ling Tian's expectations. A few days later, Princess Yaoyu wrote a letter mentioning Ran Hong. After Ran Hong got into trouble, the power he had accumulated over decades collapsed. Seeing that the situation was not good, the officials who were affiliated with Ran Hong defected to other princes within 2 days. And this was just the beginning. Within a month or two, the court was in complete chaos. In order to show their loyalty, some officials began to expose all the bad things that Ran Hong had done. The purpose of their doing so was not to add insult to injury to Ran Hong, but to attack officials who had joined the ranks of other princes. After this round of attacks and enticement, the situation where the princes were originally evenly matched changed drastically. The struggle for the throne soon formed a situation in which the sixth prince Ran Zheng was the dominant one, while the other princes united to defend. At this time, everyone in the court believed that the outcome had been decided, and many people even began to celebrate. The high-spirited Ran Zheng also turned his attention to the last big mountain, the Prime Minister Yan Yushu, the head of all officials. As the king's confidant, the Prime Minister has never been involved in the disputes among the princes. The reason why the princes were evenly matched before was due to his manipulation behind the scenes. However, the current situation is not something he can handle alone. Moreover, seeing that the old king's health was getting worse, he also wanted to pave the way for his descendants. During this period of time, Princess Yaoyu had a lot more peace of mind, and she was even happy for a while that her sixth brother had settled the dispute. In order to win over the Prime Minister, Ran Zheng offered various favorable conditions. He even wanted to have his own daughter become in-laws with Yan Yushu's son. However, Yan Yushu's youngest son, Yan Chengji, who has not yet married, has a special affection for Princess Yaoyu. Princess Yaoyu not only has good character but also good looks, and Yan Yushu is also looking forward to this marriage. He and Ran Zheng worked together and quickly reached an agreement. That night, Princess Yaoyu's biological mother came forward, but was rejected outright by Princess Yaoyu. Ran Zheng knew that he couldn't persuade Princess Yaoyu, so he wanted the old king to speak. A few days later in the court, an official suggested that Princess Yaoyu had reached the age to get married. Yan Yushu's youngest son, Yan Chengji, is a handsome and talented man, and is the descendant of a famous prime minister. Their marriage will surely become a good story. At the end, he asked the old king to grant the two of them a marriage in consideration of the prime minister's hard work and great contributions. This was actually a good thing, and the first person to propose it was the prime minister's man, but most of the officials later agreed, which surprised the old king. He then excused himself from discussing it next time, claiming that he was not in good spirits. After Princess Yaoyu found out, she simply asked the old king to abolish her princess status. Needless to say, the old king rejected her ridiculous proposal and asked her to think it over. In fact, Princess Yaoyu's refusal was exactly what the old king wanted. This matter began to drag on. However, in the following year, the old king's health became worse and worse, and he even stopped attending court. Princess Yaoyu's treatment in the palace took a sharp turn for the worse. Not only did she spend less on food and drink than usual, but even the palace maids and eunuchs around her began to mock her behind her back. There is no doubt that these people have been bribed. This day, Princess Yaoyu broke through to the 7th level of qi refining and was in a very good mood. She was about to write a letter to report the good news to Ling Tian, but she found that she had run out of paper. Princess Yaoyu asked the palace maid to go to the storehouse to get some paper for her. The two palace maids were timid in front of her, but as soon as they left the room, they began to whisper. "I don't know which lover she often writes to. I feel so sorry for Master Yan. Otherwise, why wouldn't she be willing to marry the talented Master Yan? Alas, if she really were to die of old age in the palace, we sisters would probably be badly harmed too. Hee, sister, you are not thinking about love, are you? You stinky girl, I'm going to tear your mouth apart." Princess Yaoyu's hearing has long been beyond that of ordinary people, and she heard every word of these words. If it was before, she might have endured it, but she was in a good mood, and her cultivation had improved, so how could she endure it? She immediately recalled the two palace maids and ordered people to beat them with 20 sticks as a punishment. However, the chief eunuch in charge of her palace disagreed. Princess Yaoyu, can we just forget about this little thing? Moreover, they were punished based on your one-sided statement. No one will dare to serve the princess in the future. There was a hint of threat in the eunuch leader's words. Although the palace maids and eunuchs around her didn't say anything, there was a smug look in their eyes, as if they were waiting to see Princess Yaoyu make a fool of herself. At this time, Princess Yaoyu had already been isolated inside and outside the court. She was like a phoenix that had fallen to the ground, even worse than a pheasant. They are all experienced people who have been in the palace for many years. How could they not understand the situation? Princess Yaoyu is no longer the simple little girl she used to be, so how could she not understand the meaning of his words? The scene before her reminded her of her experience of hunger strike. Is it going to happen again? No, I will never allow it. Swish. Princess Yaoyu drew out the sword she used for training, and a flash of sword light passed by. Ah! The eunuch leader's left arm was cut off at the root, and he screamed in pain. This sudden change left everyone stunned. They could never have imagined that the usually gentle and polite Princess Yaoyu would actually dare to kill them. At this time, Princess Yaoyu shouted angrily. How dare you, a servant like you, threaten me? Drag these two out and beat them to death. See who dares to indulge them again. All the palace maids and eunuchs were so frightened that their legs were shaking. Princess, spare my life. Princess, please spare me. The two palace maids were so frightened that they immediately knelt down and begged Yaoyu for mercy. However, Princess Yaoyu pretended not to see or hear anything. At this time, she knew very well that since she was born in a royal family, it would not work to just be lenient. Especially to these servants, she must make them clear about their identities. Seeing this, the eunuchs no longer dared to refuse and quickly pulled the two women out. The eunuch leader picked up his broken arm and walked away in shame. But when he was leaving, there was still some resentment in his eyes when he looked at Princess Yaoyu. Within 2 days, an imperial edict was delivered directly to Princess Yaoyu's palace. What? I will not marry. Fake. The imperial edict must be fake. How dare you fake the imperial edict? Looking at the eunuch who came to read the imperial edict, Princess Yaoyu was furious. This imperial decree not only marries Princess Yaoyu to Yan Chengji, but also sends her out of the palace tomorrow. This is obviously aimed at her and is a revenge against her. Princess, even if we have the courage of heaven, we dare not forge the imperial decree. The eunuch who delivered the order said with a look of grievance. I don't care. I want to go see my father. Princess Yaoyu not only did not go to receive the imperial edict, she also pushed the eunuch who was standing in front of her. Golden Dragon Palace. Princess Yaoyu was about to go in to see her father, but was stopped by the eunuch chief Bao Kangxi. Your Highness, His Majesty is seriously ill and has just fallen asleep. No one is allowed to disturb him. Let me in. I want to ask my father why he issued that imperial decree. Princess Yaoyu said this as she pushed Butler Bao away and prepared to force her way in. Manager Bao didn't expect Princess Yaoyu to be so strong that she could force him away. He shouted anxiously. Someone come, Princess Yaoyu is planning. Pa, reading. Princess Yaoyu immediately turned around and slapped him hard. Although she is brave, she is not stupid. If she allowed Bao Kangxi to shout out and continued to force her way in, it would be tantamount to telling others that she really had evil intentions. What are you talking about, you little dog slave? Princess Yaoyu stared at Bao Kangxi fiercely and scolded him. At this time, she was so angry that she didn't care about Bao Kangxi's identity at all. In her eyes, although this eunuch had served her father for many years, he was still a eunuch. And Bao Kangxi must have had a hand in the imperial edict just now. That's why she didn't give Bao Kangxi any face at all and beat and scolded him. Bao Kangxi was also awakened by a slap from Princess Yaoyu. In the entire Wei state, Princess Yaoyu and other people are the masters, and he is just a slave serving the master. Bao Kangxi covered his red face with one hand and kept backing away. At this moment, he was really afraid that Princess Yaoyu would kill him in anger. In the past 2 days, the news that Princess Yaoyu chopped off the arm of the eunuch supervisor in anger and beat 2 palace maids to death had already spread throughout the palace. He didn't think there was anything to be afraid of before, but after being slapped by Princess Yaoyu, he began to get scared. Your Highness, Princess, Your Highness. Princess Yaoyu was very satisfied with Bao Kangxi's respect for her at this time. She said slowly, "Can I go in now?" Bao Kangxi naturally didn't dare to let her in. At this time, the king's mental state was getting worse and worse, and he even began to lose his mind. How could he issue any imperial decree to Princess Yaoyu? If Princess Yaoyu goes in and finds out the truth, wouldn't that be a disclosure? At this moment, the sixth prince Ran Zheng, with a high-spirited look on his face, came over with a large group. He shouted at Princess Yaoyu. "Presumptuous! You didn't prepare for your wedding properly, and you dared to come to the Golden Dragon Palace to cause trouble. Do you want your father to die sooner?" "I don't care, I want to see my father." Princess Yaoyu showed no fear at all, and after she finished speaking, she prepared to continue to break into the Golden Dragon Palace. At this time, Ran Zheng had already halfway ascended to the throne, so how could he allow Princess Yaoyu to look down on him like that? He just waved his hand and said angrily, "Someone, take Princess Yaoyu back to Ningxiu Palace." As soon as he finished speaking, a team of guards came forward to arrest Yaoyu. Princess Yaoyu raised her eyebrows and said tenderly, "Let's see who dares." But the guards obviously did not listen to Princess Yaoyu and still stepped forward to arrest her. Princess Yaoyu was also very anxious when she saw this. However, she was no longer the powerless woman before. Even without a sword in her hand, she could easily deal with several guards. She just flew her hands and knocked down several guards to the ground with a few casual strikes. Her face was even more angry. "Who dares to fight me?" When Ran Zheng saw that Princess Yaoyu dared to resist, he became even more furious. Ran Zheng had long been impatient with Princess Yaoyu's stubbornness. Now they have no respect for him at all. Isn't this a slap in his face? How can this be possible? You dare to resist? Capture her for me. If she dares to resist again, she will be punished for treason. Just when he thought Princess Yaoyu would surrender obediently, Princess Yaoyu not only did not surrender, but instead grabbed a weapon and began to resist with real weapons. She now realized that her sixth brother was determined to marry her to the Yan family. If she doesn't resist, she will have to accept her fate. In the past, she had no ability to protect herself and could only be at the mercy of others. But now that she has embarked on the path of cultivation, how could she possibly leave her fate to the control of others? Since these guards were accomplices, she would no longer be polite. Anyway, she didn't want the identity of a princess before. She would rather run away than become a pawn for her sixth brother to win people's hearts. Seeing Yaoyu really fighting with the guards, and seeing casualties starting to occur, Ran Zheng became furious and said, "Rebellion! Rebellion! Princess Yaoyu rebelled. Come on, everyone. Capture her, regardless of life or death." Ran Zheng was shouting hysterically, completely disregarding the relationship between brother and sister. At this point he already regarded himself as the ruler of a country, so how could he allow others to use knives and guns in front of him? So he immediately judged Princess Yaoyu's behavior as treason. Even if he killed her, he would have given Yan Yushu an explanation. However, Ran Zheng's shout turned what was not originally a rebellion into a major act of treason. More and more guards began to surround them. Although Princess Yaoyu did not want to kill Ran Zheng, she became more and more cold-blooded in the face of these guards, and she no longer hesitated to kill them. But she was only a woman after all, and after killing dozens of guards, she began to feel a little disgusted. In order to protect herself, she began to retreat out of the palace. She had killed so many people, and now even if she met her father, she would not be able to escape punishment. So she thought about just leaving. But Ran Zheng didn't want to let her go. He has not even ascended the throne yet, but the treason has already occurred. If he doesn't use iron-blooded means to suppress it, how will he establish prestige among his other brothers and sisters in the future? And don't forget, Princess Yaoyu has quite a reputation in the capital. If she escapes, who knows what kind of trouble it will bring him. In this way, Princess Yaoyu, on her own, killed her way out of the palace while beating many guards in the palace. But even though Princess Yaoyu had reached the 7th level of qi refining, as a woman, she gradually began to feel exhausted and even started to be in danger when she escaped to the middle gate. They rushed towards Princess Yaoyu quickly. Princess Yaoyu thought to herself that this was not good. She might not be able to escape today. But when the team of guards rushed to her, she found that the two faces in front of them looked a little familiar. "Princess, we are here to save you." It turned out that they were the Dao brothers whom she had met once. Half a quarter of an hour ago, someone came to the middle gate to report that Princess Yaoyu was rebelling and ordered all the guards at the middle gate to guard the gate strictly and not let Princess Yaoyu escape through the gate. The guards at the middle gate were immediately in an uproar. "That's impossible. How could a woman like Princess Yaoyu rebel?" "Yes, Princess Yaoyu is such a good person, how could she rebel?" "I will believe anyone who says they are rebelling, but if they say Princess Yaoyu is rebelling, I will be the first to oppose it. It must be the sixth prince who forced her to marry that playboy from the Yan family. If the princess doesn't want to, they will accuse her of rebellion." "Yes, that must be the case." The guards at the middle gate expressed their opinions and quickly analyzed the cause and effect based on the information they heard. At this moment, the most anxious among these guards were the Dao brothers. Ever since the Dao brothers came to the palace as guards, they had established their prestige in the army with their abilities and were promoted to captains respectively. In the past few years, not only have they established their own team, they have also brought their former partners into the team. Among those companions, several grew up eating food donated by Princess Yaoyu. This was also the reason why they wanted to intercept her halfway when they heard that Princess Yaoyu was going to marry into the state of Zheng. Apart from training, the topic that these young people from poor backgrounds talk about most is Princess Yaoyu. Influenced by what they saw and heard, the Dao brothers and their subordinates all regarded Princess Yaoyu as their goddess. When they heard that the court was going to marry Princess Yaoyu to the Prime Minister's youngest son, they were all filled with righteous indignation and cursed Yan Chengji in private. "Now you say Princess Yaoyu is rebelling. How could these people believe it? Boss Dao, what do you think we should do? We listen to you. Don't worry, the commander-in-chief is lazy again and didn't come today, so we can do whatever we want. Boss Dao, if we don't rescue the princess, she might be killed. We were raised by the princess, how can we just stand by and watch her die?" Several people rushed over and asked the Dao brothers for help. The Dao brothers originally wanted to save Princess Yaoyu, and when they saw that the people below also wanted to do so, they no longer hesitated. They decided to leave some people behind as internal supporters, and then send a message to other captains who disagreed, saying that they wanted to take the initiative to redress the injustice. When Princess Yaoyu saw that the people coming were the Dao brothers, she was delighted at first. "But then I felt a wave of guilt. She would have died alone, but now she has dragged these poor children down with her." She said to the Dao brothers and others apologetically, "Why are you doing this? This will hold you back." Upon hearing this, the Dao brothers and others became even more excited. Dao Shuji shouted to his men, "Brothers, for the princess, kill them. Kill, kill, kill." With the joining of the Dao brothers and others, the situation began to reverse instantly. Princess Yaoyu, who was originally in danger, can now stop completely. The guards who were chasing her were immediately killed by this group of fresh troops. Ran Zheng and others who came later were so angry that they almost vomited blood. He pointed at the Dao brothers and others and cursed. "Who is your leader? How dare you collude with Yaoyu to rebel? I will kill all your clans." How could the passionate young men of the Dao family be afraid of his threats? One orphan even shouted, "If I am full, my whole family will not be hungry. If you want to kill my entire clan, then go to hell first. You make me so mad." Ran Zheng was so angry that he almost got a stitch in his side. He saw the door was right in front of him and quickly said to his men, "Go and call the commander of the middle gate." After hearing this, the servant immediately went around to call for someone, but when the person arrived at the commander's office at the middle gate, he found that the person was not there at all. These commanders were originally sinecures and most of the time they didn't even have to come in to punch in. After all, no one expected that a rebellion would break out in the palace when the situation was so good. The man came back and reported to Ran Zheng, "Your Highness, the commander of the central gate is not on duty. I wonder if he has something to do and should leave for the time being." This person still left room for the commander of the central gate. But Ran Zheng saw the Dao brothers and Princess Yaoyu approaching the middle gate, and said angrily, "Hurry up and tell the central gate that if Yaoyu escapes, I will kill their entire family." The man hurriedly went to pass the message again. Perhaps Ran Zheng was worried, so he continued to shout at the man. And the front door. Dao Shuming turned around and saw Ran Zheng shouting there, and felt disgusted. He said to Dao Shuji, "Brother, just kill the sixth prince and let Her Royal Highness the princess be the king." Dao Shuming's words made his subordinates extremely excited. If they just save Princess Yaoyu, they will definitely lose their jobs. I might have to hide from place to place in the future. But if Princess Yaoyu is really pushed to the throne, they will be the heroes who follow the king in the future. Dao Shuji was a little tempted. At this time, there were even fewer guards around Ranjang than around them, so it was not difficult to kill him. He couldn't help but look at Princess Yaoyu. Princess Yaoyu naturally also heard what Dao Shuming said. She was even startled. "Kill your sixth brother, and then become king yourself." At this time, she heard Dao Shuji ask, "Princess, do you want to be king? We're all fighting hard anyway, so why not have a bigger fight?" At this time, others also echoed, "Princess, you will be the king. Yes, make me a general in the future, so I can expand the territory for you. Open up the territory. Open up the territory." Princess Yaoyu's mind was racing with thoughts, and she soon came up with a lot of ideas. First of all, there has never been a woman as king in Wei State. If she wants to become king, she will probably face considerable resistance. Secondly, she herself does not like fighting for power and gain, and now she prefers to practice quietly. As a king, she would probably be busy with a lot of political affairs and would have no time to practice. Secondly, with the people she has now, she might not be able to defeat even the guards in the palace. Even if she kills her sixth brother, there will still be her seventh brother, eighth brother, and so on in the future. Do we have to kill them all? Thinking of this, Princess Yaoyu shook her head and said, "No, it won't be easy for us to fight our way out. If we continue to stay in the palace, I'm afraid we will be wiped out." Princess Yaoyu's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on the heads of these passionate young men. Dao Shuming and Dao Shuji looked at each other. The fire in their hearts had already started burning and it was not so easy to extinguish. Moreover, they have committed a heinous crime. If they don't want to die, they can only continue to take risks. Dao Shuming said angrily, "To catch a thief, we must first catch the king. If we want to get out, we must kill the sixth prince first, so that he won't call in other guards." After saying that, without asking Princess Yaoyu for permission, he rushed towards Ranjang. Princess Yaoyu was about to call Dao Shuming to stop, but Dao Shuji said, "Your Highness, don't forget this one person. If you want, he can make you king." Princess Yaoyu was stunned. She quickly thought of Ling Tian. If she had Ling Tian's support, she might really be able to do it. After a while, Dao Shuming cut off the head of the sixth prince Ranjang, held it in his hand and shouted to the soldiers who were trying to stop him. "The sixth prince is dead. Why don't you come down quickly?" They looked at the head in Dao Shuming's hand, and stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Even Princess Yaoyu was stunned. Her sixth brother died just like that. Dao Shuji saw Princess Yaoyu's hesitation, and he loudly persuaded her. "Your Highness, now that the sixth prince is dead, for the sake of his brothers and the people of Wei, you should be the king." As soon as he finished speaking, the guards who came to meet her shouted together, "Your Highness, you will be the king." The guards who had chased after her earlier also looked at Princess Yaoyu nervously, with complicated feelings in their hearts. They all thought that the sixth prince was dead, and although he had several sons, there would definitely be open and secret struggles in the future. And there will definitely be other princes who will take advantage of the situation. How will this end? If Princess Yaoyu really wants to be king, it should not be too late for them to surrender now, right? At the east gate a few feet away from Princess Yaoyu and others, several captains guarding the gate were also staring at this sudden change in amazement. They were originally colleagues of the same rank as the Dao brothers and were under the jurisdiction of the commander of the central gate. The commander had already defected to the sixth prince, so there was no doubt that they were also the sixth prince's men. But now that the sixth prince is dead, the Dao brothers are going to support Princess Yaoyu to ascend the throne. If they succeed, the two brothers will definitely become generals in the future. If they oppose, they will have to fight the Dao brothers to the death, but if they join, they should at least be able to become a leader, right? Just when everyone was hesitating about what choice to make, the person who was originally sent by the sixth prince to supervise the battle at the middle gate quickly reacted. He is the sixth prince's confidant. If he waits until all of them have thought it through, he will be in danger. So he shouted to the guards, "What are you waiting for? Capture the princess and the others." The sixth prince has several other heirs, they won't let these traitors go. The sixth prince was originally accompanied by several civil servants. When they saw Dao Shuming coming to kill them, they were so scared that they quickly hid aside. Seeing the situation before them, they also stood up and said loudly, "That's right. We, the civil and military officials, will not agree to let the princess become the king. You'd better stop dreaming. As long as you kill all these traitors, I will commend you for your achievements." These people's words woke up the guards. Yes, it's not easy to be a king. These are just some small soldiers, there are many princes and officials outside the palace. What can Princess Yaoyu use to fight them? At this moment, several screams rang out in succession. It turned out that Dao Shuming was so angry that he directly chopped to death the civil servants who were speaking. You actually dared to kill an official. The confidant pointed at Dao Shuming and almost exploded with anger. No matter what happens within the royal family, the country still needs officials like them to govern it. Now Dao Shuming actually dares to kill officials. This is simply too much. Just as he finished speaking, a guard behind him raised his knife. Puff! With a wave of the knife, the head of this confidant fell to the ground and rolled. There was a pair of huge eyes staring at him on the head, which was extremely terrifying. Those who oppose the princess becoming king, die. The guard stretched out the word death. He was one of the traitors that the Dao brothers had left at the middle gate. The death of the sixth prince's confidant seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. The remaining defeated soldiers threw down their weapons one after another. We surrender. We are also willing to support the princess. Yes, we also support the princess to be king. The captains first glanced at the guard who killed the sixth prince's confidant, and then looked at each other. They had long known that there were many guards at the middle gate who were close to the Dao brothers. After all, they are both young, have great skills, and have a bright future. It would be quick to get promoted following them. They usually turn a blind eye to this, but they didn't expect it to become a hidden danger today. It is not known how many such guards are there below. If they oppose the princess, wouldn't it be dangerous? After they weighed the pros and cons, one of them stood up and said, "Your Highness, we are also willing to support you in becoming king." After that, he also said to Dao Shuji and others, "Brother Dao, we are colleagues, there is no need to fight each other. Yes, we are all willing to support the princess. There is no need to let our brothers kill each other." The remaining three captains also expressed their opinions. In fact, they have more guards and are guarding the middle gate. If they fight openly, they may not be afraid of the Dao brothers and others. But what they fear most is the hidden arrow just now. Who knows how many young men below want to kill them to get to the top. Dao Shuji was very satisfied with the surrender of these captains and did not make things difficult for them. He turned to Princess Yaoyu and said, "Your Highness, the most urgent thing is that we should capture the sixth prince and his family to prevent them from provoking civil unrest again." Everything changed so quickly that Princess Yaoyu hadn't fully reacted yet. She hesitated a little and asked, "Should we kill them all? Even if we don't kill them, we should put them under house arrest. Otherwise, if they gather people to resist, who knows how many people will die." Dao Shuji knew that Princess Yaoyu was easily soft-hearted, so he told her the consequences. When Princess Yaoyu heard this, she started to feel troubled again. Her sixth brother wanted to kill her, so now she can just kill him. But now she was a little reluctant to kill her sixth brother's entire family. At this time, Dao Shuming stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, don't worry. I used the sixth prince's token to trick his family into the palace. I think they have long wanted to live in the palace, so they won't be suspicious. If they give up resistance, we can spare them, but if their forces continue to resist, we can also clamp down on their people." Upon hearing this, Princess Yaoyu readily agreed. Several leaders discussed the details with Yaoyu and then started to act separately. Dao Shuming took off the jade pendant from the sixth prince and prepared to leave the palace with a group of trusted men. Dao Shuji arranged for everyone to control the entire palace within the middle gate, and at the same time clean up the battlefield, pretending that the rebellion had been put down. Before Dao Shuming left, Dao Shuji pulled him aside and reminded him to remember to send someone to pass a message to Ling Tian. After the palace gate was reopened, Dao Shuming and his men swaggered out of the palace. Du Guanyu, the commander of the Meridian Gate, had also received news from the palace that the princess had rebelled. He didn't believe it at first. How can a princess rebel? But when he sent people to approach the middle door, he found that there were indeed shouts and screams from inside. The meridian gate he was guarding also began to be on high alert. When he saw the middle door wide open and Dao Shuming and others walked out easily, his first reaction was that the rebellion had been put down. He also knew the leader Dao Shuming, who was indeed a rare young talent. He stepped forward and asked, "Brother Dao, what are you doing?" "According to the order of the sixth prince, we are bringing their family into the palace to stay for a while." As Dao Shuming spoke, he showed him the sixth prince's personal jade pendant. Du Guanyu recognized the sixth prince's jade pendant at a glance and said enthusiastically. In his opinion, since the sixth prince allowed his family to live in the palace, he definitely did not plan to leave again. After all, he will ascend the throne in a few days. As for Princess Yaoyu's rebellion, he never thought it would succeed. "That's fine, Commander Du. The sixth prince is calling you in. I have something important to do, so I won't go in with you." Dao Shuming bowed to Du Guanyu. Luring Du Guanyu in was also part of their plan. As long as Du Guanyu enters the middle gate, she will definitely be controlled by Dao Shuji, and then the meridian gate will also be taken over by everyone. Du Guanyu was overjoyed when he heard this. He personally opened the gate and sent Dao Shuming out, and then walked towards the middle gate with 2 personal soldiers. Dao Shuming and others went to pick up the sixth prince and his family surprisingly smoothly. The sixth prince's wife and children have long wanted to live in the palace. When they heard that they were going to be brought to live in the palace, they asked the servants to pack their clothes and other things, and they could not wait to follow Dao Shuming into the palace to enjoy themselves. However, when they entered the palace, they were all stuffed into the unused cold palace and were protected by heavy troops. Then they reacted. How can this be called enjoyment? It's clearly house arrest. But no matter how they shouted, the guards ignored them. When Dao Shuming returned to Zanzheng Hall to reply to Princess Yaoyu, Princess Yaoyu had already met her father. The old king can't even speak now. The previous imperial edict was simply forged by the sixth prince and others. She felt very uncomfortable thinking that her fate was being manipulated so easily. She recalled the days when she had been on a hunger strike, and when even the servants in the palace dared to mock her. Compared with her current situation where she is surrounded by people, she completely accepted the reality. Instead of leaving your destiny to others, it is better to take it into your own hands. Several waves of people had been killed outside the Zanzheng Hall. These people were either loyal to the sixth prince or loyal to other princes. They opposed Princess Yaoyu's coming to power, so Dao Shuji and others had no choice but to kill them all. At this time, they only control the palace, and if they are not careful, all their efforts may be wasted. When Du Guanyu saw the body of the sixth prince and Dao Shuji who was eyeing him covetously, he finally chose to surrender. It doesn't matter who he is loyal to. Rather than being killed, it is better to surrender and give it a try. The Dao brothers eat the meat in the front, and he can drink some soup in the back. Those people outside only knew that something unexpected had happened in the palace, and later the sixth prince brought his family in. They thought that the sixth prince was making final preparations for ascending the throne. The next day, the civil and military officials found that the guards in the palace were much stricter than usual. They thought about the small incident that had just happened in the palace and didn't take it too seriously. Those who were attentive also discovered that the brothers from the Dao family, the captains who had previously guarded the middle gate, were actually guarding outside the Zanzheng Hall. He is indeed a young talent. He must have performed a great deed in yesterday's incident and was accepted by the sixth prince as his trusted guard. Many people began to feel envious and jealous. Not long after, all the civil and military officials arrived. Just wait for the sixth prince sitting on the dragon throne to come out. The princess is here. A female voice came from the inner hall. This is Yaoyu's newly promoted chief steward of the inner palace. But when people heard this, they were immediately shocked. How could it be a woman's voice? How could she be a princess? As everyone stared in amazement, Princess Yaoyu walked into the hall in gorgeous clothes. What's going on? Why is Princess Yaoyu here? Yeah, shouldn't it be the sixth prince? Could it be that the princess wants to be king? No way, how is it possible? Just as everyone was discussing quietly, the eunuch in charge of dignity in the hall said loudly. Quiet. Only then did everyone quiet down. After Princess Yaoyu came in, she did not sit on the dragon throne, but stood in front of it. At this time, she had not yet ascended the throne. She summoned all the officials here. In addition to letting them accept the reality, another important matter was to discuss her ascension to the throne. She glanced coldly at the ministers, then said softly, "Read the imperial edict." Only then did the officials below realize that the female steward was still holding the imperial edict in her hand. The matron opened the imperial edict and read out. "The king, in compliance with the will of heaven, proclaims Princess Yaoyu as a person of noble character, very much like me, and will surely be able to inherit the throne and succeed me as king." Impossible. This is fake. It must be fake. One of the sixth prince's best friends immediately jumped out and shouted, "Princess Yaoyu, where did you hide the sixth prince? As long as you hand over the sixth prince and let him succeed to the throne, we will not pursue your crime of forging the imperial edict." Although others talked in low voices, they did not dare to refute as loudly as he did when they thought of the guards outside. For the sake of their own lives and property, most people choose to protect themselves. And the princes were happily watching the show on the side. Princess Yaoyu raised her eyebrows and said angrily, "Bold. Someone, take him out and chop him up." As soon as she finished speaking, two guards with swords who had been waiting outside came in. The official was a little scared when he saw the guards coming in. But when he thought that the princess and the housekeeper were just weak women, he came up with a plan. He took a few steps forward, trying to snatch the imperial edict and tear it up. Princess Yaoyu's face changed. She stretched out her hand and pulled out the imperial sword that had been prepared beside her, and slashed down with one sword. Puff! The man was cut in half immediately. The blood dyed a large area of the hall floor red. All the officials in the hall took a step back in fear. Some civil servants were so frightened that their legs went weak and trembled. Only then did they realize that the weak Princess Yaoyu was gone. The person in the hall now is a princess who kills without blinking an eye. Princess Yaoyu continued to hold the sword and said coldly to everyone, "Whoever dares to harm me again, you may as well try the strength of my sword." This really is shocking enough. Everyone in the hall was silent for a long time before they came to their senses. They all thought that if no one dared to stand up and oppose today, it would be tantamount to tacit approval. "Princess Yaoyu, the next step will most likely be to discuss your ascension to the throne with everyone." At this time, a close friend of the sixth prince stood up from behind the officials and said, "Throughout the centuries, I have never heard of a woman ascending the throne and becoming a king. Since you have taken control of the court, I will no longer be in this position." As he said this, he took off his official hat, threw it into the hall, and then strode out of the hall. Is this possible? Everyone looked at him in amazement. Empress Yaoyu also frowned, and for a moment she could do nothing about him. After all, if the other person doesn't want to be an official, what can you do about it? Seeing that no one dared to stop him, the man couldn't help but feel even more proud. As soon as he left the hall he shouted, "Ha ha ha, God, please open your eyes and take a look. A woman from Wei State is going to ascend the throne. This is really going to make everyone laugh to death." He went on to say more and more outrageous things, and finally said, "Please God, please open your eyes and punish these daring people." In the hall, Empress Yaoyu's face turned ashen. Many people were laughing in their hearts, especially the princes, who had unbridled smug looks on their faces. At this moment, the scene suddenly changed. The scene suddenly switched to Ling Tian. He just sighed, then made a gesture with his fingers and pointed to the distant sky. With a wave of his finger, the scene returned to the imperial palace. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the clear sky. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the man right on the head. The man was struck so hard that smoke came out of his 7 orifices and his legs stood straight. He was dead beyond death. This sudden change shocked everyone in the hall. Does God really want Princess Yaoyu to be king? This question inevitably arises in many people's minds. Reading. Everyone looked outside, but unfortunately, there seemed to be only one bolt of lightning. Apart from the person who was just struck to death, there was no other sound. It should be a coincidence, right? It must be a coincidence. Some officials were talking in low voices. At this time, another close friend of the sixth prince stood up. He was an old man about 50 years old. The old man also imitated the man just now, threw his official hat and said, "I'm done with this, too." Everyone couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. The old man stepped out of the hall and looked up at the clear sky. Then he shouted, "Heaven has no eyes. You hit the wrong person. If you were going to hit someone, you should hit that person who defied the heavens." Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck. There was another black and smoking corpse on the ground. Hiss! Everyone in the hall gasped. The officials near the main hall gate even stepped inside. It was as if he was afraid of being struck by lightning. 2 officials were struck to death by lightning in succession, and all the officials in the palace were trembling with fear. But Princess Yaoyu didn't think that this was really a sign from heaven. She could guess that it must be Ling Tian who was helping her. She felt amused when she saw the officials looking worried and frightened. She said loudly, "Who else wants to resign? Go ahead. I promise not to pursue the matter." How dare these officials joke about their own lives? If one can be said to be a coincidence, can 2 still be a coincidence? They had never heard of the imperial palace being struck by lightning. At this time, Princess Yaoyu's 11th brother Ranfeng came up with a plan. He stood up and said, "Yaoyu, as long as you dare to go outside the hall and swear that you did not forge the imperial edict, we will support you to ascend the throne." His proposal was immediately agreed by several other princes, and they all asked Princess Yaoyu to stand up and swear. Princess Yaoyu frowned, not because she wanted to stand outside the palace and swear, but because these brothers obviously had bad intentions. Is it true that there is no family affection if one is born in an imperial family? How? Are you scared? Ranfeng urged again, with a look of pride evident on his face. Princess Yaoyu snorted coldly and said, "Humph, I am the successor to the throne by heaven, what is there to be afraid of?" After saying this, she walked out of the hall in full view of everyone, and swore to the sky. "God, Yaoyu's succession to the throne is not for personal gain, but for the sake of all people in the world. If you have said even a single lie, please send down divine thunder to punish Yaoyu." After she finished speaking, she looked at the sky, and sure enough, there was not a single ripple. It seems that the divine thunder just now was really Master Ling helping her in secret. Princess Yaoyu couldn't help but feel happy, thinking that Master Ling must have been paying attention to her. Otherwise, how would he know that she was in danger and send down divine thunder to help her? All the officials in the hall couldn't help but feel surprised when they saw this scene. Many of them were eagerly waiting for the thunder to fall from the sky, but after waiting for a long time, there was no sound at all. Yaoyu did not wait any longer. She walked into the Zhanzheng hall with a cold face. His eyes swept across the princes coldly, and finally fell on Ranfeng. "Are you satisfied now? 11th brother, do you dare to give it a try?" Ranfeng smiled awkwardly and said, "Forget it. I don't want to inherit the throne." He really didn't dare to joke with his own life. Who knew if Yaoyu really had a destiny? Otherwise, how could she bring down 6th brother? Although Ranfeng didn't dare, others wanted to take the risk and give it a try. Yaoyu's 15th brother Ran Shin is a young man in his early 20s. He is very dissatisfied that the destiny has fallen on Yaoyu. So he stood up and said, "I can swear to heaven, but I just don't believe it. Heaven would rather choose a woman than me." After saying this, he strode out of the hall. Some civil servants with whom he had good relations tried to stop him with good intentions, but he shook them off. He walked to where Yaoyu had just stood, then raised his head and swore to the sky. "God bless you, I, Ran Shin, am devoted to the people. If I ascend the throne." Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck. Ran Shin was struck to death by lightning, following the fate of the 2 civil servants before him. Destiny. It really is destiny. At this moment, everyone in the hall had this thought in their minds. Greetings to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Everyone in the Zhanzheng hall bowed to Yaoyu without any prior arrangement. Although they called her Her Royal Highness the Princess, the actual etiquette they performed was that of a subject. From this moment on, everyone had only one thought, which was to be loyal to Yaoyu in the future. Only Prime Minister Yan Yushu felt secretly bitter. He had previously wanted to marry his youngest son to Yaoyu. Now that Princess Yaoyu is preparing to ascend the throne, how should he deal with it? After Ling Tian saw Yaoyu subdue all the officials, he stopped paying attention to her. Helping her a few times was already a great favor to me. The reason why he used the divine thunder started from the last time he went to Zheng State to kill the prince. Ever since he came back that time, he always felt that using a flying sword to ambush people was not perfect. After that, he not only figured out a way to attack people far beyond using spiritual power to make people crazy. Moreover, from his experience of tempering his body in the 10,000 thunder pool in his first life, he realized the spell of using divine thunder to attack people remotely. He didn't expect that it would really come in handy. Just when Ling Tian thought everything was fine, Princess Yaoyu came to him again. It was very inconvenient for Princess Yaoyu to enter and leave the palace before, but now the entire palace is under her control, so there is naturally no inconvenience. After she arranged everything, the first thing she wanted to do was to find Ling Tian to thank him. Unlike the last time, this time she came not only wearing gorgeous princess clothes, but also riding in a phoenix sedan chair and accompanied by a large group of people. The rewards she prepared for Ling Tian alone amounted to several carts. The fully armed guards stood far away to prevent anyone from coming forward to watch. She got off the sedan chair in front of Ling Tian's room alone and knocked on the door. When Ling Tian opened the door, he saw Princess Yaoyu's stunning beauty. He frowned slightly, but led her into the house. "Mr. Ling, you seem very reluctant to see me," Princess Yaoyu said with a smile. At this moment, she had unknowingly forgotten what she had done before, calling Ling Tian teacher. Because in her opinion, Ling Tian rejected her before because of her identity as a princess. After all, once you become a royal consort, you will have no control over many things and will be involved in factional struggles. But now she is about to become the ruler of a country, and her status has reached the ceiling, so she doesn't have to worry about any disputes at all. Ling Tian shouldn't refuse this time, right? Princess Yaoyu's face turned serious when she heard this. She bowed to Ling Tian and said, "Yaoyu came here mainly to thank Master Ling for his help. Without your teachings to me and the Dao brothers, there would be no Yaoyu today. Mr. Ling has been so kind to Yaoyu that I have no way to repay him. I hope you will accept these few gifts." Having said that, she asked the servants to move the gifts to Ling Tian's house. It contained 10,000 taels of gold, 100,000 taels of silver, and no less than 1,000 items of various precious utensils, gems, etc. Many of these things were property seized from the confiscation of her sixth brother's home, so she was just offering them something in return. Ling Tian looked at those things. Not only did he not show any joy, but he frowned. He shook his head and said, "Princess, why do you have to give these things to a foreigner like me? These are the blood and sweat of the people. You should give them to those in need." Since Master Ling despises these vulgar things, Yaoyu can only pledge her love to him. Master should not despise Yaoyu's frail appearance, right? Princess Yaoyu said slowly, with a hint of cunning on her face. Ling Tian frowned even more tightly when he heard this, and said impatiently, "Princess, if you have nothing else to do, please go back." Who said I'm fine? I still have some questions about cultivation that I want to ask you, sir. 3 days later, the old king died. 4 days later, Princess Yaoyu officially ascended the throne and became the queen of a country. It only took 1 day for Weiguo to go from national grief to national joy. After Yaoyu ascended the throne, the Dao brothers and other heroes who had assisted her were all rewarded. The Dao brothers even jumped from being small lieutenants to generals protecting the country. In addition to the official position, he also received a series of rewards including gold, silver, and houses, and reached the peak of his life. The Dao brothers had not forgotten Ling Tian either. They came to Ling Tian's house every now and then to pay their respects, which made Ling Tian very annoyed. However, this was nothing to Ling Tian. What really bothered him was Yaoyu. After becoming the queen of a country, she still did not restrain herself at all and always found ways to talk to Ling Tian. She even wanted to appoint Ling Tian as the national teacher, but Ling Tian naturally refused. He didn't want to even just put his name on it. Now he is annoyed by the frequent visits from the Dao brothers and Yaoyu. If he had the title of national master, wouldn't his house become a busy city? 2 years passed like this. In the past 2 years, due to Yaoyu's strength, Weiguo has forcibly introduced a series of people-friendly policies. In particular, Yaoyu cut the number of staff in the palace by more than 90%, saving a huge amount of expenses. Moreover, as Yaoyu is a girl, she does not need to engage in costly and labor-intensive activities such as a nationwide selection of concubines. In just 2 years, Wei State began to show signs of rapid development. In the past 2 years, the biggest change has been in Ling Tian's house. Since Yaoyu came here every now and then, she seemed to treat Ling Tian's house as her own home. Not only did she employ a large number of palace maids and eunuchs who were eliminated from the imperial palace, she also renovated and expanded his house to make it magnificent, even more luxurious than those royal palaces. Even the people living within a 2-kilometer radius of his home were relocated, making his home the most mysterious place in the capital of Wei State. Since Yao Yu had been doing this under the pretext of repaying him, Ling Tian could only turn a blind eye. After all, this is better than marrying her. On this day, Ling Tian was practicing in the yard, with 4 palace maids standing beside him, waiting to be ordered by Ling Tian at any time. Your Majesty. The 4 of them saluted at the same time. At first Ling Tian thought that only Yao Yu had come, but he discovered that the Dao brothers were following her. This seems a bit abnormal. Normally, the Dao brothers would never run into Yao Yu. Because of the presence of the Dao brothers, Yao Yu did not have a smile on her face. Instead, she exuded an aura of majesty without even being angry. The Dao brothers were a little restrained, apparently because of Yao Yu's presence. Ling Tian did not salute Yao Yu either. After all, Yao Yu came too frequently and he was too lazy to even call her His Majesty the King. After Yao Yu raised her hand to let the servant leave, she found a place to sit down. At this time, Dao Shuji stepped forward and said, "Brother Ling, we are leaving for the Zheng Kingdom tomorrow, so I'm here to say goodbye to you." Go to war. Ling Tian heard for the first time that Wei State was going to attack Zheng State, and he was a little confused. Dao Shuming glanced at Yao Yu, and seeing that she did not express anything, he continued. Yes, Zheng has become increasingly restless in recent years, and the court has unanimously decided to launch a fierce counterattack against Zheng. We, the soldiers defending our country, have been holding back our energy and want to teach them a lesson for a long time. In fact, ever since Yao Yu ascended the throne, the people of Wei have become increasingly dissatisfied with Zheng. When Queen Yao Yu was still a princess, the state of Zheng once wanted to force the state of Wei to marry Yao Yu to their prince. Now that Yao Yu has become the queen of Wei, many people want to please Yao Yu by attacking Zheng. As the first female king of Wei State, Yao Yu could not just maintain the status quo. She needed a foreign war to strengthen her achievements. At this time, Yao Yu smiled and said, "If Master Ling does not like the expansion of the Wei Kingdom, I can cancel this war." Ling Tian knew what Yao Yu meant, and immediately shook his head and said, "I am not interested in your politics. You can attack whoever you want." Yao Yu smiled and said, "I thought Master Ling was worried about the casualties among the people of the 2 countries." Ling Tian ignored her and looked at the 2 Dao brothers. The cultivation level of these 2 brothers is probably at the 2nd or 3rd level of the innate martial arts. Plus, they are young and strong, so it is a good time for them to make achievements. In that case, you should take extra precautions, take care of yourselves, and strive to return victoriously soon. Ling Tian said to the Dao brothers. The Dao brothers received such a big favor from Ling Tian, but they had no way to repay him. The only thing they could do was to run harder to feel at ease. Although Ling Tian asked them to visit less often, they still insisted and Ling Tian was helpless. "Brother Ling, you. Dao Shuming suddenly began to hesitate. Ling Tian frowned and said, "Just say what you want to say." After getting Ling Tian's permission, Dao Shuming began to smile and said, "Brother Ling, don't you have anything good to give us? The battlefield is extremely dangerous, you don't want us brothers to die young, right?" Reading. "Yes, Brother Ling, we want to honor you for a few more years." Brother Ling must have some way to save his life, right? Dao Shuming also echoed. Ling Tian said with a sneer on his face, "If you are so afraid of death, why are you still a general? Why not just quit your job and go home to grow sweet potatoes?" After hearing what Ling Tian said, the Dao brothers immediately lowered their heads and dared not refute. At this time, Yao Yu said beside him, "Master Ling, don't blame them. It's because I don't have any treasures to reward the 2 generals that I asked them to come to you. Didn't you draw some talismans some time ago? Why don't you give them a few to save their lives?" Ling Tian's face darkened and he said unhappily, "So you guys are here to get some money from me?" Yao Yu smiled and said, "Master Ling has such a treasure, so you should make full use of it. I believe you don't want to worry about the 2 generals, so just consider it as I owe you a favor." Since Yao Yu had said this, he couldn't really not give it to her. He studied these miscellaneous subjects out of temporary interest, and he seldom went out, so he really had no use for them. So Ling Tian gave the Dao brothers several talismans such as Vajra Talisman and Divine Travel Talisman, and also taught them how to use them. The 2 of them then left Ling Tian's house with many thanks. After the 2 of them left, Ling Tian saw that Yao Yu had no intention of leaving, so he asked, "Do you have anything else to do?" Yao Yu replied. Then she stared into Ling Tian's eyes and began to complain. "I've been annoyed to death by those ministers lately. They all force me to choose a good man to marry, saying that they want to leave an heir for the country of Wei. But there is only one person in this world that I like. Apart from this person, I have no interest in any other man. Mr. Ling, what do you think I should do?" As Yao Yu spoke, she seemed like a nagging woman, feeling aggrieved. Ling Tian rolled his eyes and said, "You asked the wrong person. I can't help you." He knew what Yao Yu meant. He had made similar attempts at least 100 times. "No, you are the only one in this world who can help me. Master Ling, you will have a lot of free time if you become my prince, and you don't have to worry about Weiguo at all. Why do you still reject me?" Seeing that Ling Tian remained silent again, Yao Yu simply stood behind him and relaxed his shoulders. When Yao Yu was still a princess, she would never dare to do such an extraordinary thing. But now that she was king, and without outsiders around, she became bolder and bolder. Sometimes she would lean her head on Ling Tian's shoulder, or even ask for a hug occasionally. Of course, Ling Tian was also the only man with whom she had had such physical intimacy. Since Yao Yu always uses various excuses, Ling Tian can't do anything to her. After a while, seeing that Yao Yu was going too far, Ling Tian scolded her with a stern face. "Ahem, where do you put your hands? Don't forget who we are." In order to reject Yao Yu, Ling Tian had reminded her more than once of the scene when he became her apprentice. But Yao Yu obviously didn't take it to heart, and even had a bit of a bad taste in her mouth. A cloud of mist floated across her creamy face, and she smiled and said, "Master, are you afraid that Yao Yu will eat you? If I could defeat Master, I would really want to eat him." Ling Tian said unhappily, "It's good that you know. Be careful or I'll kick you out of the house." Yao Yu was not afraid of him. Although her hands were much more restrained, she said with resentment, "Master is such a cruel person. Yao Yu is not moved by you even after all this. Yao Yu really wants to see, is Master's heart made of stone or iron?" Ling Tian felt that if Yao Yu stayed any longer, she would probably go too far. He had no choice but to use his ultimate move and said, "If you have nothing else, go back and don't disturb my practice here." After saying this, he began to practice seriously. Yao Yu also knew that this was Ling Tian's bottom line, so she said goodbye and left. But before leaving, Yao Yu looked at Ling Tian intently for a few times. She secretly encouraged herself in her heart that there was still a long time to come and she would be able to win him over one day. 9 Heavens Demon Palace. The immortals who watched this scene started cursing again. That's definitely not possible, otherwise why hasn't he touched a woman in his 4th reincarnation? He is not a human being. How can it be that he has never touched a woman in his 4 lifetimes? Don't forget that he has never touched a woman even in his life as the Demon Emperor. This is simply a shame for a man. It seems to be true. Isn't it because he practiced magic? Impossible. He hasn't practiced magic for several lifetimes, and if magic has such drawbacks, who would still practice it? Unlike everyone else who was filled with indignation, Yishan was burning with jealousy when he saw Queen Yao Yu taking such initiative towards Ling Tian. He had been kneeling and licking those empresses before, but he had never even touched their hands. The Demon Emperor had never even left the house, yet such a stunning queen came to him on her own initiative. Moreover, he calls him master one thing and teases another. This comparison undoubtedly makes him look even more of a failure. Is this what they call the constant unrest caused by what you can't get? It seems that I can't be so nice to them in the future. I have to reject them a few more times. Yishan secretly made up his mind. On the other side, Empress Shengwei said to Su Kaiwei, "Sister Qingshan, do you think that senior brother can't forget us?" So he rejected her. Hearing this, the Crescent Moon Queen also pricked up her ears and looked at Yi Qingshan, obviously very interested in the answer. The loveless Empress Yi Qingshan smiled bitterly and said, "From the perspective of his inner demons in his 3rd life, this is probably the reason. However, I would rather he forget about us after reincarnation. This way, at least he won't have to bear so much and live a lonely life." After hearing this, Su Kaiwei and Mu Nanqing's eyes began to moisten again. On the other side, Empress Ziyan said to Empress Yao Yu, "Sister Yao Yu, the Demon Emperor is such a scumbag. It's not worth it to be so nice to him." Empress Yao Yu was a little at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She felt that the Demon Emperor's fourth life was at least much better than the Demon Emperor in this life. In the picture, Ling Tian was practicing at home as usual. Ever since the Dao brothers went to war against the state of Zheng, the only person who had visited his house was Queen Yao Yu. Every time Yao Yu came, she would tell Ling Tian about the situation of the Wei army's expedition, including news about the Dao brothers and others. This time, the Wei state sent a total of 200,000 troops to invade the Zheng state. Among them, the young brothers of the Dao family commanded 100,000 troops, and the old veterans commanded 100,000 troops. This actually represents the new and old factions under Yao Yu. They divided their troops into two groups to attack Zheng state, and both groups were quite successful. Especially the Dao brothers, they have been conquering cities and territories along the way to support the war, and now they are approaching Wancheng, the capital of Zheng. If nothing unexpected happens, this time it will definitely be the Dao brothers and others who will be the first to reach the capital of Zheng state. Ling Tian had been to the capital of Zheng state before and had some understanding of the strength of Zheng state. Before, Zheng's strength might have been slightly stronger than Wei's. But since Yao Yu came to power, especially after she promoted young generals such as the Dao brothers, these young people have shown a catfish effect in the army. This greatly enhanced the military strength of Wei state, and it was able to defeat Zheng state. He also gave the Dao brothers some talismans, which were enough to turn the tide of the battle at a critical moment. There are very few cultivation forces in this world that interfere in worldly disputes. With the strength of the Dao brothers, as long as they don't commit suicide, it will be difficult for them to die even if they want to. However, Ling Tian was soon slapped in the face. That day, Yao Yu hurried to Ling Tian's house and said in a panic, "Master Ling, something happened to the Dao brothers." What's going on? A hint of annoyance flashed across Ling Tian's face. The army ahead reported that the king of Zheng invited a master dressed as a Taoist priest. That Taoist seems to be very powerful. He not only broke the amulets on the Dao brothers and injured them, but also captured them, saying that he asked their master to go to his mountain gate to pick them up. Ling Tian's expression turned even uglier when he heard this. Previously, he had guessed that no monks would interfere in disputes between secular countries. But now not only did he show up, he also directly challenged him by name. But then he thought again, this might still be his own fault. Because he had taken action in Zheng state before, not only killing their 4 princes but also shaving the king's hair. It is very likely that it was after that incident that the king of Zheng specifically asked the monk to save his life. Thinking of this, Ling Tian's expression eased slightly and said, "In that case, I'll go there. Where is their mountain gate?" When Yao Yu saw this, she did not show any joy on her face but instead said with some worry, "Sir, I heard that person can fly. It won't be dangerous for you to go to their mountain gate alone, right? How about you take me with you? I am now in the foundation building stage." Ling Tian glanced at Yao Yu and chuckled. You'd better forget it. You have no experience in fighting between monks. If you go, you will only hinder me. Yao Yu felt ashamed and said hesitantly, "Why don't we just withdraw the army? I'll ask them to release the people in the name of defending the country. They don't know that you are the master of the Dao brothers, so you don't have to take the risk alone." Ling Tian shook his head and said, "You are too eager to help others succeed and destroy your own prestige. Since they dare to capture my people, I naturally want to see what they are capable of." In the territory of Yao State, which is adjacent to Zheng State, there is a Yuling mountain range. The main peak of the mountain range, Wanchao Mountain, rises high into the clouds and is shrouded in mist all year round, making it seem like a fairyland. There are indeed some people living in Wanchao Mountain who are regarded as immortals by the surrounding people. But they are not real gods, in fact they are just a mysterious sect called Zizaiman. The Zizai sect rarely interacted with ordinary people, and even when the royal family of Yaoguo tried to curry favor with them, they were sternly rejected. Because they pursue the principle of seclusion, the number of members of the Zizai sect does not exceed 100, and even the existing ancestors are only 4 generations together. A few years ago, the king of Zheng used several connections to invite an elite disciple of Zizai sect to take charge of the royal capital. Originally, the disciple wanted to leave Zheng state on the grounds that it was inconvenient to interfere in worldly affairs, but due to the cordial invitation of the king of Zheng state, he stayed in the capital and watched. While watching from the side, he actually discovered some clues. During the battle, the 2 main generals of the Wei state, the Tao brothers, actually had talismans protecting them. It is obvious that a Taoist sect is interfering in the secular disputes behind the scenes. This is something that Zizai sect has always opposed, and it also violates the agreements among various sects of cultivation. So he took action to capture the Tao brothers and brought them back to the sect, and threatened to ask their master to come and take them back. At the same time, after Ling Tian received the news from Yao Yu, he flew directly to Wanchao Mountain. Although his realm at this moment was only the Golden Core Perfection stage, he had several lifetimes of fighting experience and the mind of the nascent soul stage, so he was not afraid even when facing a nascent soul stage cultivator. Moreover, based on his understanding of previous lives, it is unlikely that there will be many high-level cultivators when the world of cultivation is so poor. To be on the safe side, he used his divine sense to scan Wanchao Mountain as soon as he approached it. There are only dozens of cultivators on the mountain, and the oldest one with the highest cultivation level is only at the nascent soul stage. The Tao brothers were actually locked up in a dungeon by the Zizai gate. Ling Tian's face turned a little ugly. The Zizai sect knew clearly that there was someone behind the Tao brothers, yet they still dared to treat them like this. This was clearly a lack of respect. Zizai sect is so arrogant. Is it the Yuanying ancestor who gave them the courage? It's a pity that this old ancestor is totally not good enough in front of me. After Ling Tian knew what was going on, he no longer kept a low profile and simply released the aura of the Jindan stage. Who is coming? The people from Zizai sect soon discovered Ling Tian, and a group of cultivators appeared in front of the magnificent mountain gate. The leader's cultivation is only slightly inferior to Ling Tian, and is only in the late Jindan stage. Judging from the way he is dressed, he should be the leader of Zizai sect. Venerable Yang Wei, the leader of Zizai sect, looked at Ling Tian and felt secretly frightened. Because he found that the person who came was not only very young, but his cultivation seemed to be no weaker than that of him, the sect leader. It would be fine if Ling Tian was the master of those two people, but if they were just brothers, then doesn't that mean there is an even more powerful master behind them? He couldn't even help but curse the disciple in his heart for meddling in other people's business. However, Ling Tian didn't know what he was thinking. He looked down at the people of Zizaiman and said, "You guys from the Zizai sect are so bold, you captured my people and even dared to ask me to come and get them back. I'd like to see what you can rely on." Venerable Yang Wei was delighted when he heard this, but out of caution, he still asked, "I wonder what sect you belong to?" Ling Tian frowned slightly and asked, "Do you think I am easy to bully because I have no sect or faction?" Venerable Yang Hui felt very calm. In the world of cultivation in this world, bloodline has always been the most important thing, followed by aptitude and talent. Although they are not numerous, they can be easily monopolized by a few sects, thus controlling the cultivation resources. Of course, there are some people in this world who have incredible luck like Ling Tian. They may have obtained the inheritance unintentionally, causing their strength to surge. But these people have complicated backgrounds. Not only do they have no foundation, but they also think highly of themselves. As the leader of a prestigious and upright sect, Venerable Yang Wei naturally would not have a good impression of such practitioners. He began to sneer and said, "Humph, no wonder you dare to allow your disciples to interfere in worldly affairs, you turned out to be a casual cultivator. As long as you hand over the inheritance and destroy your own Dantian, our sect will not hold you responsible. But if you insist on not changing your ways, don't blame us for being rude." The elders and disciples around Venerable Yang Wei looked at Ling Tian with disdain. Even with Ling Tian's experience of reincarnation several times, he had never seen such an arrogant cultivator. And with his experience, it would be strange if he believed his lies. "Haha, just you guys. I'm even more rude." Ling Tian sneered and decided to take action himself first. Considering that there is an old monster in the nascent soul stage inside, he cannot fight in the usual way. He had to kill the disciples first through fighting in a martial art to prevent them from capturing the Dao family disciples to threaten him. He flashed and came directly to a disciple, slapping him on the head. Bang! With one blow, the monk's head was blown off. Upon seeing this, Venerable Yang Hui's expression changed drastically. "You little bastard, you actually dared to kill someone from my Zizai sect. I will not let you off." As he spoke, he called a few elders to surround Ling Tian. Ling Tian didn't even look at him, he just stepped back and said to the Zizai sect disciples, "Disciples who don't want to die, get off the mountain immediately, or I will kill you all." But those disciples would never listen to him. Even those in the foundation establishment and chi refining stages drew their swords and attacked him. Seeing this, Ling Tian waved his sleeves vigorously. Suddenly, a powerful magical pressure descended, directly covering most of the disciples. Ah! Waves of screams rang out. In less than a moment, all the disciples who had followed the sect leader out fell to the ground, motionless. Venerable Yangwei and others who caught up from behind had looks of horror on their faces and shock in their eyes. Venerable Yangwei was even more heartbroken. These disciples are the future of Zizaiman. And most of them are related to him by blood. With their death, even if he killed Ling Tian, he would not be able to recover the losses of him and Zizai sect. At the same time, he felt a little bit of fear towards Ling Tian. Could it be that he has reached the nascent soul stage at such a young age? Otherwise, how could a Jindan stage cultivator possess such powerful spells? His heart tightened, knowing that he had hit a wall today. Elder Lu, quickly go and ask the ancestor to come out of seclusion. Everyone else, follow me and attack together. Venerable Yangwei tried his best to remain calm in his tone, but his body couldn't help but tremble. One of them flew quickly towards the sect. He should be the Elder Lu mentioned by Venerable Yanghui. After Ling Tian killed those low-level disciples, he would naturally not let go of this lone Jindan stage cultivator. His figure flashed, and a sword appeared in his hand. He slashed directly at Elder Lu. Elder Lu, be careful. Upon seeing this, Venerable Yanghui's hair stood on end with anger, and he rushed forward first, waving his sword. But his reminder was still a step too slow. Elder Lu was killed by Ling Tian with a single sword strike. His previous lives were not lived in vain. Ling Tian said indifferently to the Yangwei reverends who rushed over. Now it's your turn. As he spoke, his figure flashed again, and he appeared in front of an elder in the early Jindan stage. He swung the sword in his hand and chopped it down fiercely. The other side had more people, so he could only start killing those with weaker cultivation. Puff! Another sound of a sword cutting through flesh was heard. The elder screamed and chased after Elder Lu in reincarnation. Stop it! Venerable Yanghui was furious. If they continue to be killed by Ling Tian like this, their Zizai sect will be wiped out today. However, Ling Tian turned a deaf ear to him, continued to hide from him and started killing other Jindan stage elders. Those elders also saw Ling Tian's intention and could only gather together to attack Ling Tian. But this will affect each other and they won't be able to fully display their abilities. Moreover, Ling Tian's means of attack were not limited to swords, there were also other talismans or lightning strikes, which made them unable to defend themselves and in a miserable state. In the end, they were defeated and killed one by Ling Tian. Originally, Venerable Yangwei should have been able to fight Ling Tian for a few moves, but Ling Tian refused to fight him head-on, which made him extremely angry. Seeing that all the elders and disciples he brought with him were dead, and that he might not be Ling Tian's opponent, he could only use his internal energy to shout. Ancestor! Help! Ling Tian just took this opportunity to draw his sword at Venerable Yangwei. If he had not dodged quickly, this sword would have killed him. But even so, Ling Tian's sword still left a wound on his body. Humph, no one can save you today. Ling Tian sneered, swung his sword and continued to kill Venerable Yangwei. Venerable Yangwei was furious and tried desperately to mobilize his spiritual power to fight back against Ling Tian. However, what made him extremely helpless was that Ling Tian's sword was too fast and could not be blocked at all. After just a few moves, he had several wounds on his body that were deep enough to see the bones. Ah! Venerable Yangwei roared, and he suddenly summoned a spiritual weapon and hit Ling Tian directly. That spiritual weapon was a top-grade third-order spiritual weapon with great power. Once it hit Ling Tian, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. However, Ling Tian was well prepared. He dodged several times in succession and easily avoided the attack. Venerable Yanghui became even angrier upon seeing this. He looked at Ling Tian with gnashing teeth, wishing he could grind him into ashes. At the same time, he was hoping that the ancestor of Zizai sect would come out soon. A sarcastic smile appeared on Ling Tian's lips. His spiritual consciousness had never left the old man in seclusion, so he naturally knew that the old man had not arrived yet. But he was also afraid that the night would be too long and he would have more trouble. After a few moves, he slashed the sword in his hand straight towards Venerable Yanghui. Boom! Phew! With a loud bang, Venerable Yangwei was split into two halves. Ling Tian also took the opportunity to regulate his breathing so that he could fight against the ancestor of Zizai sect later. After a while, an old man appeared in the open space in front of the Zizaiman mountain gate. Behind him came the last few elders and disciples of Zizai sect. The old man was the ancestor of Zizai sect, Patriarch Qingyang. Patriarch Qingyang looked at the corpses on the ground in front of him with a confused look in his eyes. Especially when he saw that even the sect leader Venerable Yang Wei was cut in half by a sword, he stared at Ling Tian in disbelief and said, "Who are you? Did you kill them?" Ling Tian sneered and replied indifferently, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that your Zizai sect will no longer exist from today. Little beast, no matter who you are, since you dare to attack our Zizai sect, then don't even think about leaving. Today, I, the ancestor, will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and kill you completely." Patriarch Qingyang shouted loudly, and a thick purple mist burst out from his body, transforming into a purple dragon, and rushed straight towards Ling Tian. The timing of his attack this time was perfect. He was worthy of being the ancestor, with strong cultivation and extremely powerful offensive. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to confront him head-on. But Ling Tian is not an ordinary cultivator. After several reincarnations, his opponent in this life can only be considered the worst. "Haha, I'm saying the same thing back to you." Ling Tian sneered and rushed forward with a sword. "Bite. Nothing more." A hint of disdain flashed across Ling Tian's eyes. Although Patriarch Qingyang has reached the middle stage of the nascent soul, he has at least several ways to kill the other party. However, he has never had a good fight since coming to this world. This time, he had a rare opponent, so he couldn't help but want to exchange a few more moves with the other party. "Humph, you are just a Jindan cultivator, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. Let me, the ancestor, teach you how to be a man." Upon hearing this, Patriarch Qingyang sneered coldly. "HMPH, let's see which is faster, my sword or yours." Ling Tian spoke calmly, and with a flash of his body, he attacked directly towards Qingyang Patriarch. The sword in his hand was as fast as lightning, and he stabbed out hundreds of times in an instant. Each of Ling Tian's swords was aimed directly at the opponent's throat. There was no fancy moves at all, just simple and rough attacks. "Humph, it's just a trivial trick, but you dare to think of taking my life." Patriarch Qingyang snorted coldly, swung the sword in his hand casually, and blocked Ling Tian's sword. Bang, bang, bang. The two swords kept colliding with each other in midair. "Humph, you overestimate your own abilities." Patriarch Qingyang looked at Ling Tian with disdain. While resisting Ling Tian's attack, he continued to attack Ling Tian with his spiritual sense, trying to interfere with him with his mental power. However, he was shocked to find that Ling Tian's spiritual consciousness was extremely pure and was not inferior to his at all. How is this possible? Qingyang Patriarch's face was filled with shock and confusion, and he thought to himself, how can his spiritual consciousness be so pure? Is it some kind of adventure? He didn't think too much about it. After all, he didn't think that Ling Tian's spiritual consciousness was provided by any treasure, and even if that was the case, he was not afraid of Ling Tian. "Young man, you just killed Venerable Yanghui by luck. I want to see how long you can hold on." Patriarch Qingyang shouted loudly, and the sword in his hand danced like flying. Dense sword beams covered Ling Tian like an overwhelming force. Ling Tian swung the sword in his hand, and every sword could shatter the sword light of Qingyang Patriarch. His attack was suddenly much more fierce than before. Patriarch Qingyang had no power to fight back at all and could only keep resisting Ling Tian's attacks. While dealing with the ancestor, Ling Tian looked at the remaining elders and disciples of Zizai sect and sneered. He felt a sense of evil and began to attack them mercilessly. Those elders and disciples originally wanted to see how the ancestor displayed his great power, but they did not expect that disaster would befall them. In this sudden situation, they were no match for Ling Tian's one move and were killed by Ling Tian in a short while. Ancestor, help me." Watching the corpses fall one after another, the old ancestor's eyes turned bloodshot, and the blood in his eye sockets seemed to gush out for free, filling his entire cheeks. "You little beast, no matter who you are, you will pay the price for this today." Patriarch Qingyang's eyes were bloodshot and he roared angrily. "Want revenge? Then just come on." Ling Tian smiled coldly, without any fear, and challenged Patriarch Qingyang. Patriarch Qingyang was so angry that he was fuming. He waved his hand and raised the sword in his hand to stab Ling Tian. Call out. The long sword broke through the air, making a sharp sound. HMPH, it's just a trifle, it won't last a single blow. Ling Tian snorted coldly and sneered. He turned his wrist and the sword in his hand immediately stabbed forward. A vast and majestic sword intent spread out, and the sword energy was crisscrossed, cutting the void. What? How is that possible? Feeling the terrifying sword intent of Ling Tian, Patriarch Qingyang was frightened out of his wits and almost lost his grip on the sword in his hand. Ling Tian's sword energy was too powerful and he couldn't resist it at all. This sword broke the sword of the Qingyang Patriarch and continued to stab at the throat of the Zizai sect Patriarch. Patriarch Qingyang hurriedly waved his sword to stop it, but still failed. Ling Tian's sword pierced his shoulder and blood spurted out. Ah! The ancestor of the Zizai sect screamed miserably, staggered backward, fell to the ground with a plop, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Humph, so vulnerable. You can't even take a single blow from me. Ling Tian sneered and mocked. You're looking for death. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Qingyang's face turned pale and he was extremely angry. He struggled to stand up from the ground, his eyes flashing with intense anger, and looked at Ling Tian with hatred, as if he was looking at a mortal enemy. Reading. He grasped the green sword tightly in his hand again and rushed towards Ling Tian again. Ling Tian flashed again, and another extremely sharp sword energy pierced fiercely into the chest of the ancestor of Zizai sect. Blood gushed out, staining his clothes on his chest red. The pupils of the Zizai sect's ancestor suddenly dilated, and he stared at Ling Tian in disbelief. He never thought that he would be stabbed by Ling Tian's sword, and that it directly pierced his nascent soul. You. The ancestor of Zizai sect pointed at Ling Tian, but he could not say anything and finally fell down helplessly. After Ling Tian killed these people, he went to the dungeon of Zizaiman to rescue the Dao brothers. The dungeon was dark and damp. It was empty inside, with dozens of cells. However, only the two Dao brothers were imprisoned at this time. The two of them originally looked like they had lost all hope in life, but when they saw Ling Tian barging in, they were immediately overjoyed. Dao Shuming said happily, "Brother Ling, I knew you would come to save us." "Brother Ling, how did you get in?" "There seemed to be a lot of them," Dao Shuji also asked. Ling Tian didn't say much. He broke the prison door open with his sword and said, "Come out. Come with me and plunder their belongings." The Dao brothers were confused. After looting the Zizai gate, Ling Tian personally sent the Dao brothers back to the capital of Zheng State. After the disciples of Zizai sect captured the Dao brothers, the two countries of Wei and Zheng were still in a standoff. The return of the Dao brothers boosted the low morale of the Wei army. General Dao, are you all right? Why did you come back so soon?" Many subordinates surrounded the Dao brothers, their hearts filled with curiosity. Dao Shuming smiled and said with a proud look on his face, "What's wrong with us? They are the ones who are in trouble. You don't know that my eldest brother killed all the immortals from the Zizai sect. The reason why we brothers came back so late was to plunder their property." As he spoke, he took out a pile of scrap copper and iron, took out a flying sword and said, "Look, this is the flying sword that the guy who captured me used before. We can use it as a dagger in the future." The subordinates immediately started to loot, and one of them grabbed a flying sword and said, "General Dao, how can we fly?" Dao Shuji, who was standing by, heard this and said with a stern face, "Don't you know how capable you are? And you still want to learn how to fly? I can even kill you if I fall. Everyone return to your posts as soon as possible. We will try to capture Wancheng within 3 days." The subordinates then dispersed in disinterest. Dao Shuming's face suddenly showed embarrassment. This was actually what Ling Tian said to teach him before, and now his brother was using it to teach his subordinates a lesson. At the same time, not long after Ling Tian returned home, Yao Yu rushed over from the palace. She looked Ling Tian up and down for a while, and after finding that he was not injured, she asked, "It's resolved so quickly. Have the Dao brothers been rescued?" Ling Tian nodded and said, "Well, it's just a small sect. I will wipe them out directly, and there will be no source of trouble in the future." After saying that, he gave Yao Yu several storage rings, which contained a lot of cultivation resources including spirit stones, pills, classics, etc. Yao Yu's face suddenly lit up with a smile, and she put it away without any hesitation. However, compared to these gains, she was more eager to fly in the sky with Ling Tian and kill enemies thousands of miles away. Thinking of this, Yao Yu took Ling Tian's hand and said coquettishly. Master, don't you think Yao Yu has no fighting experience? Why don't you just practice with Yao Yu? Master, please take Yao Yu with you next time you travel. Ling Tian's face darkened upon hearing this, and he taught him a lesson. You are the queen of a country after all. How can you be so arrogant as to wield a sword? No. Yao Yu refused to give in and said delicately. Master, just practice with Yao Yu. Yao Yu can't ask Master to protect Yao Yu, right? Why don't you just marry Yao Yu? That way, you can protect her at all times. Ling Tian was immediately furious after hearing this, and finally said helplessly, why did I end up with a traitor like you? Seeing Ling Tian's frustrated look, Yao Yu was not afraid but even happier. She felt that Ling Tian was under her control again, and this was her victory. From then on, every time Yao Yu came, Ling Tian had one more project. That is to practice with Yao Yu. Yao Yu naturally enjoys doing this. During this sparring session, the two naturally interacted more. Moreover, she would sometimes make special requests, such as sparring with bare hands, and take the opportunity to take advantage of Ling Tian. Ling Tian had taught her a lesson several times for this, but Yao Yu was so thick-skinned that she always smiled and ignored the lesson. On the other side, ever since Wei conquered Zheng, the morale of Wei's court and the people inside and outside has been very high. Everyone from top to bottom of them was like a chicken with its blood pumped up. No matter whether it was the civil and military officials or the soldiers and civilians, no one hoped to continue expanding the territory. In addition to bordering Zheng, Wei state had 4 other countries with whom it shared territorial borders, and 5 other countries without any territorial borders. Among the 11 countries in total, Wei had the smallest territory, but after annexing Zheng, Wei became the largest among the remaining 10 countries. In the past, Weiguo was weak and often bullied by other countries, and Weiguo usually had to swallow its anger. Now that the Wei state has risen, people of the country naturally want to be proud and to settle past accounts. As a result, the Wei state embarked on a path of crazy external expansion. After half a year of preparation, the Wei state brazenly attacked the Feng state, which had many enemies. After the last experience, the Dao brothers no longer dared to use talismans to protect themselves, but wore armor like other soldiers. But even so, they were blocked by monks when they attacked the capital of Feng state. The monk claimed that Feng kingdom was under the protection of their Dai'an sect and asked the Dao brothers and others to withdraw their troops immediately. Because Ling Tian was worried that something might happen to the Dao brothers, he gave them a jade slip for sending messages. Although the Dao brothers could not use their spiritual sense, Ling Tian could sense that something was wrong as long as the jade slip was broken. For this purpose, Ling Tian made another trip. At that time, Yao Yu also wanted to go with him, but was sternly rejected by Ling Tian. If he is not careful, Yao Yu might be captured and used to threaten him. How can he kill the enemy then? One day later, the Dai'an sect was not destroyed. Half a month later, the capital of Feng state was captured by the Wei state army, and from then on Wei state swallowed up Feng state. 13 years later, Wei state successfully annexed the other 9 countries and unified the entire continent in one fell swoop. During this period of time, Ling Tian also destroyed 6 other small sects. Although these sects have united and agreed not to interfere in worldly affairs, they are actually more or less connected to the secular world. It's just like when Ling Tian wanted to live in seclusion before, but he could never get rid of the ties with the secular world. After all, monks are still human beings, so how can they really get rid of all worldly connections? In fact, the reason why Ling Tian helped Wei Guo again and again was that he wanted to get rid of his relationship with Wei Guo, right? He also once thought that after Wei Guo unified the continent, he could finally relax and live in seclusion in peace. When the continent was just unified, the most important thing for the entire Weiguo is Yao Yu proclaims himself emperor. Over the years, the Wei state seemed to have been able to sweep across the 10 countries and unify the entire continent. In the eyes of ordinary people, the greatest credit belongs to Queen Yao Yu. When the civil officials saw that the military officers had all made outstanding achievements, they naturally did not want to fall behind. They consulted ancient books and found that thousands of years ago, there was only one country that ruled this continent. Moreover, the country at that time called itself an empire, and the king was called an emperor. So they all suggested that Yao Yu become emperor, and even that Wei state change its name to a resounding empire. Yao Yu accepted the suggestion to proclaim himself emperor, but refused to change the country's name. Ling Tian is actually very optimistic about Yao Yu becoming emperor. As the territory of Wei state continued to expand, Yao Yu's prestige had been constantly rising, and her cultivation speed had also increased a lot. Currently, Ling Tian's cultivation has only reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, but Yao Yu's cultivation has already reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. If Yao Yu was considered his disciple before, she could actually become his apprentice. This day was the day when Yao Yu ascended the throne and became emperor. In front of the newly built solemn temple of Wei State, there are 9,981 gilded steps covered with scarlet carpets. There is also an auspicious pattern of dragon and phoenix carved in the middle of the steps, with their wings spread as if they are about to leap out and soar into the sky at any time. On the vast square in front of the temple, 100,000 meritorious soldiers stood in neat rows, and behind them were hundreds of thousands of people from all over the country who came to watch the ceremony. In the middle, Yao Yu was wearing a crown on her head and a bright red dragon robe. The old Grand Tutor at the side was holding the imperial edict and reading out the elegant inscription for offering sacrifices to heaven. Civil and military officials stood on both sides of the scarlet blanket, including Yao Yu's brothers, sisters, princes, and even Ling Tian. Ling Tian originally didn't like to join in the fun, but after Yao Yu and the Dao brothers begged him again and again, he finally agreed reluctantly. Watching this series of complicated rituals, he felt a little drowsy. After waiting for the sacrificial ceremony to end with great difficulty and enduring until Empress Yao Yu finished reading the edict of her accession to the throne, the ceremony was officially over. Empress Yao Yu put down the imperial edict and said, "I have one more thing to announce to the world, and this is also what all civil and military officials have been most concerned about. Haven't you always been concerned about my personal life? I hereby declare that." Hearing this, Ling Tian suddenly felt something was wrong. Yao Yu wants to act first and report later. He frowned slightly and quickly came up with a solution. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. I saw his figure flash and disappear on the spot. Ling Tian's sudden departure made Yao Yu extremely embarrassed, but she could do nothing about Ling Tian. She had no choice but to find other excuses to fool the officials, leaving them all confused while she hurried back to the palace. After the announcement of his ascension to the throne, Yao Yu clearly felt a golden dragon of luck condensing above the imperial palace. Although this golden dragon of fortune had just been formed, it was already dozens of feet long. It hovered above David's palace, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. More importantly, Yao Yu felt that this golden dragon of luck was related to her life, and could be refined for her own use. Her cultivation level at this moment was only half a step away from Ling Tian. As long as she completed the refining, her cultivation level would definitely surpass Ling Tian. By then, if she forces Ling Tian to marry her, she might have more initiative. HMPH, I'll see how you can escape from my grasp then. Yao Yu glanced in the direction of Ling Tian and said with a hint of pride on her face. Since Yao Yu ascended the throne, she has now become the empress of the world, ruling over vast territories. It can be said that as long as there is something in this world, she can easily get it with just one sentence. The only thing is that she still hasn't gotten the man she has been pursuing for nearly 20 years. That person was Ling Tian. Yao Yu knew that everything she had today came from Ling Tian. So, she never looked down on other men. So, she never gave up wanting to have him. Even if she keeps being shameless and even resorts to some tricks. Although Ling Tian's escape from the battlefield today made Yao Yu a little embarrassed in front of the world, she still would not give up. Ling Tian's escape only aroused her stronger desire to conquer him. At the same time, after Ling Tian returned home, he was completely concerned about his escape from the battlefield. Yao Yu was wrong in the first place. If he didn't leave, it would only make things more awkward for both of them. As for whether Yao Yu would be angry because of his escape from the battlefield, Ling Tian had not considered it. Even if he considered it, he would think it would be better if Yao Yu was angry, so that she would not bother him anymore. In the following months, Yao Yu seemed to be really angry with Ling Tian and never came to Ling Tian's house again. The servants in his family all thought that Ling Tian might have offended Empress Yao Yu at the ceremony, which led to him being ignored by Empress Yao Yu. Some people gossip about others behind their backs, and some even make sarcastic remarks. Ling Tian didn't have the slightest intention to think about these things, because there was a big problem with his cultivation at the moment. In recent times, no matter how he practiced, his cultivation not only did not improve, but was actually regressing. Strange, how could this happen? Ling Tian was puzzled. He had never heard of such a thing in his several reincarnations. Could it be that those servants gave themselves some kind of poison? To this end, Ling Tian gathered all the servants in the house, then took out some gold and silver and sent them all away. These servants have good food and accommodation in Ling Tian's place, and the tasks they do every day are easy and simple. In the past, they might have begged to stay. But now they think that Ling Tian is being neglected by Empress Yaoyu, and that his entire family might be executed one day. So, they all happily took their severance pay and went their separate ways. In the following days, Ling Tian's cultivation problem was still not resolved. His cultivation was still declining, and the rate of decline was accelerating. His cultivation has now returned to the golden core stage. It is estimated that in a few days, he may have to return to the foundation establishment stage and the qi refining stage. I'm afraid it's not suitable to stay here for long. I have to get out of here as soon as possible. Ling Tian instinctively felt that the problem might be related to the environment he was in, so he tried to practice in another place. He left a letter to the Dao brothers as an explanation, then packed up his things and prepared to leave the capital of Wei State. As for Yaoyu, he didn't need to say much. I'm afraid his every move will not escape her eyes and ears. Really? Just as Ling Tian was about to leave, Yaoyu appeared in time. She stopped Ling Tian and said with a faint smile, "Master, where are you going?" Could it be that Master knew that Yaoyu's cultivation had greatly improved and wanted to leave? Since Ling Tian had been restraining his aura, Yaoyu had never noticed that his realm had dropped. Moreover, in her opinion, Ling Tian is an omnipotent being, and she only imagines Ling Tian to be even more powerful. When Ling Tian left this time, she thought that Ling Tian knew that her cultivation had improved greatly and wanted to go far away to escape her pursuit. Well, Ling Tian sighed and said, "Yaoyu, all good things in life must come to an end. Our fate has come to an end." She felt somewhat discouraged and asked coldly, "You would rather leave than reject me? Is Yaoyu so unbearable in your heart?" "Yaoyu, don't overthink it. I refused because I had no choice. I hope you can forgive me. Let's say goodbye here," Ling Tian said, and prepared to leave. "No. If you don't explain clearly, I will never let you leave. Unless you take me with you." Yaoyu stretched out her hand to stop Ling Tian and said firmly. Her face was intimidating without anger, giving people a feeling that no one could refute. She had already decided on Ling Tian in her heart. If Ling Tian left, her life would lose all meaning. Even the royal power and wealth are more precious than the person in front of you. Ling Tian took a few steps back helplessly and said with a wry smile, "Yaoyu, don't be silly, Weiguo still needs you to take charge. As the saying goes, it's easy to conquer a country, but hard to keep it. The governance of our country still depends on you. As the ruler of a country, you must not waste the hard work of countless people in the country just because of your children's personal feelings." Yaoyu seemed to have something on Ling Tian when she heard this and approached him. "Then Master must stay. If Master is not here, I don't know if Yaoyu will become arrogant and do whatever she wants. Master, for the sake of the people of the world, you stay and take care of Yaoyu, okay?" Yaoyu spoke to the end in an aggrieved tone, almost begging. Ling Tian felt a little reluctant, so he turned his back and said, "Yaoyu, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I have to leave this time. You don't need to come to me again in the future. Our fate is really over." What he said was not without reason. If he still could not stop his cultivation from regressing in other places, then the end of his life would not be far away. However, Ling Tian's words sounded quite harsh to Yaoyu. She could never imagine why Ling Tian rejected her so resolutely and even wanted to stay away from her. At this moment, she still believed that Ling Tian chose to leave in order to reject her. Yaoyu's face gradually turned cold. She didn't want to just watch Ling Tian leave like that. Even if he had to use tougher means, she didn't care. Thinking of this, Yaoyu directly expressed her determination. "Master, Yaoyu really can't live without you. If Master wants to leave, Yaoyu must die." Ling Tian turned around and looked at Yaoyu, pretending to be angry and said, "Are you going to force me to be your master? How dare Yaoyu?" Yaoyu smiled slyly, and then said in a negotiating tone, "Master, how about we fight again? If you win, I will let you go. If Yao Yu wins, you will stay and marry Yao Yu. What do you think, master? Ling Tian's face changed drastically, and he refused directly, no. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Yao Yu continued to laugh. Master, are you afraid of losing to Yao Yu? Don't worry, master. Yao Yu doesn't need you to show mercy this time. You can do your best. In the past, when the two of them practiced against each other, Ling Tian would deliberately let Yao Yu win in order to comfort her or when he was annoyed with her. She said this now because she hoped Ling Tian would not let her win, so that she could make Ling Tian admit defeat with a sincere heart. However, Ling Tian didn't dare to compete with her. His cultivation had declined greatly and he was afraid that he would be exposed if he started fighting. With the resentment Yao Yu has accumulated over the years, she will definitely tie herself up and bring her into the palace, raising her up as her exclusive lover. Ling Tian couldn't help but shudder at the thought. He pretended to be nonchalant and said, Yao Yu, I've already told you that you can go out as a disciple, and I won't fight you again. Hee, this time it's not up to master. As Yao Yu spoke, she raised her jade palm, exerted 70% of her strength, and struck at the vital points on Ling Tian's body. Ling Tian knew that he was no match for Yao Yu at this moment, so he simply closed his eyes. Yao Yu also knew that Ling Tian didn't want to do it, but she had to force him to do it, so she didn't stop. She thought that with her palm power, she could at most injure Ling Tian slightly, and she could just use that to force him to stay by her side. But she didn't know that Ling Tian was only at the Jindan stage at this time. How could he withstand 70% of her strength, which was in the middle and late stage of the spiritual transformation? Yao Yu slapped Ling Tian on the chest, and she quickly felt something was wrong. But it was too late for her to retract her palm power. Puff! Ling Tian was hit by a palm and flew out like a kite with a broken string, blood gushing out of his mouth. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Yao Yu was so frightened that her soul almost dispersed. She dodged and hugged Ling Tian in her arms, letting the blood Ling Tian vomited wet her dragon robe. She cried heartbreakingly and kept explaining. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were injured. Why did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Ahem. Ling Tian coughed up a mouthful of blood and smiled bitterly. If I tell you, will you let me go? He didn't expect Yao Yu to have made such great progress and not hold back much. If he still had his nascent soul before, he might have been saved, but now there is no way. I will definitely be able to save Master. I will take Master to find the Imperial Physician now. Yao Yu transferred spiritual power to Ling Tian with one hand while crying. As she said this, she wanted to pick up Ling Tian and go back to the palace to find the Imperial Physician. But Ling Tian used up all his remaining strength and stretched out his hand to stop him. No need, Yao Yu. I know the condition of my body. He said with a bit of a smile. Yao Yu, I really want to leave you this time. Yao Yu was even more grief-stricken upon hearing this, and burst into tears. I'm sorry, Master, it's all Yao Yu's fault, it's all Yao Yu's fault. Master, please don't leave Yao Yu. Yao Yu won't be able to survive without you. Yao Yu will definitely find a way to save you. Having said that, she wanted to take him back to the palace for treatment, regardless of Ling Tian's obstruction. But Ling Tian knew that he didn't have much time left, and he still had a secret that he didn't want too many people to know. He was anxious to stop Yao Yu, and coughed up blood in anger. Cough. Wait a minute. Yao Yu saw that Ling Tian's condition seemed to be worse after she'd picked him up, so she stopped immediately out of fear. She cried and begged. Master, Yao Yu begs you to get better, otherwise Yao Yu will not be able to survive. Master, you must have a way. Tell Yao Yu, and she will definitely save you. Yao Yu cried and begged, constantly blaming herself, and she had long lost the majesty of the empress she once was. At this moment, she only hoped that Ling Tian could return to normal. Even if it's just like before, just talking to her would be fine. Not only because Ling Tian once saved her life, but also because she had already fallen deeply in love with Ling Tian. But now she had killed Ling Tian with her own hands, how could she accept this? Even if she had to die instead of Ling Tian, she would be willing to do so. Seeing Yao Yu like this, Ling Tian couldn't bear to blame her anymore. After all, it's not all her fault. If his cultivation hadn't dropped so quickly, how could Yao Yu's palm have hurt him? If he hadn't rejected her again and again, how could this disaster have happened? Even if he told Yao Yu the truth about his decline in cultivation, Yao Yu would not hurt him. Ling Tian took a deep breath and slowly said to Yao Yu, who was still blaming herself. Yao Yu, listen to me. Yao Yu thought Ling Tian had some way to save himself, so she stopped immediately. She covered her mouth and looked at Ling Tian with tears streaming down her face. Ling Tian continued slowly, I don't blame you for what happened today. Yao Yu covered her mouth, shook her head and cried. No, it's all Yao Yu's fault. It's all because of Yao Yu's competitiveness. Master, just blame Yao Yu, that way Yao Yu will feel better. Ahem. Ling Tian coughed up blood again in a hurry. He doesn't have much time left. If he doesn't comfort Yao Yu, she will probably live a life worse than death. Ling Tian waited for Yao Yu to stop and then continued. Yao Yu, you really don't need to blame yourself. In fact, even without you, I wouldn't live long. Yao Yu hurriedly denied it again. No, no, Master is still so young and has countless years of life left, how could it be possible? Ling Tian said, listen to me. Yao Yu finally calmed down and listened to Ling Tian patiently. Ling Tian then began to explain slowly. This time it was my body that had problems, and for me, death is actually the only way out. Aren't you curious about why I rejected you? In fact, I have been suffering from reincarnation. Seeing Yao Yu shaking her head in disbelief, Ling Tian continued to explain. You should have already checked the origins of what I learned, right? Yao Yu thought about it and realized that she had indeed asked someone to investigate Ling Tian's background. However, Ling Tian had a clean background, but no one had ever taught him martial arts. At that time, she only thought Ling Tian was a rare genius and didn't care. Now listening to Ling Tian's talk, she had no choice but to nod her head, as a way of admitting the matter. Ling Tian then continued to explain. Because I was reincarnated into this world with the memories of my past life. Upon hearing this, Yao Yu looked at Ling Tian with an incredulous look in her eyes. Ling Tian continued to explain. And this is already my fourth life. Since my first life, for the love of my heart, I have practiced a magic skill that allows me to reincarnate with my memories but requires me to die repeatedly. I thought I would be happy this way, but it was actually the opposite, because I knew that no matter how I practiced, I would have to face death sooner or later. Moreover, the memories of several reincarnations will only make me forever immersed in the pain of past lives. This kind of pain is worse than the suffering of reincarnation as punishment by heaven, so for me, death will only be a relief. Ling Tian found that Yao Yu had already burst into tears, and he didn't know whether she understood what he meant. He continued, in short, you don't need to blame yourself. I can't forget the people in my previous life, and I can't live forever with you. I am destined to be just a passerby in your life. Since we can't stay together for long, why bother hugging each other? This is why I keep rejecting you. I will always remember your ardent love for me. I don't know when I can escape this cycle of suffering. If we are lucky enough to meet again in the future, I will definitely make it worthwhile. After saying this, Ling Tian didn't wait for Yao Yu to react. Black gas immediately emerged from his body and turned into demonic energy, disappearing. Thus ended his fourth reincarnation. At the same time, the empresses who were watching this scene in the Nine Heavens Demon Palace had already burst into tears. Especially the loveless Empress Yi Qingshan, who was the Demon Emperor's first-life fiancé. It can be said that everything that happened to the Demon Emperor afterwards was caused by her. If she had not been so willful as to enter the secret realm for training, if she had not rejected Yi Lingtian, how could he have practiced the magic skill of preserving his memory? It was not until this moment that she realized that the Demon Emperor lived such a painful life. In fact, it is easy to understand her, because after she awakened her memories of her past life, wasn't she still heartbroken and unable to forget her past life experiences? Brother Lingtian, I'm sorry. It's all Qingshan's fault. The same goes for the Holy Queen Su Kaiwei. The way Ling Tian comforted Yao Yu in the picture was exactly the same as when Su Lingtian suddenly left in her previous life. Su Lingtian comforted her in the same way at that time. At that time, Su Lingtian just said that he was waiting for someone, and he did not regard reincarnation with memories as a kind of pain. Doesn't that mean that the current Ling Tian not only can't forget Yi Qingshan from his first life, but also can't forget her and Xin Yue? Su Kaiwei thought about it and cried even more violently. Big brother, Xiao Kaiwei can't forget you either. She looked at the Demon Emperor in the formation and swore secretly, Junior sister will definitely rescue you, and we will never suffer again. The Crescent Moon Empress originally thought that Ling Tian would not remember her. Now, After hearing Ling Tian say that he could not forget people from his previous life, she consciously regarded herself as the person Ling Tian could not forget. Before, she was a little bit annoyed at Ling Tian's unwillingness to leave his homeland, but after hearing what he said, her defenses broke down and she burst into tears. At this time, Empress Yaoyu was just putting herself into the image of the woman with the same name in the picture, but even so, she was in great pain. Because based on her guess based on the previous women, the person in the picture must be related to her. She heard Ling Tian in the picture say that she would be lucky enough to meet him in the next life and that it would be worth the encounter. But what about now? What have she and the Demon Emperor done in this life? They are enemies, and she even wants to kill the Demon Emperor. Just thinking about it made her collapse. Empress Zi Yan originally wanted to comfort Empress Yao Yu, but when she was about to step forward, she suddenly discovered that something was wrong with Empress Yao Yu. It turned out that at this time Xiao Lingtian had finished editing the fourth life, the rewards had been distributed, and Empress Yao Yu naturally awakened her memories of her past life. She is now eagerly looking at the memory world of her past life. Especially after Ling Tian died, how did she survive? That day, Ling Tian suddenly turned into black demonic energy and disappeared. It took Yao Yu a long time to react. Because Ling Tian did not leave any body after his death, this strange phenomenon forced her to believe what Ling Tian said. Although she still felt guilty, at least she wasn't as desperate as before. Empress Yao Yu had seen the Demon Emperor's reincarnation memories for several lifetimes. She naturally knew in her heart that the reason why Ling Tian said so much before his death was simply because he didn't want Yao Yu to live in pain. But in the following period of time, Yao Yu was not actually happy. After Ling Tian's death, Yao Yu asked the Dao brothers to build a huge mausoleum for Ling Tian. Although there were only Ling Tian's clothes inside, Yao Yu reserved a place for herself next to it. She planned to not sleep in the same bed with Ling Tiansheng, but to be buried in the same grave with him even after death. However, it stands to reason that Yao Yu has already cultivated to the spirit transformation stage, and her lifespan should be at least several thousand years. How could she die so easily? With many questions in mind, Empress Yao Yu continued to look back on her memories of her past life. Perhaps Yao Yu took into account what Ling Tian said before his death, and in the days that followed she worked hard to manage the David Empire in good order. Her imperial power grew stronger day by day, and her beauty never faded, so the civil and military officials never mentioned marriage or succession again. Logically speaking, if this continues, Queen Yao Yu can at least reign for hundreds or thousands of years. But while Yao Yu was governing the world, she never forgot to practice. Moreover, she had previously refined the David Empire's golden dragon of luck, and still had many doubts in her mind that she had not had time to ask Ling Tian. In order to answer the questions in her mind, she began to look through the classics left by various factions, hoping to find relevant answers. After consulting ancient books collected by countless sects, she finally found the answer. But it was this answer that made her heartbroken and she wished she could die immediately. Because she discovered that the root cause of Ling Tian's previous decline in cultivation was herself, which meant that she was the one who killed Ling Tian from the beginning to the end. According to ancient records, this continent was originally called the Continent of Fortune. In ancient times, there were numerous cultivation sects in the Qian continent. In order to compete for the fortune of their sect, not only did they often fight among themselves, but they also controlled the secular countries to fight against each other. All they did was to fight for the illusory luck. Later, an unparalleled genius appeared on this continent. The Qian dynasty he founded not only unified the countries on the continent, but also swept through all the major sects. According to ancient records, the emperor of the Qian dynasty suppressed the disciples of the sects on the mainland by refining the Qian golden dragon. After refining the golden dragon of luck, the cultivation of those sect disciples not only did not improve at all, but all began to regress, and eventually became ordinary people. After learning this information, Yao Yu quickly thought of why Ling Tian's cultivation suddenly dropped so much. It was because she refined David's golden dragon of destiny. The words Ling Tian said before he died were just to comfort her. Otherwise, even if Ling Tian still had his memories, he wouldn't have passed away so soon. This led to the tragedy of Ling Tian's early death. After figuring out the whole story, Yao Yu blamed herself for everything. From then on, she felt heartbroken every day and did not attend court for several months. She missed the days with Ling Tian during the day, and when she finally fell asleep at night, the scene of killing Ling Tian with her own hands kept coming to her mind. After several months of such torment, Yao Yu began to order the selection of an heir from among the prince's younger brothers. 5 years later, she gave up the throne to the new heir. She then quietly lay down in the mausoleum, dissipated her cultivation, severed her own heart meridian and died, and from then on she slept in the same tomb with Ling Tian. Master, I was wrong. My disciple is guilty. Disciple will come and rescue Master from the battle immediately. After reading the memories of her past life, Empress Yao Yu rushed towards the infinite purgatory array crying bitterly. Sister Yao Yu. Empress Ziyan hurriedly chased after him. The other empresses also noticed the abnormality of Empress Yao Yu, but did not stop her. However, several emperors in Yeshan have been guarding against the empresses from rescuing the demon emperor. Especially the Black Fire Emperor. He knew that Yi Shan had fantasies about several empresses and was not in a position to take action, but he did not have so many concerns. When Empress Yao Yu approached the formation, he immediately stepped forward to stop her. He asked, Empress Yao Yu, do you want to save him too? Empress Yao Yu was heartbroken at this time. Seeing someone dared to stop her, she directly used her magic weapon Mingxin Thorn to hit him and shouted, get lost. Upon seeing this, the Black Fire Emperor hurriedly summoned the demon-subduing halberd to resist. Boom! The two imperial weapons collided and a loud explosion was heard. Both of them took a step back. Although neither of them was hurt, the fight scared everyone present and they came over to try to stop the fight. The first one was Empress Ziyan. She grabbed Empress Yao Yu and advised, Sister Yao Yu, don't do anything yet. Calm down first. Empress Yao Yu said with tears in her eyes, Sister Ziyan, are you going to stop me too? At this time, Yi Shan and others were already blocking the way. Yi Shan looked very unhappy and said impatiently, are you guys done yet? Does what you said before still count? These words made the forgetful Empress and others who came later feel a little embarrassed. They did say before that they would not rescue the demon emperor until he had finished reading all of his memories of this life. But they didn't expect that Empress Yao Yu was so ferocious. I am going to save people, what do you think? Empress Yao Yu's eyes were filled with tears. She changed to an imperial sword and pointed it at Yi Shan and the others, saying harshly. Then we can only do one show. The Black Fire Emperor also held the demon-subduing halberd in his hand, unwilling to give in at all. Yi Shan took the opportunity to say to the other immortals, you have also seen what is happening. Do you support them in releasing the demon emperor, or do you support us in continuing? His shout woke everyone up. Needless to say, most immortals are unwilling to release the demon emperor immediately. Even though everyone knows that the demon emperor did nothing wrong in his previous lives, past lives are past lives after all, and he still did a lot of evil in this life. How could they give up on revenge before reading the demon emperor's memories of this life? At this time, Yi Qingshan said, we don't actually want to release the demon emperor immediately, we just want to give him some more benefits. After saying that, she winked at Empress Yao Yu and said, Empress Yao Yu, don't you agree? Empress Yao Yu realized at this time that she was a little impulsive, so she nodded in agreement. Afterwards, they obtained another benefit for the demon emperor, which was to take the demon emperor's throne originally in the demon palace, put it into the formation, and control Xiao Lingtian to sit on the throne. Because Empress Yao Yu failed to rescue the demon emperor, she actually knelt outside the formation and refused to leave. She also said that she would not get up until she rescued the demon emperor and obtained his forgiveness. This embarrassed the other empresses, while Yi Shan and the other immortals sneered at her, thinking that she was a little too delicate and artificial. Xiao Lingtian, who was inside the formation, was very satisfied watching these scenes. It's worth it for me to waste so many brain cells. Your filial piety is commendable. Combined with the system reward that had just arrived, he was very happy. The rewards in this life were similar to those in previous lives, and he was too lazy to take a closer look. The main reason was that the system was urging him to edit the fifth life as quickly as possible, so it was difficult for him to take a break. Fortunately, he now has a chair to sit on, and at least he looks a bit like a demon emperor. With his quick editing, the samsara realm began to light up again. The demon emperor in this life is still a human, but he was born in a remote mountain village. Just like in his previous life, the demon emperor's parents died early and he was raised by his grandfather. Judging from the strange behavior of the demon emperor and other children in the same village, the demon emperor still retained his memories in this life. However, this small mountain village might be too poor. When the demon emperor was 7 or 8 years old, he did not have a sword of his own. At most, he practiced with a wooden sword every day. Perhaps because of his practice, he could now take a hatchet to the mountains to chop wood, hunt, and dig herbs, and take on the responsibility of the entire family, thus becoming the other people's child in the eyes of the adults in the village. Even so, when the demon emperor was 10 years old, his grandfather passed away, and the demon emperor became a lonely man again. Brother Tian, Brother Tian. That day, several friends from the same village came to see Ling Tian. What do you want from me? Ling Tian asked as he came out of the house. Brother Tian, are you going into the mountains today? Those friends looked at Ling Tian expectantly. Not going, Ling Tian shook his head. The friends seemed even happier after hearing this. Then let's go play in the river. No, you guys go have fun. Ling Tian still shook his head and refused. After all, Ling Tian is a person with memories of several lifetimes. When his grandfather was alive, he was willing to play with his friends in the village, but now he is alone and it is difficult for him to think of himself as a child. Brother Tian, what are you doing at home? The little friend still asked unwillingly. I'm going to go out and explore the world. I may rarely come back. Ling Tian still told them his plan, and also used them to tell other adults in the village. Brother Tian, I heard it's very dangerous out there, there are a lot of bad guys, you'd better not go. Yes, Tianer, all the girls in our village like you. You can get married in a few years. Why do you want to take risks? Brother Tian, just stay and play with us. Those little friends said this one after another, with reluctance in their eyes. Ling Tian taught them a lot of things over the years, including simple training and some martial arts. Although they are not very good now, they will definitely become famous players in the future. However, Ling Tian thought that the resources in this village were too scarce, and it would not be easy for him to go out. And if he makes enemies with others, those people will inevitably focus on these simple villagers. So he shook his head and refused. I have made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me. You should train well in the future. The task of protecting the village will be left to you. I will take time to come back when I am free. I will then check on your practice. Don't be lazy. Not long after, Ling Tian left the village carrying a simple bag and holding a wooden sword. The young men reluctantly sent him to the village entrance and did not go back until they could no longer see Ling Tian. The village where Ling Tian lived was dozens of miles away from his first stop, which was the small town. Fortunately, Ling Tian had already reached the 8th level of qi refining, so the journey was very easy. But this town is sparsely populated, with few people around. Probably because it was not a market day, Ling Tian was not disappointed. He took out the dry food he brought with him, filled his stomach, and continued to walk to the next stop. Because the village where he was born is isolated from the outside world, he currently doesn't know whether there are any cultivators in this world, let alone what sects there are. Ling Tian was not in a hurry either. He ate his dry food leisurely, appreciating the scenery of this world, looking like a carefree cloud and wild crane. His figure gradually moved away, and soon he was far away from the town and came to a deserted mountain road. Not long after, a young man in tight clothes and holding a machete quietly appeared behind him. It was obvious at first glance that this man was not a good person. He stared at the direction where Ling Tian left, with a sneer on his face, as if he had already set his eyes on Ling Tian. Hey, you little bastard, you deserve to be in trouble for falling into my hands. Who are you? What do you want to do? Ling Tian turned and looked at the young man behind him and asked in a calm tone. In fact, he had discovered this person a long time ago. When he saw that this person did not attack him before, he thought he was dealing with someone else. Haha, my name is Zhao Long, our Chishui gang is a big force around here, just come back with me to mine. Not only will you have food and shelter there, but I'll also give you a few taels of silver a month. Zhao Long laughed. Ling Tian naturally wouldn't believe his lies. If it was as good as he said, why would he run out from behind? He can just go to the town to recruit workers. But he didn't rush to say no. Although Zhao Long was an ordinary person, he also wanted to know whether he was digging for spirit stone mines. So he pretended to be interested and asked, mining? What kind of mines are you mining? Hehe, there is a mine nearby. Our Chishui gang is collecting iron ore, and we are short of manpower now, Zhao Long said with a chuckle. So that's it, Ling Tian suddenly understood. Resistance. Why should I resist? Ling Tian pretended to be confused. Hey, it's best if you don't resist. Zhao Long, am not so easy to talk to. If you don't obey, I won't be polite to you. Zhao Long snorted coldly. Oh, then I'll go with you, but you said you'd provide food and lodging, Ling Tian said. Of course, without food and shelter, how can you have the energy to work? Zhao Long sneered. The two men each had their own plans and it took them more than half an hour to finally arrive at the mine that Zhao Long mentioned. Ling Tian took a closer look and determined that the mine was quite large. Under the guidance of Zhao Long, Ling Tian came to the side of the mine. He saw dozens of vehicles parked there. Some were horse-drawn carriages, some were ox-drawn carts, some were carrying goods pulled by mules, and some were even some donkeys and other livestock. However, these livestock seemed to be very fat and strong, and they should be transporting goods frequently. However, Ling Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, there are two horses here. The two horses are relatively large in size, with shiny black bodies and smooth fur, and look extremely majestic. It seems he came to the right place. These two horses alone were worth the trip. However, these 2,000-mile horses are a bit like tamed monsters, unlike the docile and well-behaved ordinary horses. If they are monsters, they will become violent and wild once angered, and are not something to be trifled with easily. Hey, how's it going? Are you stunned? These two horses are our most valuable assets. If you dare to be disrespectful to them in the future, don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Long chuckled, looking very proud. Ling Tian felt a surge of contempt in his heart, thinking to himself, even if you are not polite, what can you do to me? However, he pretended to be surprised and waved his hands repeatedly. Such valuable things, I dare not disrespect them. Well, that's good enough. Let's go in. There are a lot of tools inside, Zhao Long said, and took the lead to enter the mine. Ling Tian didn't waste any words and followed Zhao Long. Afterwards, Zhao Long greeted the members of their gang along the way. These people were dressed the same as Zhao Long, which should be the uniform of their gang. However, they were all low-level warriors, and Ling Tian could easily deal with them. Ling Tian secretly calculated that there were about 30 people from their gang here alone, and the others were captured miners like him. These people had dull expressions and it seemed that they had been beaten many times by these gang members. After entering the mine, Ling Tiansai discovered that the environment inside was extremely bad. There was all kinds of garbage and feces on the ground, and even corpses that had not yet been buried. The environment here is too bad, Ling Tian pretended to be disgusted. Don't think our food is so delicious, you are here to work. Zhao Long pointed to a dark hole and said, this is where the mines are being mined, get in. Someone will assign you work inside. At the same time, all the immortals in the Nine Heavens Demon Palace burst into laughter. Haha, the Demon Emperor is getting worse and worse. He has become a miner. You do not say. In the past, he was either the young master of a family or the second generation of a clan leader. In his previous life, he was at least a city dweller. Now, not only has he become a country boy, but he has also been captured and forced to work as a miner. Why do I think the Demon Emperor has evil intentions? I guess he must be trying to kill for money. In the picture. After Zhao Long finished speaking, he pushed Ling Tian. Zhao Long was very strong, and he wanted to push Ling Tian into the cave. But unexpectedly, not only did he fail to push Ling Tian, but he himself flew backwards and hit the back of his head against the stone wall. He reached out and touched it, and his entire palm was stained with blood. Oh, it hurts. Zhao Long screamed, and then cursed, you little bastard, I'm going to kill you. After he finished speaking, he pulled out a machete from his waist and chopped directly towards Ling Tian. Court death. Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing murderous intent. This time he didn't plan to hold back. This place was simply hell on earth, and he didn't mind killing all the members of this gang. Ling Tian dodged Zhao Long's attack with a swaying movement, then slapped him hard on the chest. Boom! Zhao Long flew backwards and hit the stone wall hard again. Puff! Zhao Long spat out a mouthful of blood, then fell to the ground. His face was as pale as paper and he was barely breathing. It was obvious that he was no longer alive. When the gang members around saw someone causing trouble, they all raised their knives and rushed over to kill them. Ling Tian no longer hesitated. He roared, wielded the wooden sword in one hand, and slapped his palm with the other to kill them. Kill! There were screams and people were thrown backwards one after another. The gang members here were too weak to withstand Ling Tian's powerful attack, and they were all killed by him in a short while. Ling Tian's wooden sword was in a mess at this time, so he simply exchanged it for a sword of better quality on the ground. At his feet, there were corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. It was a horrifying sight. Ling Tian was very fast. It only took him a few tens of seconds to completely clear out all the gang members in the entire mine. The clumsy miners who were carrying the ore stared at the scene in amazement. They didn't dare to run away, their faces were full of fear, afraid that the little killer in front of them would kill them to silence them. Ling Tian stood in front of a group of corpses, glanced around, and spoke coldly to the miners. Okay, there's no one outside. You can take everything except the 2 horses. Let's run. I'm going into the mine now and killing the remaining gang members. Hearing this, those people were so scared that they ran towards the cave entrance. Reading. How could they dare to stay here any longer? Not to mention getting anything, it was already good enough just to be able to save their lives. And they were also afraid of Ling Tian. If Ling Tian changed his mind and killed them, they would suffer a great loss. Ling Tian ignored them and went straight into the mine. There was a dim oil lamp about 10 meters away, making it very dark. Not long after Ling Tian left, a gang member saw him. Hurry up. Be careful with your skin. As he spoke, he waved the whip in his hand. Ling Tian didn't answer, but quickened his pace and walked in. The gang member soon discovered that Ling Tian was holding a weapon in his hand. He said nervously, "Why are you holding a weapon? Throw it away quickly." Ling Tian ignored him and slashed at him with his sword. The man was unable to dodge and was beheaded by Ling Tian's sword. He fell in a pool of blood gushing out, his head rolled to the ground, his eyes wide open, full of fear. Ling Tian continued walking for a while, killing several gang members, and found that the road ahead was getting darker and darker, and no one could be seen. Ling Tian didn't dare to move forward. He placed the sword in front of him and used his true energy to protect himself. After he continued walking for a distance, he finally found a young gang member sitting on a rock not far ahead, urging dozens of miners to dig. Ling Tian didn't say anything and just went straight to kill him. "Who is it? Don't you want to die?" Quote. The young man was shocked when he saw this and he shouted immediately. As soon as he finished shouting, Ling Tian's sword arrived. After killing this man, Ling Tian let the miners run away on their own, while he checked in the cave to see if there were any other gang members. However, he did not find his gang members, but he did discover several pieces of iron in the center of the mine. This kind of fine iron can be used to refine flying swords, so Ling Tian put them in his pocket. When Ling Tian came out, most of the miners had already left. Fortunately, the 2 horses are still there. It seems that the miners also know that a man is innocent but is guilty of possessing a treasure. Just as Ling Tian had finished looting the gang members' property and was about to ride away, suddenly a female voice was heard. "Okay. How dare someone snatch something that this fairy has set her eyes on?" Ling Tian immediately became alert when he heard this. A gust of wind blew, and a beautiful figure appeared in his eyes. The visitor was wearing a purple-red long dress, with a curvy figure, extremely beautiful, and an alluring appearance. Her face is a little round, even a little baby fat, which is quite cute. However, this woman's realm should be above the foundation establishment stage. If she is either a friend or an enemy, then it will be difficult to deal with. Ling Tian asked cautiously, "Is the fairy in the same group with them?" "Bah, you are in the same group with them. But this iron mine was the one I took a fancy to first," the woman said with a look of disgust. She looked Ling Tian up and down, and soon discovered several heavy pieces of iron essence on Ling Tian's body. She rolled her eyes and asked, "Little guy, which sector you from?" Ling Tian didn't know what she was planning, so he frowned and thought that this woman didn't seem like a bad person. Just to be on the safe side, he asked back, "Which sector you from?" When the beautiful lady saw Ling Tian asking about her, she smiled instead of getting angry. "I am Fairy Ziyan from the Chixia sect. You are so cautious, little guy. I see you are also a cultivator. Tell me your name quickly, or I will spank you 50 times. The corner of Ling Tian's mouth twitched, and he sighed in his heart. This woman looks small, but I didn't expect her to be such a violent girl with such a hot temper. My name is Ling Tian. I have no sector school. What do you want me to do? Ling Tian asked back. Fairy Ziyan heard this, smiled coldly and said, You're wearing beggar's clothes and you call yourself a young master. Forget it. I don't want to waste my time talking to a little brat like you. I hereby declare that you will be my disciple from now on. Apprentice. Ling Tian was completely bewildered. He never thought that after several lifetimes as a human being, there would actually be someone who dared to accept him as a disciple. Right. This fairy has taken a liking to you and is willing to accept you as her apprentice. Fairy Ziyan said seriously. Ling Tian rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, I don't want to be your disciple. HMPH, little guy, don't be ungrateful. I, Ziyan, am a true disciple of the Chixia sect. I'm now in the early stage of the Golden Core and am qualified to preach. You should feel honored to have a master like me. Why don't you thank me quickly? Fairy Ziyan said proudly. Of course, she couldn't tell Ling Tian that she actually had her eyes on the few pieces of iron essence on Ling Tian's body, but she was too embarrassed to snatch them away, so she resorted to this desperate measure. Of course, seeing that Ling Tian was so young and yet he dared to come to the iron mine alone, she knew that he must be very capable and courageous, so she decided to kill both him and his money. What if I say no? Although Ling Tian didn't mind joining the Chixia sect, he didn't want to be controlled by others. Although he is still in the chi refining stage, he has even killed immortals, so he really looks down on those in the Golden Core stage. If you don't want to be my disciple, then you can be my younger brother. If even a little brother is not willing to do it, then I will throw you into the mine and starve you for 10 days or half a month until you agree. As Fairy Ziyan spoke, a gleaming silver dagger appeared in her hand. Little guy, I advise you to be obedient. This scene made all the immortals in the Nine Heavens Demon Palace almost laugh out loud. Haha, I laughed my ass off. I never thought the Demon Emperor would have such a day. Hehe, Fairy Ziyan should be Empress Ziyan, right? They really look exactly the same. It's really spicy. Wait, their relationship seems a bit messy. I'm really worried about what they will be called in the future. Many people looked at Empress Ziyan again and again. Empress Ziyan also blushed as she watched the scene on the screen. She didn't know why the Fairy Ziyan, who looked exactly like her in the picture, wanted to take the Demon Emperor as his disciple. Why would you want to provoke the Demon Emperor? This is just looking for trouble. Ling Tian frowned when he heard her speak so seriously, and anger rose in his heart. But in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he suppressed his anger and asked, why did you accept me as your apprentice? This fairy admires you, don't you notice? Fairy Ziyan had an unfathomable look on her face, and she said this on purpose. She just wanted to test Ling Tian's attitude. In her opinion, Ling Tian is young, but very courageous, and he has already reached the 8th level of chi refining, so his aptitude is not bad either. This intrigued her even more. Hearing this, Ling Tian immediately shook his head and said with a faint smile, appreciate me. Why didn't I feel it? HMPH, little brat, don't be shameless. This fairy appreciates you, it is your blessing, you should be grateful and burst into tears. Fairy Ziyan looked spoiled. Ling Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Isn't this woman too domineering? How come you don't act like a role model at all? But looking at the situation, if I don't obey today, I guess she won't give up. The purpose of his coming out this time was to explore the world, inquire about the news of cultivators, and then get some resources for cultivation. After figuring this out, Ling Tian no longer hesitated. He decided to agree to the Fairy Ziyan and put himself in a difficult position temporarily to save his life first. Well, I'll be your apprentice. Ling Tian pretended to be submissive. Well, since you agreed to take me as your master, you must obey me from now on. The first step is to hand over the iron essence in your body, otherwise I will break your legs and throw you into the mine to feed the wild beasts, Fairy Ziyan threatened. Why does this guy look like a bandit? Ling Tian frowned, feeling a little cheated. However, thinking that the other party was a cultivator in the Jindan stage, Ling Tian had to compromise and handed all the iron essence in his body to Fairy Ziyan. Fairy Ziyan took the iron essence, looked at the pieces of iron essence, and laughed happily. Wow, haha, so many iron essences. Enough for me to refine a few flying swords. My dear disciple, you are really a lucky star for me. Ling Tian smiled bitterly in his heart, but his face showed a touched expression and he quickly bowed to her. Thank you, master. I will definitely respect you and live up to your kindness in the future. Haha, this is a teachable kid, this is a teachable kid. But this amount of iron essence is not enough. Let's dig some more and sell them to your uncles. I will definitely make a lot of money. Fairy Ziyan said this with a money-obsessed look on her face. Ling Tian could guess from her behavior that the Chixia sect where Fairy Ziyan was from was probably not wealthy, otherwise she, a true disciple, would not be like this. Under the tyranny of Fairy Ziyan, he had no choice but to follow her into the mine and mine together. Fortunately, there were all kinds of tools in there, and since they were both practitioners, it wasn't difficult. After digging for about a few hours, the two men dug up more than a dozen pieces of iron essence, until they could no longer dig up any more. Disciple, my storage ring can't hold so many things, so you can carry them for me. Fairy Ziyan pointed at the pile of iron essence and took out the few pieces that Ling Tian had given her before. Ling Tian was shocked. Master, how big is your storage ring? Why can't I put down even this little thing? Fairy Ziyan said with a little pride. My storage ring is a whole square, but it contains a lot of my clothes, so it can't be placed together with these dirty things. Oh my god, only one side. Ling Tian was stunned. Looking at the arrogant look on Fairy Ziyan's face, how poor must the Chixia sect be? Ling Tian looked at the iron spirits and said reluctantly, but. Fairy Ziyan immediately interrupted with a stern face. No, just do whatever the master tells you to do. Otherwise, I will break your legs. Ling Tian's face darkened, and he continued, ignoring Fairy Ziyan's expression. Master, these iron essences must weigh at least several hundred kilograms, and I'm still a child. Why don't you pack the clothes for me to carry, and use your storage ring to store the iron essence? In fact, there is nothing wrong with Ling Tian's suggestion. But Fairy Ziyan blushed when she heard this and said in feigned anger. No, you have to recite it even if you don't want to. Otherwise I will kill you. Looking at the expression on Fairy Ziyan's face, Ling Tian had already guessed that her storage ring must be filled with some shameful underwear. How could he end up with such a master who cheats on his apprentice? Finally he had to put down his bag, throw away his clothes, and then pack up all the iron essence and carry it on his back. Oh my, the Master Demon Emperor worships me like this, it really makes me laugh to death. Not giving any apprenticeship gift is fine, but he even tried to steal his apprentice's resources. This master really deserves more than he deserves. That's right. I've lived for tens of thousands of years and I've never seen such a bad master. He's really a good role model. Excuse me, how big is the storage ring she just mentioned? Is it as big as a house? A house? You think too much. I don't think I can even put down a long sword. In the Nine Heavens Demon Palace, a group of immortals were watching the scene and laughing so hard that they were falling down. As for Empress Ziyan, her face turned red so much that it looked like blood was about to drip out. At this moment, she lowered her head and silently said in her heart. Please, please, don't let the Fairy Ziyan in the picture have anything to do with me. I don't know this person, and I have absolutely nothing to do with her. The other empresses all found Empress Ziyan a little funny, but no one came forward to make fun of her. In the picture, after the two of them left the mine, Fairy Ziyan said. Disciple, follow me back to Chixia sect now. I will take you to meet the sect master. Ling Tian quickly suggested. Master, are we going to destroy the Chishui gang? They capture civilians everywhere to mine. They are definitely not good people. If we don't kill them, they may vent their anger on the civilians. Fairy Ziyan was startled and said with some embarrassment. This is it not a good idea for us to bully those ordinary warriors. Ling Tian was a little confused. This woman didn't even bother bullying a child like him. It's difficult for her to kill those bad guys now. What's wrong with her brain? So he showed a righteous look and said, Master, punishing evil and promoting good is the bounden duty of our generation of practitioners. Since you can't even do this, then we have different paths and cannot make plans together. Let's just say goodbye now. As he said that, he put down the bag of iron essence and walked towards the two horses. He was ready to destroy the Chishui gang alone. Fairy Ziyan felt a little guilty after hearing what Ling Tian said. Moreover, she didn't want to let Ling Tian run away like this, so she said anxiously. Wait a minute, disciple. You were right, I was just in a hurry to return to the sect and didn't think it through. Now that my disciple has mentioned it, let's go and eliminate these bad guys to prevent them from causing harm to the world. Then master, shall we go now? Ling Tian asked, turning around. Master, do you know where the Red Water Gang is? Of course I know. As Fairy Ziyan spoke, she put the bag of iron essence back on Ling Tian's back, grabbed Ling Tian's collar, and then stepped on her dagger and flew up. Ling Tian glanced at the two horses and felt a little pain in his heart. His original plan was to snatch the two horses and then attack the Chishui gang to make a fortune. Just now, he was planning to take the opportunity to break off his relationship with the stingy Fairy Ziyan, but unfortunately, everything has come to nothing now. The two flew for about dozens of kilometers and finally arrived at the Chishui gang. The Chishui gang is located in a valley with cliffs hundreds of feet high on three sides, making it a good place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. As soon as the two men landed at the mouth of the valley, the members of the Chishui gang looked at them in horror. They were just ordinary warriors, and they were so scared when they saw a cultivator like Fairy Ziyan who could fly. I didn't know the fairy was coming, and I didn't come to greet you. I hope you can forgive me. A gang leader who was suspected to be a small leader came over and greeted him. Ling Tian put down the iron spirit he was carrying, and Fairy Ziyan said to the man, "Call your gang leader and all the gang members to come out." The little leader hesitated. Isn't master in a hurry to return to the sect? Why waste time talking to them? Let's just charge in. Ling Tian said impatiently that these people were ordinary warriors, just slightly stronger than ordinary people. The reason why they dare to oppress the people is simply that they are a little more ruthless than others and have gathered a large group of people. My disciple is right. Talking to them will only waste time. Fairy Ziyan didn't waste any more words and directly controlled her dagger to kill him. Ling Tian also brandished the sword he had snatched from the mine and rushed forward. The two were so powerful that they killed all the Chishui gang members outside in an instant. The leader of the Chishui gang is called Ko Tianba, and his martial arts skills should be around an 8 level. He saw Ling Tian and Fairy Ziyan killing his gang members, and rushed out with a group of high-ranking officials. Ko Tianba shouted angrily, "Stop!" The two men ignored him and rushed straight towards Ko Tianba. Ko Tianba dodged hurriedly, but his arm was still cut by Ling Tian's sword. "You're looking for death." Ko Tianba roared angrily and rushed towards Ling Tian with a long sword in his hand, ready to kill Ling Tian with his sharp sword in order to avenge the injury he suffered this time. Boom! At this moment, Fairy Ziyan's dagger suddenly flew over and stabbed towards Ko Tianba's throat like a poisonous snake. Puff! Ko Tianba was unable to dodge and his throat was cut, with blood splattering everywhere. He stared with his eyes wide open, a look of disbelief on his face. He didn't expect that this seemingly weak and beautiful girl was so powerful and could injure him with just one move. Ahem! Ko Tianba let out a scream towards the sky, then his body slowly fell down, without any breath left. Ko Tianba was the leader of the Chixia sect. When he died, his gang members were thrown into chaos. These gangs are leaderless and will soon be destroyed. Ling Tian and Fairy Ziyan killed Ko Tianba but did not stop, instead they went straight towards the gang members. The gang members turned pale with fear and ran away. Bang! 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 Ling Tian and Fairy Ziyan acted extremely quickly and easily killed the members of the Chixia sect. After killing the gang members, the two men began to collect their wealth. However, Fairy Ziyan was too proud to do it, so she gave this glorious task to Ling Tian. When Ling Tian searched Ko Tianba's body, he found that he was wearing a storage ring. He thought this was a good thing as he no longer had to carry those heavy iron spirits. Thinking that he couldn't hide it from Fairy Ziyan, he simply took it off and said loudly to her, "Master, this gang leader actually has a storage ring on him." When Fairy Ziyan heard about the storage ring, she left and shouted happily, "Mine, mine, I killed him, so the spoils must belong to me." She rushed over, snatched the storage ring, and put it directly on her finger. "Ha ha ha, my good disciple is really my teacher's lucky star. Wait for the master to see what treasures are inside." Ling Tian looked at her, confused. Why does Fairy Ziyan wear it on her hand? Is she going to wear both and not give one to him? This master is not worth getting along with. He is too selfish. Ling Tian ignored her and continued with his plundering business. Fairy Ziyan used her consciousness to probe into the storage ring, and immediately smiled and said, "It's sent." It turned out to be the storage rings of both parties. There are also some elixirs, weapons, skills and secret manuals in it. These things are worth a lot of money, and there are dozens of spirit stones and a lot of gold. Ha ha ha, I'm finally rich. Fairy Ziyan looked at the storage ring and laughed happily. Ling Tian simply couldn't bear to watch how happy she was over such a small thing. What made Ling Tian angry was that all the property he looted was put into the storage ring by Fairy Ziyan, without any intention of giving it to him at all. In fact, this amount of wealth was nothing in his eyes. In his previous lives, any item he picked up was more precious than everything on Fairy Ziyan's body. Moreover, he thought that Fairy Ziyan would provide him with food and accommodation in the future anyway, and there was no use for these things for the time being, so he did not argue with her. "Master, can these iron essences be put into the storage ring?" Before leaving, Ling Tian pointed at the bag of iron ore and looked at the 2 storage rings in Fairy Ziyan's hands and said, "This." Fairy Ziyan looked embarrassed and began to feel conflicted. One of her storage rings was used to store her clothes, and the other was filled with gold, silver and treasures that Ling Tian had looted. Where was the space left for the ores? But if Ling Tian was still asked to carry him on his back, it seemed a bit too much. She hesitated for a while, and finally said shamelessly, "My dear disciple, just help me carry it for a while. You don't have to walk anyway, so I will let you bear the burden for a while." Ling Tian had given up on this money-obsessed woman. He tried to test her. "Master, why don't you just take the ore back and I'll walk on my own?" However, Fairy Ziyan had already noticed that Ling Tian was a little dissatisfied with her, so how could she not know what he was planning? This was the first time she experienced the joy of having a disciple serving her, so how could she let Ling Tian go so easily? She looked furious and said, "Don't think that I don't know you want to run away. If you dare to do this, I will clean up the sect and kill you. Read the book. Hurry up and carry the iron essence stone. We will return to the sect immediately." Seeing this, Ling Tian had no choice but to carry the bag of iron essence stone. Having to deal with such an unscrupulous and money-hungry master, he can only endure the grievance for a while. Haha, why do I feel that the demon emperor doesn't look like a disciple, but rather a slave? Is this fairy really at the golden core stage? Why do I feel that she is poorer than some chi refining disciples? I guess this is another world with scarce resources. And maybe even the technology is not good enough, otherwise why would there be only one storage ring? It's a waste of manpower and resources. The immortals in the 9 Heavens Demon Palace looked at the scene and talked about it. Several empresses frowned as they looked at the scene, especially Empress Shengwei. Ling Tian was so good to her in her previous life, so now she felt bad seeing Ling Tian being abused. She was originally worried that Ling Tian would be captured and forced to work as a miner. She finally saw Ling Tian kill those people, but she didn't expect to become free labor for Fairy Ziyan. The look she gave Empress Ziyan was somewhat unfriendly. If she hadn't considered that it was just Empress Ziyan's previous life, she would definitely have argued with her. In the picture, Fairy Ziyan grabbed Ling Tian and flew back to the sect. On the way back, Fairy Ziyan took the opportunity to briefly introduce the Chixia sect to Ling Tian. The Chixia sect is located in the Chifeng Mountains, more than 100 miles north of Yunhai City. As a second-level force, it has thousands of disciples at all levels. The Chixia sect occupies dozens of peaks in the mountain range, including the main peak. The clouds on the top of the mountain are misty and the scenery is beautiful. The spiritual energy here is quite rich, but the buildings in Chixia sect are a bit dilapidated. It's not just that they are old, but they have been in disrepair for a long time. Based on this point alone, Ling Tian concluded that the Chixia sect was short of financial resources and could not even afford the money for regular maintenance. No wonder Fairy Ziyan, a true disciple, is doing so poorly. If they lack financial resources, wouldn't they just rob? At worst, you can do the maintenance yourself. Just when Ling Tian's mind was full of questions, Ziyan put Ling Tian down, then picked up the iron ore in one hand and held Ling Tian with the other hand, with a smug look on his face. This look undoubtedly told everyone that she not only accepted an apprentice, but also gained a lot of good things. At this time, some fellow disciples near the mountain gate gathered around. A middle-aged man in a green shirt stepped forward and asked, "Junior sister, you were out for less than half a day, how come you have such a big harvest?" This man is her senior brother, also a true disciple of the leader of the Chixia sect. His name is Chen Feiyang. He specializes in alchemy and is considered an alchemist. The other students were also very curious and asked various questions. Ziyan waited until everyone was a little quiet before he began to speak. Haha, all thanks to my new disciple. After that, she said to Ling Tian, Ling Tian, these are your uncles, call them uncles quickly. 1 month after entering the Chixia sect, Ling Tian finally understood why this sect was so poor. This is because no one in the Chixia sect attaches much importance to management, and they don't have good hands-on ability, but they still want to call themselves a famous and upright sect and care about their face. Just like how Fairy Ziyan was unwilling to destroy the Kai Shui gang before, their own economic resources are limited, and they are unwilling to compete for resources. With such a large sect consuming so many resources every day, even the biggest landlord will end up penniless. Especially Fairy Ziyan and others, as disciples of the master, follow the example of their superiors and act like stubborn old men. For example, the iron essence he dug last time, Fairy Ziyan did not sell it to her fellow disciples at all, but handed it over to the sect for confiscation. Of course, as a 10-year-old kid who has just started learning, Ling Tian naturally cannot worry about these things. He now lives in Wangyu Peak where Fairy Ziyan lives, and what he wants most is to keep himself out of trouble. This is a Chinese courtyard similar to a Sihewan. Although it was not as luxurious and spacious as the one built for him by Queen Yaoyu in his previous life. But the most important thing is that the facilities are complete and it is warm and comfortable. This day was Ling Tian's first day to officially enter the Fire Realm. Just as he was lying on the rocking chair in the yard, ready to enjoy himself, Fairy Ziyan walked in. Ahem. She deliberately cleared her throat to remind Ling Tian that she had arrived. But Ling Tian pretended not to see it and ignored her. Ever since Fairy Ziyan took him to meet the sect master, she has hardly paid any attention to him. Although this was exactly what he wanted, when he asked Fairy Ziyan to borrow a storage ring to build a house, she sternly refused. At that time, Ling Tian planned to no longer have any relationship with Fairy Ziyan except retaining the title of master and disciple. My dear disciple, your house is very well built. It is more comfortable and beautiful than the one I live in. Fairy Ziyan looked at Ling Tian's new house and nodded and praised it from time to time. She suddenly felt a little moved. She also knew that it was not good to occupy the house that her apprentice had worked so hard to build, so she planned to move in first. Then he would continue to urge him to practice in the name of the master. As time goes by, Ling Tian will definitely get impatient and move out, and then this place will become her world. From today on, I will also live here, and I will supervise your practice every day. Just when Fairy Ziyan was dreaming beautifully in her heart, Ling Tian said, Master, I'm afraid this is inappropriate, right? Many places in my house are undefended. You and I are not allowed to touch each other, so it's probably inappropriate for us to live in the same room, right? Upon hearing this, Fairy Ziyan immediately said with a stern face. You are just a little brat, what do you know about the inappropriate physical contact between men and women? I am moving in here for your own good, don't be so ungrateful. Come here, I will teach you a set of superb sword techniques, so that you won't be bullied in the future and lose face for me. She thought with a proud look on her face that as long as she taught Ling Tian a few sets of martial arts techniques, Ling Tian would definitely be grateful. Ling Tian looked at the smile on Fairy Ziyan's face and knew what she was thinking. He couldn't help but curse her in his heart as shameless. He didn't believe that the Chixia sect could have anything good. What's more, he has gone through several lifetimes, and any set of martial arts he can come up with is no worse than that of the Chixia sect. Why does he still need to learn from her, a true disciple? So he said directly, Master, I have seen your swordsmanship, and I don't think it is suitable for me. Please don't bother with it. When he said this, Fairy Ziyan's face suddenly darkened. This little brat actually rejected her, and he even disliked her martial arts. Snort. Since you don't want to learn, don't blame me for not teaching you. Fairy Ziyan snorted coldly, then walked into the house with a flick of her sleeves. As she entered the house, she muttered, Little brat, who do you think you are? This fairy wants to teach you some skills with good intentions, but you don't even appreciate it. When you reach the foundation building stage, won't you still beg me eagerly? Then I will let you experience what it means to regret it. Fairy Ziyan guessed that Ling Tian should be the descendant of an outer disciple of a certain sect, and outer disciples usually only have chi refining stage skills. No matter how good Ling Tian's aptitude is, when it comes to building the foundation, he still needs to seek help from her, his master, and teach him the skills after the foundation building period. Ling Tian looked at Fairy Ziyan's back and couldn't help but curl his lips. Fortunately, there was more than one room in this courtyard, so he moved into the room in the east wing. Fairy Ziyan saw that Ling Tian had built a kitchen and prepared pots and pans, and knew that Ling Tian was going to cook. By the evening, she could not wait to urge, "My dear disciple, why aren't you ready to eat yet? The master is hungry." Ling Tian really suspected that he owed Fairy Ziyan in his previous life. This level of shamelessness really made him so angry that he suffered internal injuries. If he hadn't considered the nice environment here and that it was a sect after all, he would have wanted to run away from home again. However, he still got up to cook. After all, he set up the kitchen to prepare food for himself. Fairy Ziyan can practice fasting now, but he can't. And today is his first day in the partnership, so he plans to cook a sumptuous meal to celebrate. Then he went to the spiritual plant garden to pick some vegetables, and then took out the animal meat that he had stored recently and cooked a table of delicious dishes. Fairy Ziyan looked at the table full of delicious dishes and couldn't help but exclaimed, "My dear disciple, your cooking skills are quite good. It seems that my 3 meals a day will depend on you from now on." After she said that, she sat down without any hesitation and began to eat voraciously. Ling Tian looked at her and felt speechless. His most urgent task was to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible so that he could get away from this evil master as soon as possible. In the next few years, Ling Tian practiced diligently in the Chixia sect. By the 6th year, he had finally broken through to the late stage of foundation building, while Fairy Ziyan was only in the middle stage of golden elixir. Although the two had never competed, Ling Tian could easily crush her with his experience from his previous life. Of course, he is not the kind of person who would betray his teacher and ancestors. However, even though he tried to hide his incompetence again and again, the Fairy Ziyan who lived with him still discovered that something was wrong. This day, Ling Tian took out 2 prey from his storage ring, a large bison and a large antelope. These were the prey he had hunted for the winter. Reading. But Fairy Ziyan next to her became curious. In recent years, she has become increasingly helpless against Ling Tian. Not only did Ling Tian not need guidance from her master on martial arts, he could even learn alchemy and weapon refinement on his own, which she didn't know. She lived in Ling Tian's house shamelessly, and was more like a superfluous person. But she was reluctant to leave. After all, she had good food and accommodation here in Ling Tian. For Ling Tian, it was just adding an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks. She was a bit careless and hadn't paid much attention to it before, but this time she finally reacted. Ling Tian seemed to stuff everything into the space ring, and the things he took out each time were quite large. As far as she could remember, it happened in front of her at least 10 times. Moreover, all the sundries that come in and out probably add up to at least 5 or 6 cubic meters. If it were her, I'm afraid both rings wouldn't fit, right? Could it be that the space ring refined by Ling Tian has a very large space? Thinking of this, Fairy Ziyan couldn't help but ask curiously. Ling Tian, why does your storage ring seem to be unable to be filled? Tell me honestly, how big is the space in your storage ring? Ling Tian answered casually, only 1 or 2, what? Do you want to take my ring? No way. Impossible. I remember you must have put more than 2 things in there, Fairy Ziyan immediately retorted. Ling Tian looked indifferent. Believe it or not, I won't show it to you anyway. I advise you to stop bothering me, otherwise I will be fasting for a few days and you will be left to starve. Fairy Ziyan was immediately dissatisfied when she saw Ling Tian's attitude. She is the master after all, Ling Tian is too disrespectful to her. Fairy Ziyan began to say with a serious face, I am your master. How could you do this to me? What about master? Don't forget, you forced me to be your disciple. Ling Tian still looked indifferent. Fairy Ziyan blushed for a moment, then returned to normal and continued proudly. You have also agreed to take me as your master. Once a master, always a father. Do you want to betray your master and ancestors? So I give you face and call you master. Don't be ungrateful, otherwise I won't even call you master. You are so unfilial. I have been protecting you. Fairy Ziyan was so angry that she pointed at Ling Tian and was almost speechless. Ling Tian was even more disdainful upon hearing this, and immediately said sarcastically. I don't know where your food goes. You eat so much every day but you don't grow taller or fatter. If it was my old sow, she would have given birth to several litters of piglets long ago. You are making me so mad. Fairy Ziyan stamped her feet in anger, but couldn't find any words to refute. After all, she was the one who provoked Ling Tian first. What's more, what the other person said made sense, and she really couldn't find any words to refute it. However, Ling Tian compared her to an old sow, which made her a little angry. She was ready to teach Ling Tian a lesson, otherwise Ling Tian would become more independent in the future. Wouldn't he really be betraying his master and ancestors? I must teach you a lesson today, you traitor, otherwise you will fall into the devil's way sooner or later. As he said that, he raised his hand and patted Ling Tian's shoulder. Ling Tian frowned slightly. If they were to compete in spiritual power, he, who was in the late stage of foundation building, would definitely not be able to beat Fairy Ziyan, who was in the middle stage of golden elixir. But he couldn't use the sword directly, so he had to dodge using the dragon step. Fairy Ziyan refused to give in and continued to attack. You are my disciple, so I naturally have the right to teach you a lesson. Who told you not to obey my orders? Haha, I think you got kicked in the head by a donkey. Calling you master is already a good thing to give you face. I can tolerate you providing you with food and accommodation. Do you really think of yourself as a master? What can you teach me with your little kung fu? Ling Tian dodged and sneered. You, what did you say? Fairy Ziyan's face changed drastically and she was shaking with anger. You know what I'm talking about. Ling Tian snorted coldly and continued to taunt. Okay, very good. Since you dare to say such things, I would be unworthy of being your teacher if I don't teach you a lesson today. Fairy Ziyan roared. She couldn't attack Ling Tian, so she simply summoned out her newly refined flying sword. Ling Tian was not willing to be outdone, so he casually summoned a sword and started to fight back while constantly defending. Although Fairy Ziyan was angry, Ling Tian was very experienced in combat and she did not gain any advantage. You, how can you be so mean? You actually attacked me. Fairy Ziyan cursed. Ha ha ha, this is called a sneak attack. Why don't you look in the mirror? Do you think you are worthy of my sneak attack? If I really sneak attack you, you won't be able to fight back at all. Ling Tian mocked mercilessly. You. Fairy Ziyan was so angry that she was shaking all over and her eyes were wide open, but she could do nothing. Humph, I think you are not going to accept my toast and will drink the wine for punishment. Today I will let you know what true awesomeness is. As she spoke, Fairy Ziyan waved her hand, and a black flying sword appeared in her hand. It's just a mid-grade spiritual flying sword. I thought she could come up with some treasure. Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He is indeed poor, his last resort is just a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Traitor, aren't you very arrogant? Now watch how I teach you a lesson. Fairy Ziyan sneered, and the black flying sword in her hand instantly turned into sword shadows all over the sky, attacking Ling Tian frantically. Tisk tisk, it seems like your skills as a master aren't that great. Ling Tian looked at the rain of swords with disdain. He dodged the rain of swords easily with his dragon steps and continued to taunt. How dare you bring out this kind of rubbish and embarrass yourself? Any sword I can pick up is stronger than this one. As he said this, he did not change his sword, but easily broke the sword rain of Fairy Ziyan. Traitor, you go to hell. Fairy Ziyan became angry and humiliated, and once again summoned her flying sword. But no matter how she attacked, she was easily defeated by Ling Tian. Even her mid-grade spiritual weapon did not have any advantage over Ling Tian's ordinary sword. Now she realized that her disciple was no longer someone she could deal with. Even though he was only at the foundation establishment stage, he seemed to be more powerful than her. Finally, Fairy Ziyan reluctantly put away her sword and said sarcastically. No wonder you talk back to me, it turns out you've grown wings. Seeing that she didn't want to fight anymore, Ling Tian put away his sword and said directly. It's good that you know it. Maybe one day I will fly away. Fairy Ziyan looked at Ling Tian pitifully, feeling full of grievances. Only then did she realize that Ling Tian was no longer the little brat who allowed herself to be bullied by her. Ling Tian is now 16 years old, and he has become much taller than her without her noticing. She needs to look up to see Ling Tian. Moreover, Ling Tian was very handsome, with delicate features, clear eyes and eyebrows, and a handsome appearance. He was definitely the most handsome man she had ever seen. Fortunately, Ling Tian seldom provokes other female disciples in the sect. Otherwise, he doesn't know how many female disciples would pester him. She should be happy that such an outstanding man is her disciple. But why did she feel like a cooked duck about to fly away? Ling Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw Fairy Ziyan's appearance, thinking to himself, what does this woman want to do? If the hard way doesn't work, then try the soft way. So he warned her, don't be so ungrateful and put on airs in front of me in the future, or I will no longer want to be your master. After saying that, Ling Tian ignored her and continued to busy himself with his own things. Fairy Ziyan did behave much better in the next few days. Ling Tian saw that she was busy with something and ignored her. However, only a few days had passed. Fairy Ziyan ran over to him with a bunch of materials. She said with a flattering look, my dear disciple, make a storage ring for master. I want to refine it to be as beautiful as yours, and the space should be as large as possible. After she finished speaking, she added, you can't refuse. Master, if you have something to do, I will do the hard work for you. Since you can refine weapons, you can't refuse to do such a small thing for me, right? Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. Is this the attitude you take when asking me to do something? Fairy Ziyan's lips flattened and her expression immediately turned cold. What else do you want? Do you want me to kneel down and beg you? Can you bear it? Ling Tian was a little speechless. He didn't want to go so far as to make Fairy Ziyan kneel down, but he wanted her to at least pay a price. Otherwise, she might ask him to practice this and that. He pondered for a moment and said, it's okay if you want me to refine the ring, but you have to take care of all the housework in this room from now on. It's bad enough that you're eating and living here for free, but it's really outrageous that you don't do any housework at all. If you can't do that, forget it. Fairy Ziyan blushed and hesitated for a long time before saying, HMPH, let's do it. Ling Tian did not immediately refine a storage ring for Fairy Ziyan. Instead, he waited until she had done housework obediently for a few days before he made the ring and gave it to her. Fairy Ziyan took the ring and screamed with joy after recognizing its master. The space inside is over 1,000 square meters. This is probably larger than the space of all the storage rings of the Chixia sect combined. He also didn't know why the storage rings in this world had such small spaces. Even if using the same materials, the space he refined himself was at least hundreds or thousands of times larger than that of others. However, Ling Tian had no intention of getting rich by relying on this skill. He is only in the late stage of foundation building, so he still needs to focus his main energy on cultivation. With the storage ring refined by Ling Tian, Fairy Ziyan was excited for several days. About 10 days passed. She came to Ling Tiandao with a bunch of materials. My dear disciple, this time you will refine a sword for me. These are all materials for refining a top-grade spiritual weapon. You should be able to refine a top-grade spiritual weapon, right? Ling Tian did not answer directly, but stared at Fairy Ziyan and said, I can refine it, but what price are you willing to pay this time? What price? Why pay the price? Fairy Ziyan obviously didn't react. She thought that the last time Ling Tian asked her to do housework, it was because she should share those chores. At this time, Ling Tian explained, you can ask me to refine weapons and pills, but you must pay the corresponding compensation. Otherwise, even if you are my master, you can't let me work for nothing, right? When Fairy Ziyan heard this, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it, but she was a little hesitant. She is not rich, so what can she use to ask Ling Tian for help? She doesn't have anything too valuable, and even if she did, she wouldn't be willing to give it away. She also couldn't bear to give away things that were too bad. After all, the spiritual weapon she asked Ling Tian to refine was a top-grade spiritual weapon. What if Ling Tian thinks her reward is too low and asks her to refine a mid-grade spiritual weapon for her? After struggling for a long time, she said, my dear disciple, you also know that Master has no treasures. I don't even have many spirit stones, can you let me owe you first? Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh. He certainly knew that there was nothing to gain from Fairy Ziyan. She probably had fewer spirit stones on her than he did. As for the mundane gold and silver treasures she had before, he was not interested in them. After thinking for a while, he said, it's impossible for me to owe you money. After all, it's not easy for me to charge you interest if you owe me money. How about that, from now on, you will be the one washing my clothes and smelly socks? No, absolutely not. Fairy Ziyan jumped up immediately when she heard this. She had done all the housework Ling Tian asked her to do before, but she insisted on not washing Ling Tian's clothes, socks and the like. She thought this was Ling Tian's private matter. She was not Ling Tian's servant, so why should she wash his clothes? Now hearing Ling Tian mention it again, she refused without even thinking. Then there's no room for negotiation. Your top-grade spiritual weapon, please ask someone else for help. Ling Tian said this with a nonchalant look on his face, and then he ignored Fairy Ziyan. Fairy Ziyan looked at Ling Tian. She was so angry that her teeth were itching, but she had no way to deal with him. Just wash it, what's the big deal? In the end, she compromised. After all, between washing clothes and a powerful high-grade spiritual weapon, she still knew what to choose. 5 days later, Fairy Ziyan finally took over her top-grade spiritual sword from Ling Tian. She couldn't wait to find her fellow disciples to test her sword skills. She wanted to know if the spiritual weapon refined by Ling Tian would be more powerful. And the person she was looking for was not someone else, but Wei Bojun, the eldest disciple of the weapon refining peak. Brother Wei, what do you think of my top-grade spiritual sword? Fairy Ziyan shook the sword in her hand with a proud look on her face. This is. As soon as Wei Bojun saw the sword in her hand, he knew it was not produced by their weapon refining hall. In his opinion, the sword was a bit fancy. It looked nice, but a bit thin and didn't seem strong enough. He guessed that the person who refined the sword must have taken into consideration Fairy Ziyan's identity as a woman and deliberately improved the sword's appearance. I asked a master to refine this. Fairy Ziyan originally wanted to say that Ling Tian refined it, but she changed her words at the last minute. She doesn't know how powerful this sword is yet. If it doesn't work, wouldn't she be embarrassed? Oh, why didn't the fairy come to our weapon refining peak? I'm afraid the charges outside are more expensive than ours, right? Wei Bojun was a little puzzled. Fairy Ziyan's face turned a little ugly when she thought about washing clothes and smelly socks for Ling Tian these days. When Wei Bojun saw this, he knew that he had guessed correctly, and he quickly comforted him. This spiritual sword must have its own special features. At least it looks very good and matches my temperament very well. Brother, take out your top-grade spirit sword. We haven't practiced for a long time. Let's have a good fight today to see if each other has improved. Fairy Ziyan said in a deep voice. She knew what Wei Bojun meant. She didn't come to him just for this nice sentence. Moreover, after her last competition with Ling Tian, she discovered some of her own shortcomings, and she could take this opportunity to confirm them. Junior sister, how about we forget it? Wei Bojun looked a little embarrassed. He was just praising the sword for its beauty, but Fairy Ziyan was a little angry. Could it be that she knew there was something wrong with the sword and wanted me to destroy it in the name of sword practice so that I could forge a new one for free? Forget it. If I can't afford to offend you, can't I just hide away? He immediately thought of backing out and said, brother has a lot of things to do, so he won't accompany me to test the sword. No matter how busy you are today, you have to compete. Fairy Ziyan said, and then she shouted, watch out for the sword. Seeing this, Wei Bojun became more certain of his guess. He dodged and said bluntly, Junior sister, you can fight me, but if your sword breaks, don't blame me. You can't let your senior brother give you a chance to practice for free. Fairy Ziyan then realized why he was hiding from her, and she agreed immediately. Okay, if my spirit sword is destroyed by you, I will never blame you. After saying that, she accelerated her offensive. Wei Bojun felt relieved upon seeing this, and summoned out his most proud work, a top-grade spiritual sword, to meet the attack. At the beginning, the two were just competing as usual, but as Fairy Ziyan's attack became more and more fierce, Wei Bojun had to use his special skills. After a while, suddenly, there was a clang sound of a sword. Wei Bojun's top-grade spiritual sword couldn't withstand the collision between the two and was directly split into two. Reading this, Wei Bojun widened his eyes, unable to believe his eyes. This top-grade spiritual sword of his was made with the help of his master. It is definitely one of the best swords among all the disciples of the Chixia sect. It just broke like that. Brother Wei, you won't blame me, right? At this time, Fairy Ziyan said a little worriedly. What would she do if Wei Bojun asked her to compensate him with a top-grade spiritual sword? Now she has fallen to the point of washing her disciples' stinky socks. She can't afford any other price. Before Wei Bojun could say anything, some of the disciples from the weapon refining peak who were attracted by the sword test between the two of them began to complain. Senior Sister Ziyan, I think you are here to kick the door of our weapon refining peak, right? Yeah, then this good sword destroyed their senior brother's sword, and you still have the nerve to say it's not your fault. That's right, our senior brother didn't want to compete with you, but you insisted. Now that something went wrong, you don't want to take responsibility. Even if you are the head of the sect, you can't bully others like this, right? The disciples of the weapon refining peak have always been led by Wei Bojun, who they believe holds the best spiritual sword among all the disciples. Now that it has been ruined by Fairy Ziyan, they are more heartbroken than Wei Bojun. Fairy Ziyan felt a little ashamed when she heard these people's accusations, and it seemed that what they said was not wrong. She was indeed aggressive just now, but she never expected that the spiritual sword refined by Ling Tian was so powerful. Wei Bojun felt a little embarrassed when he saw this. He was originally worried about destroying Fairy Ziyan's sword, but now the situation was reversed. How could he have the nerve to blame Fairy Ziyan? Moreover, he is the chief disciple of the weapon refining peak. Thinking of this, he stopped his fellow apprentices and said, "Shut up, everyone. We are not as skilled as others, how can we blame Junior Sister Ziyan?" After that, he said to Fairy Ziyan, "Junior Sister, don't worry, this is not your fault, but..." Speaking of the latter, Wei Bojun felt a little embarrassed. "But what?" Fairy Ziyan asked hurriedly. Wei Bojun said this time, "But if Junior Sister can tell me which master forged your sword, that would be even better, so that I can learn from this master." This. Fairy Ziyan felt a little embarrassed when she saw how pious Wei Bojun was. If other people in the sect knew about Ling Tian's talents, they might try every possible way to get close to Ling Tian and win him over. What if Ling Tian is taken away by them? Besides, Ling Tian was originally reluctant to be her apprentice. Now that he was being wooed by someone, wouldn't he just go with the flow and leave? At this time, Wei Bojun saw the difficulty of Fairy Ziyan and said, "Junior Sister, doesn't this master want to see a small person like me?" "It doesn't matter, I can ask my master to come forward, he is also well known in the weapon refining world, I believe they are still happy to communicate and learn from each other." After hearing what Wei Bojun said, Fairy Ziyan became more open-minded. Yes, Ling Tian is so talented in refining equipment, she can't let Ling Tian bury his talent. Thinking of this, Fairy Ziyan said, "I can tell you, but you can't make it public. I have to ensure his safety." After saying this, she transmitted the truth to Wei Bojun. "What? How is this possible?" When Wei Bojun heard that Fairy Ziyan's magic sword was refined by her disciple Ling Tian, he exclaimed that it was impossible. Rather than believing that he was no better than a 10-year-old child, he would rather believe the nonsense that Fairy Ziyan made up to appease him. "If you don't believe me, just pretend I didn't say anything. It was indeed my fault for destroying your spirit sword today. If there's anything I can help with, you can always come to me." After saying that, Fairy Ziyan bowed to Wei Bojun and flew away. She also had to report this matter to her master, Shu Zizhen, the leader of the Chixia sect. She felt that Ling Tian was so talented and couldn't be buried like this. Looking at the background of Fairy Ziyan leaving, Wei Bojun was a little confused. Fairy Ziyan didn't seem to be talking. Could it be that her 10-year-old disciple was really that powerful? Wei Bojun looked unconvinced, then took his broken sword to find his master, Lay Buddhist Mo. On the other side, Fairy Ziyan came to the residence of Shu Zizhen, the leader of the main peak. Shu Zizhen is over 300 years old and usually doesn't take care of things. But when he heard Fairy Ziyan's report about Ling Tian, he still showed great interest. After all, whether it is a storage ring with a super large space or a more powerful spiritual sword, any one of them can make the Chixia sect famous in the world of cultivation. "Show me your spirit sword and storage ring," Shu Zizhen said. The spirit sword is easy to deal with, but after the storage ring recognizes its owner, the spirit consciousness needs to be removed before others can view it. This is not a big deal, the key point is that Fairy Ziyan put a lot of women's clothes in the storage ring. She felt a little embarrassed when asked to show it to her master. But in front of the serious master, Fairy Ziyan finally removed the spiritual imprint and handed it to Shu Zizhen. Shu Zizhen checked the storage ring first. When he saw that there was more than 1,000 cubic meters of space inside, he was stunned for a while. "Master, this storage ring is probably worth a lot of spirit stones, right?" asked Fairy Ziyan. Currently, most of the storage rings of the Chixia sect are purchased from outside and are very expensive. For example, a storage ring for one party would require nearly 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. If it were for two parties, it would require more than 3,000 or 4,000 low-grade spirit stones, and sometimes it could not even be bought. As for those that exceed 1,000 square meters of space, she thinks they need to be taken to an auction. At the auction, the price of her ring would probably skyrocket. That's true, but I'm afraid not many people will need it. Xu Zizhen nodded, and his expression did not change much. Afterwards, he checked Fairy Ziyan's spiritual sword. Based on his experience, it was indeed better than the products from Refining Peak. He did have a top-grade spiritual sword on him. According to his estimation, Fairy Ziyan's magic sword should be equivalent to the level of a half-step top-grade magic sword. No wonder he was able to cut off the top-grade spiritual sword of the chief disciple of the Weapon Refining Peak. But is this really something a teenager can do? The one who can refine a top-grade spiritual sword is considered a master refiner. And judging from this spiritual sword, he might be able to refine even the best spiritual sword. Doesn't that mean Ling Tian has become a master of weapon refining, even more powerful than the master of the Weapon Refining Peak, Zhu Shimo? Reading. Before, when Fairy Ziyan accepted Ling Tian as her disciple, Zuzi had actually seen Ling Tian. He remembered that Ling Tian was dressed like a country boy at that time. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Tian had the 8th level of qi refining, he would have wanted to stop his apprentice from accepting disciples. I didn't expect that after not seeing him for a few years, Ling Tian actually has such great abilities. Zuzi was really ashamed. Fortunately, he did not stop Fairy Ziyan from accepting disciples, otherwise the Chixia sect would have suffered a great loss. He handed the magic sword and ring back to Fairy Ziyan and said, "This is a great sword. The sword has spirit, so don't let it down." Fairy Ziyan said happily. "Thank you for the reminder, Master." "Master, Ling Tian is so powerful, should we ask him to refine more rings and magic swords and auction them off? Wouldn't our Chixia sect become rich this way?" Xu Zizhen was stunned when he heard this. This suggestion was indeed a good one. But how should he arrange things so that Ling Tian can work for the Chixia sect with peace of mind? What he was thinking about more was how to balance the interests of each peak and allow Ling Tian to do his work with peace of mind. After all, he is standing at a different angle, he is the leader of a sect. Ling Tian had never expected that he would attract the sect's attention just because he refined two things for Fairy Ziyan. When Fairy Ziyan came back, she not only brought back the leader of the Chixia sect, but also the leader of the Weapon Refining Peak who came with a few people. The sect master's meaning was very straightforward, he just wanted Ling Tian to refine some storage rings and high-level spirit swords on a regular basis. In order to appease Ling Tian, he specially gave Ling Tian the title of Honorary Elder. Of course, this is not just a title, there are also various benefits and privileges. At least it is much higher than the status of Fairy Ziyan, the true disciple. Ling Tian felt that he was a member of the Chixia sect after all, and did not refuse the sect master's arrangement. However, he reduced the amount of finished products he refined each month, and only refined a maximum of 10 storage rings and no more than 3 spirit swords each month. Xu Zizhen took into consideration that what Ling Tian refined was of a relatively advanced level and not something that ordinary people could afford, so the two of them hit it off. The head of the Weapon Refining Peak and others simply wanted to learn some techniques from Ling Tian. Ling Tian did not keep his skills to himself and shared all his skills and experience with them. After all, he doesn't have to rely on this for a living, and if the weapon refining technology at the Weapon Refining Peak is improved, it will be of great help in enhancing the overall strength of the Chixia sect. It's a pity that his idea is good, but not everyone can learn his skills. After Zhu Shimo learned the technique of refining a storage ring with an ultra-large space from Ling Tian, he immediately went back to try it several times but failed every time. Even after Wei Bojun and others tried, the space was still very small, less than 1 square meter. This small amount of space cannot even recover the cost of materials, let alone their labor costs. Zhu Shimo felt that it was definitely not his problem, but that there was something wrong with the teaching method that Ling Tian mentioned. So he brought Wei Bojun and others to find Ling Tian again. "Elder Ling, I tried to refine a few storage rings according to your method, but the space is still very small. Could you please help me find the problem?" Zhu Shimo spoke to Ling Tian respectfully and handed over a few refined storage rings. Yeah, let me see. Ling Tian was also a little curious. He took the storage ring made by Zhu Shimo and others and took a look at it but found no problems. The order, combination, and formation of your refining are all correct. As for why it is like this, I'm sorry, I can't figure it out. As Ling Tian spoke, he took out a set of materials that the sect had just sent him and said, "Why don't I refine it in front of you and see if you can find any problems?" Zhu Shimo and others nodded in agreement. They felt that as long as they watched Ling Tian's refining process once, they would definitely be able to find the answer. Then Ling Tian picked up the black iron and Kongming stone and began to refine them. Including Fairy Ziyan, who knew nothing about refining equipment, everyone looked at Ling Tian intently. Ling Tian was seen forcing out his spiritual energy into fire, which began to melt the black iron and the void stone, forming shapes and carving arrayed talismans, taking every step carefully. His technique was very skillful, but in order for everyone to see clearly, he deliberately slowed down his speed. But even so, Ling Tian's forehead was covered with sweat. It seemed that the refining process consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. 2 hours later, a refined storage ring appeared in front of everyone. Ling Tian explored the space inside and then said, "It's done. Check it out for yourself." Zhu Shimo and others took the storage ring made by Ling Tian and took a look. They found that the storage space was indeed huge. He looked puzzled and asked, "Strange, Elder Ling's refining process is exactly the same as mine, why is the storage space so different?" "Yes, there is almost no difference between my refining process and Elder Ling's. Could it be that Elder Ling's spiritual fire is different?" Wei Bojun also said from the side. At this time Ling Tian also said, "I can't rule out this possibility, but if so, I can't help you all." They couldn't find any problem with themselves and could only attribute it to Ling Tian's special physique. Fortunately, Ling Tian is a member of the Chixia sect. According to the sect's rules, the good things he refined can be exchanged for by everyone with the sect's contribution points. Since Ling Tian's skills are unique and cannot be replicated, his status in the Chixia sect appears even more transcendent. He only needs to complete the prescribed equipment refining tasks every month to obtain a large number of sect contribution points, and he will no longer have to do other sect tasks. In contrast, Fairy Ziyan, as a true disciple, has to go out on missions once or twice a month. However, as the master of the youngest elder in the sect, Fairy Ziyan's status in the Chixia sect has obviously improved a lot. Many of her fellow disciples envied her and began to curry favor with her, hoping to get her help in asking Ling Tian to refine weapons. In the first few months, all the storage rings and spirit swords that Ling Tian refined for the sect were consumed within the Chixia sect. This day, Ling Tian was practicing at home when Fairy Ziyan ran back from outside with an excited look on her face. She laughed happily and said, "Haha, our Chixia sect is going to get rich. My dear disciple, the storage you refined has stopped burning." Ling Tian immediately frowned and said, "Calling me elder is disrespectful." Fairy Ziyan looked aggrieved, but still called out obediently, "Elder Ling." Ling Tian nodded, then asked in confusion, "Why are you so happy?" Fairy Ziyan then began to introduce herself to him. It turned out that a few days ago, the first-rate sect Yuanyang Sword Sect held a 1,000-year birthday celebration for their ancestor. Since the Chixia sect has a good relationship with the Yuanyang Sword Sect, they were also invited. In the past, when the Chixia sect participated in these social interactions, they often worried about what gifts to give. This time, Xu Zizhen simply gave away the storage ring made by Ling Tian as a birthday gift. Originally, other sects laughed at the Chixia sect for being stingy, but when Xu Zizhen explained that this storage ring had thousands of cubic meters of space, the entire celebration became a sensation. Especially the heads of the chambers of commerce, they know what this means. A storage ring can hold thousands of cubic meters. Wouldn't it be very convenient for them to transport supplies in the future? Therefore, many heads of chambers of commerce and leaders of sects came to Xu Zizhen to pay large sums of money to buy it. Originally, Xu Zizhen wanted to trade with them directly, but there were too many people and the Chixia sect could not supply them all at once. At this time, Fairy Ziyan suggested that due to limited quantity, the auction could only be held at the auction in Yunhai City. "Hey, do you think our Chixia sect is going to get rich? I have already made an agreement with the Foreign Affairs Elder that starting from next month, all the storage rings you refine will be auctioned at the auction. Ling Tian looked at Fairy Ziyan curiously and said, "Why are you so enthusiastic? It seems that I won't share the spiritual stones I sold with you, right? I won't share it with you, but I will share some with you. You can't possibly not offer anything to me, your master, right? This is the benefit that I, your master, have fought for you." Fairy Ziyan looked at Ling Tian expectantly, as if she was looking at a pile of spirit stones. Ling Tian said helplessly, "Why did I end up with a money grubber like you? If you have this mind, you might as well spend more time on cultivation. You think I'm a pervert like you, how can I practice without spirit stones?" Fairy Ziyan looked aggrieved. Others may think she is glamorous, but in fact she is suffering inside. Not only is her status in the sect lower than Ling Tian's, but her strength is also far inferior to Ling Tian's. If she hadn't maintained a slight advantage in realm, she would have become the laughing stock of the sect. Beihai City, Fulan Auction House. As an unknown auction house in an ordinary city, Fulan Auction House has recently become a popular place in the cultivation world because of the Chixia sect. In the past, when they held an auction, they would be happy if 1/3 of the guests were seated, but now it is difficult to get a ticket. The most famous chambers of commerce on the mainland, including the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Qingyan Chamber of Commerce, Beima Chamber of Commerce, and Shenglong Chamber of Commerce, were all present. The first-class upright sects such as Xuantian sect, Tai sect, Xingyu Palace, as well as the evil sects such as Tianmo sect, Qixia sect, and Black Wolf Society are also on the list. The wealthy Sihai Chamber of Commerce and other Chamber of Commerce bosses directly purchased annual passes for the private rooms. They declared that they would definitely participate in any auction of Chixia sect's products in the future. This caused the already limited number of tickets to the Fulan auction house to become even more popular, and some third and fourth-rate forces were reluctant to even buy tickets. However, for Chixia sect and others, they don't even need to buy admission tickets. Without their presence, the tickets to this auction would be worthless. This time, the Chixia sect originally brought 10 storage rings and 3 half-top-grade spirit swords, but after discussing with the owner of the auction house, they decided to release 5 storage rings and 2 half-top-grade spirit swords first. It cannot be blamed on them for being heartless. The Chixia sect had previously said that the supply was limited. Now it has only been half a month since the celebration held by the Yuanyang sword sect, so it is reasonable to give out half of the supply. Before the auction officially started, Xu Zizhen, as the representative of the Chixia sect, was arranged to sit in the front row of guests. Ling Tian, Fairy Ziyan, the foreign affairs elder and others were sitting backstage at the auction. They were just suppliers and did not participate in the bidding at this auction. In fact, Ling Tian didn't want to come. He was simply dragged by Fairy Ziyan to watch the fun. After the auction started, the host first introduced the 5 storage rings that everyone was most concerned about. Dear guests, the 5 storage rings provided by the Chixia sect this time are marked as storage rings 1 to 5. The capacities of storage rings 5 to 1 are 1,186 cubic meters, 1,225 cubic meters respectively. Storage ring 1 has the largest capacity, reaching 1,486 cubic meters. In addition, the 2 semi-top-grade spiritual swords provided by the Chixia sect are of high quality and can compete with those produced by the Yuki sect. This auction is guaranteed by the DeLong Business Group. All guests may come on stage to inspect the goods. As soon as the host said this, the more than 1,000 people at the scene immediately went wild. Nearly 1,500 square meters. If it is used to transport supplies when the 2 countries are at war, I'm afraid. It's not just for use on the battlefield. Such a large space has many uses. If it is filled with rocks, it can be used to smash people to death. We, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, are determined to obtain this number 1 storage ring, no matter how much it costs. After everyone has personally viewed the goods, the auction officially begins. The first items to be auctioned were 2 half-step top-grade spiritual swords. Top-grade spiritual swords have always been in short supply, so these 2 half-step top-grade spiritual swords are naturally sought after by everyone. They were sold for 150,000 and 146,000 high-quality spirit stones respectively. The auction of storage rings number 5 and 4 will begin next, while items numbered 1 to 3 will be placed at the end as the finale. The auction now opens for the number 5 storage ring, which has a capacity of 1,186 cubic meters. The starting price is 1,000 high-quality spirit stones. As soon as the host finished speaking, people started bidding. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, 210,000. After the price reached 200,000, the rate of price increase slowed down significantly. After all, it is just a storage ring and it won't actually increase a person's strength much. Just when everyone thought it would stop. 300,000, a cold voice suddenly resounded throughout the venue. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that the person who spoke was Chen Feng, the president of the Black Wolf Society. The Black Wolf Gang is not a good group of people. Usually they are the ones who provoke others, but others dare not provoke them. However, this time they directly shouted out such a high price, so naturally no one dared to raise the price further. This storage ring number 5 naturally fell into the hands of the Black Wolf Society. But the fact that a storage ring was sold for 300,000 high-quality spirit stones still shocked the people present. Many people looked towards Xu Zizhen with some burning gazes. After all, the big winner of this auction was definitely the Chixia sect. The storage ring number 4 at the back had a much larger space and was eventually purchased by the White Horse Chamber of Commerce for 320,000 high-quality spirit stones. Next up was the sale of items from the daily auctions at the Fulong auction house. After more than an hour, it was finally time to get to the last 3 storage rings. Storage ring number 3 was bought by Xuantian sect for 400,000 high-quality spirit stones. Storage ring number 2 was bought by Xingyu Palace for 450,000 high-quality spirit stones. The last item to be auctioned is the number 1 storage ring, which has a capacity of 1,486 cubic meters. The starting price is 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. As soon as the host finished speaking, Chao Gaoyang, the deputy leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, immediately shouted. 400,000. My Heavenly Demon sect wants it. Please give me some face. The scene fell silent for a moment. After all, the Heavenly Demon cult was even more notorious than the previous Black Wolf Society, and not everyone dared to provoke them. But Wu Hua, the president of Sihai Chamber of Commerce, shouted. 450,000. Chao Gaoyang snorted coldly and said, Humph, do you, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, want to challenge our Tianmo sect? 500,000. 510,000. Wu Hua continued to shout out the price and ignored Chao Gaoyang. After all, if they have this ring, not only will the transportation of supplies be much faster in the future, but they can also avoid being robbed by gangsters, and they can earn back the spirit stones in a year. Chao Gaoyang said this and did not continue to bid. Finally, the number 1 storage ring was sold to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce at the price of 510,000 high-quality spirit stones. Ha ha ha, we're rich, we're really rich. Fairy Ziyan jumped for joy backstage. She made a rough calculation and found that after the Chixia sect deducted the 3-point handling fee, it still had at least 2 million high-quality spirit stones in its account. If you count the lower-grade spirit stones, that would be more than 20 billion. This is more than the Chixia sect's income in the previous 10 years. However, Ling Tian discovered that Xu Zizhen didn't seem to look very happy. Sure enough, when the show was over, Xu Zizhen said to Ling Tian and the others with a worried look on his face. Alas, I don't know whether it is right or wrong for our Chixia sect to auction these storage rings. I'm afraid this world will never be peaceful again. Ling Tian was confused. According to the sect leader, it was his storage rings that caused the world to become chaotic. This pot came out of nowhere. At this moment, Chao Gaoyang from the demonic cult came over with a few people. He said to Suzy, Master Xu, you have 1 month to provide our sect with 10 large capacity storage rings. Otherwise, we will kill every disciple of your Chixia sect we see in the future. Chao Gaoyang's arrogance and domineering attitude make people very uncomfortable. His words immediately made everyone in the Chixia sect furious. You have gone too far. Xu Zizhen opened his tiger eyes wide and looked at Chao Gaoyang angrily. Excessive. We in the Heavenly Demon sect love to bully you small clans, so if you know what's best for you, hurry up and prepare, or else don't blame us in the Heavenly Demon sect for slaughtering your disciples of the Chixia sect, Chao Gaoyang threatened viciously. Xu Zi was so angry that he was shaking all over. Xu Zizhen was indeed very angry. Although the Chixia sect was only a second-tier force now, it had been glorious in the past. Although it was not as strong as the Tianmo sect now, it still had its foundation. Moreover, Beihai City is the territory of the Chixia sect. It would be extremely embarrassing to be threatened in public on your own territory. Seeing that Xu Zi was really ready to fight, Ling Tian thought that a fight was about to begin, so he quickly summoned his sword and stood in front of Fairy Ziyan. After all, she was the weakest among the group. But Fairy Ziyan held him back and whispered, "What are you doing? There won't be a real fight. Isn't this a fight? Is the master a ninja turtle? Fuck you." Fairy Ziyan rolled her eyes at him. She still defended her master very much. At this time, because the Tianmo sect and the Chixia sect were on the verge of a showdown, they had already attracted the attention of other sects. In fact, some sects couldn't help but feel jealous when they saw the Chixia sect making huge profits at the auction. When they saw the Tianmo sect causing trouble for the Chixia sect, they were naturally happy to watch the show from the sidelines. However, there was a sect that had to stand up at this time. "Humph, do you, the Heavenly Demon sect, want to start a war between good and evil?" The leader of the Yuanyang sword sect, Junren Honghua, walked over. He stared at Chao Gaoyang with his eyes fixed, releasing a strong murderous intent without any concealment. The Yuanyang sword sect already had a good relationship with the Chixia sect. Last time, the Chixia sect presented an extra-large storage ring as a birthday gift, which made the Yuanyang sword sect feel very pleased. This storage ring was sold for hundreds of thousands of high-quality spirit stones at this auction, further demonstrating its extraordinary value. If they allow the Tianmo cult to bully the Chixia sect, wouldn't they be laughed at by the whole world? "Oh, Master Honghua, you really want to start a war between good and evil? In that case, how about we start a war between our two factions and see who wins?" Chao Gaoyang said with a sneer, obviously very dissatisfied with Master Honghua's meddling in his affairs. "If you want to fight, then fight. Our Yuanyang sword sect is here to accompany you." Master Honghua said this without showing any sign of weakness, his eyes filled with a strong desire to fight. After that, he also said to Xu Zizhen, "Master Xu, you don't have to be afraid of the Heavenly Demon sect. They want to rob us, but our Chamber of Commerce will never agree to that." Ling Tian looked at Wu Hua's righteous look and almost believed that he was loyal. But he changed his mind and thought that if the demonic cult caused such trouble, the storage rings of the Chixia sect would not be able to be sold at the auction, and the people in their Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly suffer the greatest losses. Just as he was looking at other chambers of commerce, Qingyan, Shenglong and other chambers of commerce also came over to support him and said, "That's right, our Chamber of Commerce will never allow robbery." "Ha." Chao Gaoyang sneered, then turned to Xu Zizhen and said, "Master Xu, if you have the guts, just give it a try. Let's go." After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and left with his men. "They've gone too far. How can we just let them go?" Ling Tian looked at the backs of Chao Gaoyang and others as they left, and said with a bit of dissatisfaction. Fairy Ziyan explained, "They are just talking nonsense. As long as we control our disciples well, they won't be able to take advantage of us." "Then weren't we bullied by them for nothing?" Ling Tian said unconvinced. Fairy Ziyan. At this time, other sects came forward to comfort Xu Zizhen, telling him not to be afraid of the Tianmo sect and to continue to supply him with storage rings and high-level spirit swords. Xu Zizhen thanked everyone one by one, and then took Ling Tian and others back to Chixia sect. After returning to the Chixia sect, Xu Zizhen indeed issued a decree requiring disciples of the Chixia sect to be careful about their safety when going out. It is best to go out in groups of 3 or 5, and to stay away immediately if they see anyone from the Tianmo sect. The subsequent auctions continued, but Xu Zizhen did not allow Ling Tian to attend, and also forbade him to leave Chixia sect easily. Ling Tian could also see that the overall strength of the Chixia sect was not as good as that of the Tianmo sect, so this time he might just have to swallow his anger. Considering that his strength is not yet enough to crush the Heavenly Demon sect, Ling Tian can only stay in Wangyu Peak to practice. In fact, except for Ling Tian, everyone else is similar. As the saying goes, one must know shame before becoming brave. Due to the threat from the demonic cult, everyone in the Chixia sect was working hard to cultivate. Because the Chixia sect made a huge profit at the auction, Xu Zizhen and the elders decided to improve the treatment of their disciples. Previously, low-level disciples were given at most 10 or 8 low-grade spirit stones a month. From now on, Chixia sect will directly give out 100 low-grade spirit stones. True disciples like Fairy Ziyan are even more powerful. The sect directly gives them 1,000 high-quality spirit stones. Many true disciples have not collected that many spirit stones since they began to practice, they are simply extremely wealthy. Of course, as the greatest contributor, the sect directly rewarded Ling Tian with 100,000 high-quality spirit stones at one time. Ling Tian actually didn't need that much money, so he simply gave Fairy Ziyan 10,000 yuan and told her to come to him for more if it wasn't enough. Not only that, he also began to frequently instruct Fairy Ziyan, causing her strength to rise sharply. The apprentice guides the master in his practice. If this scene were to spread, I'm afraid many people would be shocked. But in the eyes of the immortals watching in the Nine Heavens Demon Palace, this seemed extremely normal. That girl is so lucky. Others who want to take in an apprentice not only have to teach carefully, but also have to spend money and gifts. But she is lucky. She has everything by taking in an apprentice. The old demon has finally found his conscience. If he had started to instruct that girl earlier, her strength would probably be much higher. In fact, we can't blame the old demon. His strength was not as good as others before. Would others be willing to be guided by him? I'm afraid I'll get beaten up again, right? You're right, it seems the old demon is still very shrewd. I just wonder if he will attack the heavenly demon sect alone this time. This seems to be the first time he feels so aggrieved, right? Maybe not now, but it will happen sooner or later when he is strong enough. Don't you see that he has never suffered such a loss in his previous lives? The immortals in the demon palace were discussing, but there was a new situation on the Empress' side. Moreover, Empress Ziyan did not bring any benefit to Ling Tian from beginning to end. So they pulled Empress Ziyan aside and said, Sister Ziyan, you've seen that your master is in name only. You can't really regard yourself as a master in the future, otherwise we will have no sisters. A month later, the Chixia sect did not hand over the storage ring to the Tianmo sect, but held an auction every half-month as usual. The demonic sect did not launch a major war, but the low-ranking disciples of the Chixia sect were indeed hunted down by the demonic sect. Although the Chixia sect protested again and again, its strength was inferior to that of the Tianmo sect and it did not dare to start a war directly, so the matter ended in nothing. Although Ling Tian was filled with anger after hearing about this, with his current strength, he was unable to turn the tide, so he could only vent his energy on cultivation. In the next few years, even if the disciples of the Chixia sect repeatedly reduced their scope of activities, they could not avoid being besieged by the Tianmo sect. However, in the later period, as the strength of the disciples of the Chixia sect increased, some true disciples and inner disciples began to fight back, and the people of the Tianmo sect had to restrain themselves a lot. Among the current generation of disciples of the Chixia sect, Fairy Ziyan is already the strongest, and her realm has also broken through to the peak of the Golden Core stage. However, she was not happy at all, because Ling Tian's strength was stronger than hers at this time, and his realm had also broken through to the early nascent soul stage, which was much higher than her master. Reading. Ling Tian's rapid training speed stunned even her, a gifted child of destiny, and she exclaimed that it was impossible. In fact, how could she know that Ling Tian had gone through several lifetimes and had already mastered the path of cultivation, whether it was martial arts or swordsmanship? If he were not restricted by his physical strength, with his accumulation of mental state, it would probably not be a problem for him to become an immortal one day. On this day, Fairy Ziyan came back from outside in a disheveled state, her face pale, and it was obvious that she was seriously injured. What's wrong with you? Are you going to challenge someone again? Ling Tian asked with a bit of disgust. In order to improve her strength, Fairy Ziyan has challenged many masters of the same level over the years. The last time she went to the Star Moon Palace to challenge their saint, she came back with some injuries as well. To Ling Tian's surprise, Fairy Ziyan gritted her teeth and said, "It's all because of those bastards from the Heavenly Demon sect." The Heavenly Demon sect? Their people dare to cause trouble with our Chixia sect's people. Ling Tian frowned, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. Before, people from the demonic cult had been harassing disciples of the Chixia sect, and even threatened the Chixia sect in public at the auction. He was not strong enough, so he had to endure it. Now they are bullying his master, how can he still endure it? Although Fairy Ziyan is only his master in name, she is still his master. Well, I went to support my fellow disciples before, and was hunted down by the people of the Heavenly Demon sect. Their cultivation was not low, and they also besieged me. I suffered a loss this time. In recent years, the Heavenly Demon sect has recruited many monks, and they are becoming more and more daring. Fairy Ziyan sighed. Hearing this, Ling Tian's face turned gloomy. Ling Tian knew that the Heavenly Demon cult was quite powerful, so he would not be foolish enough to go and kill them now. But the Heavenly Demon cult is different from ordinary sects. In order to expand their influence, they have set up branches in many places. According to the information he had gathered over the years, there were usually only nascent soul cultivators in charge of the Heavenly Demon sect's branches. Even if there are unexpected out-of-body cultivators among them, with his current strength, he can fight them to the death. Thinking of this, Ling Tian asked calmly, "Where were you injured, and where are their people? What do you want to do near Anfang City? You can't run around, someone out there already knows your identity." Fairy Ziyan answered, and then became alert again. She was afraid that Ling Tian would take risks alone. Now Ling Tian is not only the cash cow of Chixia sect, but also an indispensable person to her. After all these years of getting along, Fairy Ziyan no longer regarded Ling Tian as a disciple, but as a relative who was both a teacher and a friend. Even closer than her own family, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. "Nothing, don't worry, I'm just asking." Ling Tian knew that if Fairy Ziyan found out that he went out to avenge her, she would definitely make a fuss and let the whole sect know about it. In order to appease Fairy Ziyan, Ling Tian continued, "How about you report this to the sect master and ask him to seek justice for you?" "No, the master is in retreat, he normally won't come out, and even if the sect leader comes out, I'm afraid he won't take action, as doing so would cause the two factions to go to war." Fairy Ziyan shook her head. "What should we do then?" Ling Tian looked anxious. "I have no other choice but to rely on myself." There was a hint of fatigue in Fairy Ziyan's tone. Ling Tian couldn't help feeling a little distressed when he looked at the appearance of Fairy Ziyan. After all, he had been with her day and night for 10 years, especially after she washed his clothes and smelly socks for several years, so he was not a heartless person. "Why don't you just not attend the auction recently? You should stay in the sect and recover from your injuries. It would be best if you could break through to the nascent soul stage through seclusion. That way, you won't have to be afraid of the people from the Heavenly Demon sect." Fairy Ziyan thought about it and felt that Ling Tian's words made sense, so she nodded. "Okay, I understand. Don't worry, I'm fine." That night, Ling Tian added some ingredients to Fairy Ziyan's tonic soup to help her sleep more soundly. After Fairy Ziyan fell into a deep sleep, Ling Tian took advantage of the night and slipped out of Chixia sect. Although the fairy of the Chixia sect appears relaxed on the outside but tense on the inside, she can come and go freely for the elders above the nascent soul stage. Ling Tian's departure did not attract anyone's attention. He spread out his spiritual sense and quickly found the branch of the demonic cult. There were 2 nascent soul cultivators inside, one of whom was in the middle nascent soul stage and he had not rested yet. It was obvious that he was the one to stay in charge tonight to prevent any sneak attacks. However, for Ling Tian, the 2 nascent soul cultivators could be killed like pigs and dogs. Ling Tian sneaked in quietly and was about to take action when he heard a cold voice from a distance. "Who? Get out here." The voice came from the awake middle-stage nascent soul cultivator. His voice was a little cold, and full of arrogance and domineering. "HMPH, you're quite alert, but it will only make you die faster." Ling Tian raised the corners of his mouth slightly. For him, this kind of thing of charging into the enemy camp alone was something he had done countless times, and it could even be said that practice makes perfect. He flashed and appeared in front of the nascent soul cultivator. "Who are you? Why did you break into our Tianmo sect branch?" Looking at the young man in front of him, the cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul had a dark face and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. In his eyes, an ant in the early stage of nascent soul was just an ant and he didn't take it seriously at all. Ling Tian raised a mocking smile, and the sword in his hand suddenly appeared, and he slashed forward with it. With the man's loud shout just now, another nascent soul cultivator has woken up, and he doesn't want to be escaped by that man. When the cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul saw Ling Tian taking direct action, he couldn't help but get furious and stretched out his hand to grab Ling Tian. Bang! The man's arm was cut in half by Ling Tian's sword, and his nascent soul didn't even have time to fly out before he was killed. Until his death, he could not have imagined that Ling Tian's strength was far beyond his imagination. You actually killed him. Another cultivator in the early nascent soul stage happened to see this scene when he arrived, and was so frightened that his face turned pale. He clearly sensed that this young man was only an early nascent soul cultivator, so how could he kill his boss so easily? You talk too much nonsense. Ling Tian shouted coldly, and attacked him with the sword in his hand without mercy. The face of the nascent soul cultivator in the early nascent soul stage suddenly changed, and he quickly raised a golden shield to try to block the attack. But Ling Tian's attack was so powerful that it broke his defense in an instant and killed both him and his nascent soul in one fell swoop. After killing 2 nascent soul cultivators in a row, Ling Tian began to massacre other branch members, starting with the golden core stage cultivators and then going straight to the qi refining stage, leaving no one to escape. However, Ling Tian could not have imagined that after he destroyed the branch of the demonic cult, he would directly set off the prelude to the war between good and evil. Ling Tian did not show any abnormality when he returned to Qixia sect. The next day, when Fairy Ziyan woke up, she found that she had slept a little strangely last night, but she thought it was because of her injury and did not suspect Ling Tian. 2 days later, the news that a branch of the demonic cult had been completely wiped out spread like wildfire. When the news reached Fairy Ziyan's ears, she finally reacted and immediately suspected that it was Ling Tian's doing. Fairy Ziyan found Ling Tian and stared at him for a long time before asking, "Did you kill the people from the demonic cult branch?" Ling Tian said in surprise. "Don't accuse anyone wrongly. Also, don't you have a grudge against them? Do you still want to avenge them?" "Of course not. How can I avenge them?" Hearing Ling Tian say this, Fairy Ziyan's pretty face turned slightly red and she quickly explained. "If not, then why are you looking at me like you want to eat me?" Ling Tian curled his lips and looked at Fairy Ziyan with a playful expression, as if he was deliberately provoking her. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Fairy Ziyan's beautiful eyes flashed with shame and anger, and she said angrily, "I told you not to run around, why are you still taking risks? Don't you know this is dangerous? You are our Qixia sect's treasure now. If something happens to you, what will we do in the future?" Ling Tian said with an innocent look. "What the hell is going on here? Who said I killed them? Did you see it, or do you have any evidence to prove that I was the one who killed him? You humph, I'm not going to pay attention to you." Fairy Ziyan said angrily, looking angry. She was almost 100% sure that it was Ling Tian who did it. She was angry because she felt that Ling Tian was too risky, actually daring to break into the demonic cult branch alone at night. He is not only her beloved disciple now, but also has a bearing on the hope of the Qixia sect's resurgence. How could he easily break into the Tianmo sect and take risks? However, although she was very angry, she still felt warm in her heart when she thought that Ling Tian was trying to avenge her. It seems that Ling Tian still cares about me very much. Thinking of this, Fairy Ziyan couldn't help but raise a hint of pride at the corner of her mouth. Ling Tian also roughly knew what Fairy Ziyan was thinking. He shook his head helplessly and cursed inwardly that Fairy Ziyan was hopeless. The matter came to this point and the two of them let it go. But for the Tianmo sect, if they don't find the real culprit and take revenge, they will probably become a laughing stock in the world of cultivation. If an ordinary person killed someone from the demonic cult, the cult would probably hunt down the real culprit. But who is Ling Tian? It is naturally not so easy for the people from the demonic cult to find him. In the following period of time, the demonic cult jumped around everywhere looking for the real culprit, but never found him. After all, they have made too many enemies, and the heavenly demon cult's branch is quite powerful. Anyone who can wipe out the entire branch single-handedly must be a master in the middle to late nascent soul stage or above, or even in the out-of-body stage or above. Moreover, this person must be a master of kendo, because all the bodies at the scene were killed with a single sword. After searching around, they finally blamed the Yuanyang sword sect. Everyone in the Qixia sect was nervous for a while, but when they saw that the Tianmo sect had found their target, they all breathed a sigh of relief. This day, Fairy Ziyan found Ling Tian and said hesitantly, "Ling Tian, my injury has just healed, can you accompany me to Qingalingjian?" Qingalingjian. What is that place? What mission are you going to do? Ling Tian's first reaction was that Fairy Ziyan was going to go on a mission, and the mission might be a bit difficult, so she asked him for help. But Fairy Ziyan seemed a little impatient and said, "Why do you care so much? Go when I tell you to go. Besides, I am your master, so isn't it normal for me to take you out for trials? You'll take me to the trial." Ling Tian was confused, and felt something was wrong. Aren't you worried about my safety and won't let me go out? I'm also worried that you'll get bored. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Who are we afraid of when we are together? As she spoke, Fairy Ziyan pulled Ling Tian and flew out of the Chixia sect. Ling Tian had no choice but to let Fairy Ziyan pull him along, and pretend that he was going out to accompany her to complete the mission. Qinggalingjian is located at the southern foot of Bailan Snow Mountain, hundreds of miles away from Chixia sect. The top and north side of Bailan Snow Mountain are covered with snow all year round, but the climate on the southern slope is much warmer. When the snow on this mountain melts, several streams are formed, which eventually converge into a beautiful mountain stream at the southern foot of the mountain. Qinggalingjian has another name, the Holy Land of Ice and Snow, and some people call it the Holy Land of Taoist couples. Ling Tian followed Fairy Ziyan to the Bailan Snow Mountain, where he saw undulating peaks, like a vast expanse of white. In the midst of the vast expanse of white, there was a mountain range towering into the clouds. On the mountain, a long river meanders, and on the river bank, there are many exotic flowers and plants, which are very beautiful. At the foot of the mountain, there are many pairs of wandering cultivators collecting herbs. They pick all kinds of precious spiritual herbs. Along the way, Ling Tian discovered that the spiritual energy here was very abundant, even richer than that of Chixia sect, but the temperature here was much lower. It may be okay to stay here for a short period of time, but if you stay here for a long time or if you retreat here, it may have adverse effects on your body. No wonder no one has established a sect here. But, there doesn't seem to be any danger here. Why did you bring me here? Just to collect herbs, Ling Tian asked Fairy Ziyan. Fairy Ziyan was delighted when she heard this. She didn't expect that Ling Tian had already found an excuse for her. Her eyes flickered a little, and she began to make up stories. Yes, I want to pick a 50-year-old ice lotus, but I don't know if I can find it. As they spoke, the two of them landed on the ground, but Fairy Ziyan still held Ling Tian's hand tightly. Are you sure there are 50-year-old ice lotuses here? Ling Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at Fairy Ziyan with some surprise. Of course I'm not sure. Why do I need you when I know everything? Fairy Ziyan rolled her eyes at Ling Tian. Hearing Fairy Ziyan say this, Ling Tian did not doubt it and nodded, saying, okay, since we are here, let's look for it first. Ling Tian spread out his spiritual awareness and began to search. Upon seeing this, Fairy Ziyan also pretended to start searching around. After a while, Ling Tian discovered an ice lotus that was about 50 years old not far to the east. He called Fairy Ziyan to walk over quickly, and then pick the ice lotus. Okay, let's go back, Ling Tian said. Fairy Ziyan looked at the beautiful scenery around her and felt reluctant to leave. She rolled her eyes and suddenly suggested, where we live is not as beautiful as here. Why don't we transplant the beautiful flowers and plants here and plant them back home, so that we can see beautiful flowers and plants every day? No way, there are so many flowers and plants, and it takes a lot of energy to grow them. Why don't you spend more time on cultivation when you have free time? Do you think there are not enough housework at home? Ling Tian frowned. Reading. He felt that Fairy Ziyan didn't come here to complete a mission at all, but rather to enjoy the scenery. But these flowers are really beautiful. If I could see it every day, I would feel much better and my practice would be more effective. I don't care, you must help me. Fairy Ziyan pouted and spoke coquettishly. Looking at the little woman's appearance of Fairy Ziyan, although Ling Tian felt a little disgusted, he couldn't help but feel a trace of pity. Even though Fairy Ziyan is his master and much older than him, his soul has gone through several lifetimes, and in terms of psychological age, Fairy Ziyan is still just a little girl in front of him. Ling Tian finally agreed. Okay then, but let me make it clear first, you have to be responsible for planting and taking care of them when you get back. I'm too lazy to take care of them. I know, I will take responsibility. Fairy Ziyan cheered with joy, as if she had already seen the moment when the flowers would bloom all over the yard. Ever since going to Qinggalingjian, Fairy Ziyan always found excuses to ask Ling Tian to go out with him. After Ling Tian went there a few times, he was more certain that she had other intentions, so he simply refused her outright. Fairy Ziyan would try to nag Ling Tian at first, but before long, she herself was too busy to do that. Ever since the Heavenly Demon cult suspected that it was the Yuanyang sword sect that destroyed their branch, frictions have occurred from time to time between the two sects. However, since the Yuanyang sword sect never acknowledged it and the two factions remained restrained, there was never a formal war. They all knew that as a first-rate force, if a war broke out, it would most likely only benefit others. But after several rounds of negotiations between the two sides, it eventually turned into a real battle with guns and swords. In order to preserve their strength, they specifically agreed that the cultivation level of the participants must not exceed the peak of the nascent soul stage. But in this way, both sides can only rely on numbers. As representatives of good and evil, they never just represent themselves, but represent both good and evil. Reading. What's more, they each have many dependent forces and friendly sects, so in the end it turned into a battle between good and evil. The Chixia sect has a good relationship with the Yuanyang sword sect. In addition, since the Tianmo sect has provoked them many times before, they will naturally support the Yuanyang sword sect. In order to avenge the harassment he suffered from the demonic cult, Xu Zizhen sent almost all of the sect's members who were in the Jindan and Yuanyang stages into the battle. Of course, some logistical personnel, including the main personnel in alchemy and refining, do not need to participate in the war. As a second-generation disciple, Ling Tian is the youngest weapon refining master and plays a vital role in the future of Chixia sect, so he naturally does not need to fight. Ling Tian originally thought that he would definitely be invincible in the battle within the peak period of the nascent soul stage, so how could he not participate? But when he thought again, it seemed that this war between the Heavenly Demon sect and the Yuanyang sword sect was also instigated by him. If he were to join the battle and be discovered by the people of the demonic cult and exposed, would both sides of the war come together to besiege him? Even those in the nascent soul stage cannot defeat him. What should he do when those masters in the out-of-body stage and the spirit-severing stage also appear? When he thought about this, he decided to stay in Chixia sect honestly. At most, I can refine a few more spiritual swords to support the front line, and at the same time speed up the time to improve my cultivation. Before leaving, Fairy Ziyan said goodbye to Ling Tian with a look of reluctance on her face. But she didn't speak seriously. Hearing Fairy Ziyan's words, Ling Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm calling you ahead, do you really want to go and die? How could you be so stupid? People just join in the fight for fun, but you really want to fight to the death. Ling Tian said this, rolled his eyes at her, and said unhappily, be smart, don't pick on the weak, understand? If you can't win, you can always run away. Don't be stupid and fight with others. Fairy Ziyan curled her lips and said disapprovingly, if you don't want to call me, forget it. You're talking so much nonsense, why don't you get down to business? What practical thing do you want? Ling Tian was even more speechless. Fairy Ziyan thought for a moment and said with a sly smile. Close your eyes first. Seeing that she was going to fight, Ling Tian had no choice but to do as she said. You can't open your eyes if I don't tell you to. The voice of Fairy Ziyan came to my ears again. Then he felt his body tighten and Fairy Ziyan hugged him around the waist. Their bodies quickly pressed together. Even though Ling Tian had lived for several lifetimes, his old face couldn't help but feel a little hot, and his heartbeat quickened a lot. Good disciple, lower your head. It's really troublesome to be so tall. Fairy Ziyan was holding Ling Tian in her arms, and she found that she couldn't reach Ling Tian's chin even if she stood on tiptoe and raised her head, so she complained in his arms. Ling Tian did as he was told and lowered his head a lot. Then he felt something soft touching his face, and the body that was hugged was released. Then a voice gradually faded away in my ear, my dear disciple, stay at home and wait for your triumphant return. The elder stopped calling out, saying that Fairy Ziyan was being proud of her achievements. Ling Tian quickly opened his eyes and saw Fairy Ziyan leaving. Etc. Ling Tian shouted loudly. What? Fairy Ziyan stopped but did not look back. Her face was as red as an apple at this moment, how could she dare to look back? If you are in danger, please send me a message so that I can save you. Ling Tian said loudly that Fairy Ziyan was his nominal master after all, and he couldn't really watch her die outside. I will. Take care of yourself too. Fairy Ziyan responded, and then continued to run away without looking back. Looking at Fairy Ziyan disappearing into the sky, a smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. But when the smile disappeared, he sighed again. Among the several women in his previous reincarnations, except Yi Qingshan in the first life, he felt somewhat emotionally indebted to the next three women. He always thought about waiting for Yi Qingshan in his first life, so he repeatedly let down the beauties around him. After several reincarnations, especially after his grandfather passed away in this life, he gradually let go. Instead of living in the past, cherish the present. However, in this life, he did not expect to be accepted as a disciple by Fairy Ziyan, and even develop feelings for him. He was somewhat hesitant to risk the disapproval of the world, especially in a famous and upright sect like the Chixia sect. I just don't know what's wrong with Fairy Ziyan's brain. She is the disciple of a sect leader, yet she is so bold. It is said that Fairy Ziyan's strength has improved a lot under his guidance over the years. At least she should be invincible in the Jindan stage. As long as she doesn't do anything stupid, nothing should happen. What's more, the Chixia sect is not the main force in the battle. There will be no reward even if she kills more enemies. She shouldn't be that stupid, right? In the next few days, Ling Tian practiced as usual, occasionally using the materials prepared by the sect to refine a spiritual sword or a storage ring. Of course, he would also use his spiritual sense to pay attention to the situation on the battlefield. The battle between the Tianmo sect and the Yuanyang sword sect is taking place in a valley called Life and Death Valley. Rather than being a war between the two factions, this war was more of an outburst of long-accumulated grievances between the forces of good and evil. They each gathered dozens of mainstream sects or forces from both the good and evil sides, and the number of troops on both sides was as high as tens of thousands, which made Ling Tian feel as if a catastrophe was coming. Since neither side wanted to lose, the good and evil sides each sent out nearly 1,000 nascent soul stage warriors. Both sides almost mobilized in full force, wanting to destroy the other side in one fell swoop so that the other side would not be able to recover in a short period of time. The battle was fairly normal at the beginning, with both sides still holding back. At the end of the first day, both sides had suffered a total of nearly 10,000 casualties. Although nearly 100 Yuanyang stage warriors died, it was far from being a serious injury. But on the second or third day, both sides obviously began to kill each other, the number of casualties began to increase rapidly, and the fighting began to intensify. Some evil Yuanyang stage masters first do not abide by martial ethics and choose to attack the Jindan and Foundation building stages, hoping to win the war. This is not going to be good. That idiot should have discovered the problem, right? But why didn't she stay away from the other Yuanyang strongman? She wouldn't want to challenge an opponent in the early stage of Yuanyang, right? The more Ling Tian watched, the more he felt something was not right. After Fairy Ziyan was instructed by him, her strength increased and she became bolder and bolder. On the battlefield, Fairy Ziyan killed several Jindan stage members of the demon sect and felt much better. However, she felt that killing enemies of the same level was no longer challenging, and she wanted to try to challenge enemies in the early nascent soul stage. She remembered that Ling Tian was able to defeat her when she was in the middle stage of Golden Core when he was in the late stage of Foundation establishment. She is now at the peak of Golden Core, so it is not too much for her to defeat someone in the early stage of nascent soul, right? She also happened to see an early nascent soul stage expert from the demon sect chasing a Golden Core stage peak cultivator from the righteous sect, so she hurried forward to stop them. Since these people like to bully others so much, let them see how powerful I am. Thinking of this, Fairy Ziyan immediately stepped forward to stop the powerful Yuanyang early-stage cultivator from the Tianmo sect. The sudden joining of Fairy Ziyan made the righteous monks who were being hunted breathe a sigh of relief. Fairy Ziyan, let's join forces to deal with him. This man was from the Yuanyang sword sect, and happened to know Fairy Ziyan, so he stepped forward and spoke. Fairy Ziyan refused and said, just leave the battle and let me test his ability first. Having said that, she didn't hesitate to wave her magic sword and rushed towards the nascent soul expert. The nascent soul expert became furious when he saw that Fairy Ziyan actually came to him on her own initiative and had no respect for him at all, as if she was going to teach him a lesson. He had cultivated to the nascent soul stage with great difficulty, so how could he look down upon the Golden Core stage cultivators? He had always been used to being superior, and had never seen anyone treat him like this. Girl, you want to die, I will grant your wish. He shouted angrily, then took out his magic weapon and attacked Fairy Ziyan. This is a top-grade magic weapon, which is much more powerful than ordinary top-grade magic weapons and many times more powerful. Once it hits, it is enough to chop Fairy Ziyan into meat paste. However, Fairy Ziyan showed no fear at all and went forward waving her magic sword. Her spirit sword is also a top-grade spiritual weapon. It was specially refined for her by Ling Tian. Its attack power is much stronger than that of ordinary top-grade spiritual weapons. Naturally, it is not inferior to this top-grade magic weapon. At the same time, the two magic weapons collided with each other, immediately causing light and strong winds to fill the sky. After a fierce battle between the two for a while, the strong man in the early nascent soul stage finally collapsed and retreated, and the magic weapon in his hand was easily cut off by Fairy Ziyan. Fairy Ziyan succeeded in her move, but did not let the opponent go and quickly attack the man. Her movements were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, she rushed in front of the nascent soul expert and stabbed his chest with the spirit sword without hesitation. Court death. The nascent soul expert was shocked, and immediately took out a defensive spiritual weapon to protect his chest to block the sword of Fairy Ziyan. But he did not notice that a layer of light blue light suddenly appeared on the Fairy Ziyan's magic sword. The next moment, he felt that his defensive spiritual weapon was shattered in an instant. The tip of the magic sword passed through his throat, raising a bloody mist. His body fell to the ground with a loud bang. At this moment, the man's nascent soul emerged from his body and tried to escape. But Fairy Ziyan would not let him have his way. The spirit sword turned into a ray of light and penetrated directly into the nascent soul, quickly crushing it. A powerful warrior in the early nascent soul stage was killed by Fairy Ziyan. Ah! Fairy Ziyan is so powerful. The Yuanyang sword sect cultivator shouted with joy when he saw this. This shout immediately attracted the attention of both sides of the battle who were watching, and many Jindan stage cultivators also exclaimed in surprise. They had already witnessed the battles between powerful Yuanyang stage warriors. Each strike contained astonishing power, and they were all somewhat overwhelmed by the aftermath of the battle. But Fairy Ziyan was unharmed, and she killed the nascent soul expert with her real ability. She was so amazing. Fairy Ziyan is worthy of being the first true disciple of the Chixia sect. She can easily kill even a nascent soul expert. If all of us upright people were like Fairy Ziyan, why would the evil ones be destroyed? Senior Sister Ziyan is so majestic and domineering. The decent will win. Some decent people around shouted to cheer for Fairy Ziyan. Fairy Ziyan stood proudly in the air, her purple robe dancing in the wind, as if the Lady of the Nine Heavens had descended to earth. At this moment, she had completely forgotten what Ling Tian had told her, and she didn't know that danger was approaching. Fairy Ziyan killed a nascent soul expert with her cultivation at the peak of the Golden Core stage, so the evil faction naturally regarded her strength as that of the nascent soul stage. And those who come to fight her later will naturally be higher, not lower. As expected, not long after Fairy Ziyan killed this man, another powerful Yuanyang stage warrior immediately came in front of her and launched a crazy attack on her. A trace of anxiety appeared on her face, and then she remembered why Ling Tian asked her to pick on the weak. However, she had no way out at this point and could only grit her teeth and hold on. While dodging the opponent's attacks, she cast various spells and secret techniques, hoping to end the battle as soon as possible. However, she soon discovered that her attacks had no effect on the mid-nascent soul stage expert, and the other party did not take her seriously at all. Those Jindan cultivators who had cheered for Fairy Ziyan all moved away, fearing that they would be easily killed by the Yuanyang cultivators. Fairy Ziyan was in danger at this time, and the base of her sword was cracked. No, I'm going to die if I keep going like this. Why don't the decent Yuanyang masters come to support me? Fairy Ziyan was secretly anxious. She was already defending herself while having the idea of retreating. Even the elders of the Chixia sect did not come forward, and if the Chixia sect leader Zuzi really wanted to stay in the sect, he did not come at all. How could anyone come to support her? As for the Jindan stage cultivators, although there are many of them are just trying to take advantage of the situation. They might be able to take advantage of others' misfortunes, but it is absolutely impossible to ask them to fight desperately with Yuanyang powerhouses. The powerful man in the middle stage of the nascent soul also saw Fairy Ziyan's plan, but he was not in a hurry to kill her. Instead, he felt a little teasing in his heart. He sneered and continued to launch a fierce attack on Fairy Ziyan, looking as if he wanted to kill her. Fairy Ziyan could only fight back desperately, even at the risk of getting some wounds on her body. Hey, little girl, if you don't want to die, you can surrender to us. A beauty like you will have a status in our demon sect that is guaranteed to be no lower than your current one. The strong man in the middle stage of the nascent soul was overjoyed when he saw Fairy Ziyan showing signs of fatigue. Fairy Ziyan looked like a little girl, and he couldn't help but feel pity for her. Fairy Ziyan was extremely anxious at this time and wanted to escape immediately, but she couldn't get rid of her opponent at all. She was so angry that she couldn't even scold the other person, so she could only open her big eyes and glare at him fiercely. Fairy Ziyan, I'll only give you one chance. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being so cruel. The powerful man in the middle stage of the nascent soul sneered and continued to attack Fairy Ziyan. However, Fairy Ziyan still gritted her teeth and refused to surrender. She would rather look for an opportunity to ask Ling Tian for help than surrender to the other party. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared where the two were fighting. The man's speed was terrifying, so the nascent soul expert of the demon sect knew that there was a nascent soul expert teleporting towards him, and immediately took a few steps back. As soon as this man appeared, he waved his magic sword and blasted forward. Ling Tian is here. Fairy Ziyan was overjoyed. Who are you? The nascent soul expert of the demon cult wanted to question Ling Tian, but Ling Tian's sword had already arrived. He could only raise the sword in his hand to block Ling Tian's sword. The swords met the longswords with a deafening sound. The man was forced back dozens of feet by Ling Tian's sword and almost fell to the ground. Even the long sword in his hand was split into two by Ling Tian's sword and fell to the ground with a ding-dong sound. The nascent soul cultivator of the demon cult was furious upon seeing this, and immediately shouted, summoning out the spare spirit sword and attacking Ling Tian again. Humph, a mere trifle. Ling Tian snorted coldly, his figure flashed, and he immediately disappeared into the air. When he appeared again, he was already behind the nascent soul expert. His sword was like a meteor, piercing into the back of the nascent soul cultivator. Puff! The nascent soul expert was hit hard and couldn't help but spit out blood. He turned around and stared at Ling Tian with ferocious eyes. Damn you little bastard, how dare you sneak attack me? Ling Tian said coldly. If you are not as skilled as others, then you are not as skilled as others. How can there be a sneak attack on the battlefield? You little bastards, I will not let you off easy today even if I die. The nascent soul expert roared while performing a secret technique. Suddenly, black mist burst out from his body and transformed into tiny black snakes that flew in all directions. Those black snakes flew at a very fast speed, and in a blink of an eye they covered the area within dozens of feet around them, and drilled into the brains of the surrounding Jindan and Foundation establishment stage cultivators, both righteous and evil. Ling Tian frowned slightly. He had seen this secret technique in the books of the demon clan. It was the soul-devouring snake of the demon cultivator. The soul-eating snake can devour the consciousness in the opponent's brain and even turn it into a puppet. If the other side succeeds, some decent people around them may be controlled and turn against their own side. He doesn't care about others, but Fairy Ziyan is his master. Thinking of this, he swept his spiritual consciousness around, and all the soul-devouring snakes seemed to be frozen, and then all gathered towards Ling Tian. The demon sword expert had never seen such a scene before, and was so frightened that he pointed at Ling Tian and was speechless. He could never have imagined that Ling Tian's spiritual power would be so powerful, and he dared to swallow the soul-devouring snake whole. The reason why this powerful demon sect mastered such a vicious secret method was not only because he was an elder in the heavenly demon sect, but also because he was once a true disciple of the previous sect leader. If he had not witnessed what Ling Tian did with his own eyes, he would have suspected that it was the old leader who did it. And it was impossible for Ling Tian to tell the other party that he possessed magical powers. He could even make a living by using such child-level secret skills. Of course, he had to suppress his demonic powers, otherwise not only would he turn into a demon cultivator, but the consequences would also be beyond his control. Go to hell. Ling Tian took advantage of the moment when the demon cult strongman was surprised and smashed his body and nascent soul into pieces with a sword. The appearance of the black mist originally frightened the surrounding cultivators. When they saw Ling Tian absorb all the black evil energy into his body, they were shocked beyond words. Ling Tian, are you okay? How did you absorb all the black mist into your body? Fairy Ziyan was shocked and began to worry about Ling Tian. It's okay. I can suppress it, but you may not be able to. Ling Tian said calmly, his expression still indifferent and calm, as if the black evil spirit in front of him had no effect on him at all. Upon hearing this, Fairy Ziyan couldn't help but feel moved. The other party did this just to save her. Thinking of Ling Tian's previous instructions and her own recklessness, she felt guilty. Ling Tian, thank you for coming to save me. Huh, you still feel embarrassed. Why don't you step back for me? Ling Tian rolled his eyes at her. This is not the place to talk about romance, so let Fairy Ziyan retreat to the back to avoid a big battle and have no time to take care of the other party. Fairy Ziyan was willing at first, but when she saw the people from the demonic sect coming over, she had to retreat to the back in order not to affect Ling Tian. Another nascent soul cultivator from the heavenly demon sect came and first took a look at the scene. When he saw the dead nascent soul expert, his face changed drastically, and he said to Ling Tiandao fiercely. Boy, you actually killed our Elder Tan, you will not be spared. Elder Tan should be the name of the powerful man in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Ling Tian said lightly, those who kill will be killed. You people from the heavenly demon sect are not good people. Just kill them if you want. The Yuanyang strong man was choked and his face turned pale. He snorted coldly and said. Okay, very good. Since you want to go against our heavenly demon sect, then be prepared to die. As he spoke, he sacrificed a magic weapon and then activated a spell. The magic weapon instantly grew in size and in the blink of an eye became as big as a hill. He threw the mountain towards Ling Tian. The surface of the mountain was flickering with black light and emitting a strong evil aura. It was obvious at first glance that it was a special magic weapon specially refined by the demon cult. Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. This evil spirit was very strong. I wonder how many people had died to refine this magic weapon. However, he did not take it seriously. With a flip of his wrist, the spiritual sword in his hand shot out a golden sword energy of dozens of feet, directly cutting down the mountain. Bang! A muffled sound. The mountain was split into two, and then turned into black light, floating in the air. The nascent soul expert was horrified. He had never seen anyone who could destroy his magic weapon with just one sword. Most of his strength comes from this magic weapon. Now that he has lost it, how can he fight against the enemy? Why not just withdraw? By the time the idea came to his mind and he was ready to act, it was already too late. Ling Tian's spiritual sword went straight through his head and then destroyed his nascent soul. How is this possible? Could he be a late nascent soul or a peak nascent soul expert? Everyone around looked at Ling Tian with disbelief in their eyes. You know, a strong person in the late nascent soul stage is already considered a master in the world of cultivation. No one present had ever heard of such a young late nascent soul expert before. Everyone present was also shocked, and their eyes were full of awe as they looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian didn't care about the gazes of the crowd. It was not his style to always passively take a beating. Taking the initiative would allow him to kill the evil people faster. Besides, now that he is here, if he doesn't take the opportunity to kill the enemy's main force, who knows how long this battle will end. His figure flashed and he rushed directly towards the nascent soul powerhouse of the demon cult. The nascent soul cultivator of the demon cult was greatly surprised and hurriedly dodged. Unfortunately, Ling Tian's speed was too fast and he failed to dodge it completely. Puff! With a slight sound, his left arm was cut by Ling Tian's sword, revealing the white bones. You are looking for death. The nascent soul cultivator of the demon cult was furious. He stretched out his hand and stabbed Ling Tian's chest with a spiritual sword. Snort. You are the one who died. Ling Tian sneered disdainfully, and raised the spirit sword in his hand, not only blocking the attack of the powerful demon cult leader, but also quickly slashing at the opponent's right arm with a sword. Ah! The nascent soul cultivator of the demon cult screamed miserably, and blood gushed out from his right arm. He fought back hastily and at the same time took a healing pill to stop the bleeding. Ling Tian held the magic sword in his hand and pounced on the nascent soul expert of the demon sect like a tiger. The Yuanyang strong man's face turned pale. He knew that he was no match for Ling Tian, so he didn't dare to fight and turned around and ran away. How could Ling Tian let him escape? He chased after him with the magic sword in his hand. The magic sword transformed into thousands of sword shadows and slashed towards the powerful demon cult leader, cutting the man into two halves. Another nascent soul expert has fallen. The nascent soul masters of the demon cult were all terrified. What makes the powerful demons even more terrified is yet to come. After killing that nascent soul expert, Ling Tian did not stop for a moment and continued to kill other nascent soul experts. And he didn't care whether people were fighting or not. Wherever a figure stopped, someone would die after the sword flashed. Stop him now, an elder of the demonic cult shouted. Although his voice was very loud, no one could react in time. Even if someone reacted later, no one could catch up with Ling Tian. Humph, a bunch of rubbish. Ling Tian snorted coldly, and poured spiritual energy into the spiritual sword. The sword's blade light became brighter and continued to attack the other nascent soul powerhouses of the demon sect. Ah! With a wailing sound, another powerful late nascent soul stage warrior fell to the ground and died. The strong men from the demonic sect just arrived. The rest of the righteous nascent soul masters also reacted. They did not dare to delay and urged their weapons to meet the attack. For a moment, the sky was filled with all kinds of brilliant lights. Just like that, as everyone was stunned, the nascent soul masters who had originally had the upper hand from the evil faction suddenly became confused. Not only did they have to avoid their original opponents, but now they also have to prevent a master from suddenly appearing from behind and attacking them. Ling Tian's strength is already very strong, and coupled with his constant guerrilla attacks, how could anyone defend against him? In less than half a minute, Ling Tian killed dozens of nascent soul masters from the evil faction, the strongest of whom was even at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Originally, after several days of fighting, the evil faction still had 200 to 300 nascent soul powerhouses, which was slightly more than the righteous side, so they had a slight advantage. But after Ling Tian's fight, they lost half of their troops and were completely at a disadvantage. No matter whether they were good guys or bad guys, everyone present was shocked by Ling Tian's performance. They never expected that Ling Tian's strength could reach such a level. It was simply ridiculously strong. It was likely that no one here could be his opponent. Ling Tian's eyes were also a little red at this time. He felt a bit addicted to killing, and although he realized it might be because he had just absorbed the evil spirit, he did not stop. So not only did he not intend to stop, but he killed even more enthusiastically. Stop it, you little bastard. Fuck, sneak attack is nothing, if you have the guts, fight me in a duel. You bastard. Stop it now, come and fight me in a duel. For a moment, the nascent soul masters of the heavenly demon sect who were chasing after Ling Tian kept cursing and gritting their teeth. At this moment, they finally realized the horror of not abiding by martial ethics. Especially if a strong man like Ling Tian does not abide by the ethics of martial arts, that will be their doom. Ling Tian's powerful attack has made everyone in the demon sect completely panic. If they continue to be killed by Ling Tian like this, even if they are not completely wiped out, their morale will be broken sooner or later. At this time, Chao Gaoyang, the deputy leader of the demonic cult, checked several of his own nascent soul warriors who were killed by Ling Tian, and finally solved the mystery in his heart. It's him. It must be him. He must be the one who wiped out our branch. Chao Gaoyang was muttering to himself, as if he had discovered some shocking secret. Afterwards, he continued to flash towards Ling Tian, shouting. Stop! Everyone stop! All of you from Yuanyang Sword Sect and Black Wolf Society, stop it! Armistice. We, the Heavenly Demon Sect, will cease fire immediately. Chao Gaoyang's cultivation is at the peak of the nascent soul stage. In addition, he is the deputy leader of the demonic cult, so his status among both good and evil is not low. His loud shouting did have some effect. Not long after, the two sides that were fighting really stopped. Moreover, the forces of good and evil soon returned to their respective positions, and Ling Tian's advantage of constant roaming disappeared. Seeing that everyone had stopped fighting, Ling Tian had no choice but to stop. Since they didn't want to fight anymore, Ling Tian thought about just retreating. But just as he was about to leave, Chao Gaoyang and others surrounded him. He said to Ling Tian aggressively. Boy, you look familiar to me, which sect are you from? You were the one who killed our Tianmo cult's Anfang branch, right? Especially the people from Yuanyang Sword Sect, who had been wronged by the demonic sect before and had cursed the real culprit countless times. Now that they heard the real murderer was right in front of them, they were naturally very dissatisfied. No way. He is the one who started the war between good and evil. This person is truly despicable. I never thought there would be someone among us decent people with such evil intentions. Yes, it caused our Tai sect to lose more than a dozen nascent soul masters. This is an unforgivable crime. On the righteous side, many nascent soul experts who did not know Ling Tian started to curse. At this time, someone from the Yuanyang Sword Sect suddenly said, I seem to have seen this person before. Master Fang, is he from your Chixia sect? Fang Yongshou is the deputy leader of the Chixia sect and also the leader of the Chixia sect present. It was impossible for him not to know Ling Tian. Before, he did not flatter himself because Ling Tian was the disciple of Master Shu. Now that he was asked about it, he was secretly glad. Ahem, Fang Yongshou didn't know how to answer. On the other side, Ling Tian said to Chao Gaoyong with disdain, "You people of the heavenly demon sect have committed many evils and everyone has the right to kill you. If you have the guts, challenge me in a duel. Watch my sword." As he said this, he swung his sword and slashed towards Chao Gaoyong. At this time, he thought that no one at the scene could match him, so he simply killed the deputy leader of the demon sect, leaving the members of the demon sect leaderless. Court death. Chao Gaoyong roared angrily, and immediately summoned the heavenly demon sword, slashing it head-on, colliding with Ling Tian's sword. Ling Tian's strength was indeed beyond his imagination. Although Ling Tian is young, his strength is not much inferior to his. Chao Gaoyong felt the vast and majestic fluctuations of true energy coming from Ling Tian's body, and couldn't help but tremble in his heart. This boy is so powerful, Chao Gaoyong thought to himself. However, he did not retreat, but became even braver. The two men fought each other, their moves were ever-changing, swords were flashing, and their energy was overflowing. Two terrifying true energies intertwined together. Watching the duel between Ling Tian and Chao Gaoyong, people from both the good and evil factions were shocked. The gazes they looked at Ling Tian became more and more intense, and they wished they could capture Ling Tian and study him carefully to find out why he could reach the nascent soul stage at such a young age and crush the deputy leader of the demon sect who was at the peak of the nascent soul stage. However, Ling Tian was not putting on a show for them. After a while, Chao Gaoyong was blown away by Ling Tian's sword and fell heavily to the ground, bleeding profusely. He was seriously injured this time. Even if his body was strong enough, he probably wouldn't live long. Quickly tell the leader, "Don't let this person go." Chao Gaoyong knew that time was running out, so he hurriedly shouted to other Tianmo sect monks. Ling Tian sneered and walked forward to kill Chao Gaoyong. He also said to the other members of the heavenly demon sect, "If anyone still wants to die, come out immediately." Everyone in the demonic cult was furious upon seeing this, and they all drew their weapons and began to besiege Ling Tian. But how could Ling Tian be afraid of their siege? Instead of retreating, he advanced and killed his way into the crowd as if he was in an empty space, and once again killed all the people from the demon sect. For a moment, everyone felt that Ling Tian was like a killing god, and the people of the demon sect were like docile little lambs. Other evil sects, members all moved away, fearing that Ling Tian would kill them as well. There were originally dozens of nascent soul powerhouses in the demonic sect, but after Ling Tian's killing spree, more than half of them were killed. After they reacted, they all hid among the righteous crowd. Originally Ling Tian wanted to charge in and kill them one by one, but someone from the Yuanyang sword sect stepped forward to stop him and said, "Stop it. You've killed enough people." Ling Tian frowned and said, "Get out of here. Why are you pretending to be a saint? If you don't kill all the people of the heavenly demon sect now, when will you do that?" The man didn't know how to refute, but suddenly, powerful people with cultivation levels higher than nascent soul began to descend on the scene. Before everyone could see the figure clearly, a clear voice rang in their ears. "Ha ha ha, decent people are still so hypocritical. Little brother, why don't you join our heavenly demon sect?" As soon as he finished speaking, an old man appeared at the scene. He was very thin, dressed in white and had a handsome face. At this moment, he was looking down at Ling Tian with a condescending attitude, as if he was giving him alms. When the people from other evil sects saw him, their expressions changed slightly and they showed respect, while the people from the heavenly demon sect knelt down and shouted, "Greetings, leader." The man in white is Chu Watching, the leader of the demonic cult. Ling Tian had heard some information about Chu Watching before, and heard that this person's cultivation had reached the stage of distraction. There is no doubt that he is definitely not his opponent at this moment. If this person wants to attack him, he can only run away. Fortunately, with the arrival of the leader of the demonic cult, powerful people from both the good and evil factions also arrived at the battlefield one after another. Among them was the Yuanyang sword sect's leader, Junren Honghua, whom Ling Tian had met once. He also brought two white-haired old men with him. It was obvious that the ancestors of their sword sect had all come in person. Even his ancestor Shu Zizhen came following behind a white-haired old man. If nothing unexpected happens, the white-haired old man is the ancestor of the Chixia sect. At this time, Master Honghua questioned the leader of the heavenly demon sect, Chu Watching. Chu Watching, you shouldn't have come here to interfere. Aren't you afraid of violating the agreement and causing an all-out war between good and evil? These words immediately aroused the approval of the powerful people who arrived one after another. Even the evil powerful people cast questioning eyes on Chu Watching. Hey, you should have been paying attention to the battlefield. Do you know what happened just now? Chu Watching smiled faintly. Seeing that everyone agreed and did not refute, he continued. We suffered countless casualties in this war, all because of this kid. As he spoke, he pointed at Ling Tian and said, if he hadn't killed more than 200 people in our branch, our heavenly demon sect wouldn't have bothered you, the Yuanyang sword sect, and this war wouldn't have broken out. Don't you noble and upright people believe that every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its creditor? Don't you want to settle accounts with him? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to Ling Tian. First, the people of the heavenly demon sect complained. This man killed more than 100 of our nascent soul masters right after he arrived. He even killed our deputy leader. He is even more murderous than our heavenly demon sect. Yes, master, we must not let this man go. Avenge our deputy master. Revenge. Revenge. Other evil people also supported the Tianmo cult. Kill him. Kill him. The evil sect members were glaring with anger and shouting loudly, as if they wished to cut Ling Tian into pieces to vent their hatred. Seeing this scene, Master Honghua was speechless for a moment. In the previous battle between the two sides, Ling Tian's actions were not only not at fault, but should be considered meritorious. As the leader of this war, Yuanyang sword sect should naturally support Ling Tian to the end. But now Ling Tian is the real culprit who caused the war between the two sides and the culprit who caused Yuanyang sword sect to suffer unjust accusations. This is a bit complicated. More importantly, he remembered that Ling Tian was from the Chixia sect. He also knew clearly about the feud between the Chixia sect and the Tianmo sect. A question couldn't help but pop up in his mind: could it be that the Chixia sect was behind this? At this time, some people from the righteous sect also began to question Ling Tian's identity in a low voice because of the loss of their sect. Who exactly is this person? Could it be that he deliberately provoked a war between the good and evil factions? Yeah, what's the conspiracy behind this? This time, both the good and evil factions suffered countless casualties, and it is unknown how long it will take for them to recover. How dare this man play tricks on everyone in the world? We must not let him off easily. Seeing that everyone on the battlefield was dissatisfied, Chu Watching looked very proud. By pushing Ling Tian out, he could not only alienate the righteous alliance, but also force Ling Tian into a dead end. By then, it would be easy for him to recruit Ling Tian. As for revenge for those dead, he had never thought about it. A young genius is much more valuable than those people he killed. Thinking of this, he smiled playfully and suggested to Master Honghua. How about it? Master Honghua, as long as you hand this child over to our Tianmo sect, we will both stop fighting. How do you think? If you don't want to, I don't mind having a full-scale war with you. The all-out war that Chu Watching mentioned naturally refers to a war in which all the ancestors take part. If they really get angry, some of the ancestors might even dare to use big moves like destroying the world. By then, not to mention the civilians, even the monks like them might be affected. So, as soon as he said this, the ancestors all frowned. The longer these people live, the more they value their lives. No one would be willing to fight for someone who has nothing to do with them. And those disciples in the Foundation establishment and Golden Core stages had even stronger objections. They have seen too many people die in the past few days, and now that the war has finally come to an end, how could they be willing to continue fighting? Hand him over. Hand him over. Hand it over. Hand it over. Regardless of whether they were from the righteous or evil sects, the vast majority of cultivators shouted, demanding that Ling Tian be handed over. Seeing this, Master Honghua looked embarrassed and had to turn his gaze to Xu Zizhen and other people from the Chixia sect. He hoped that the decision would be made by the people of Chixia sect themselves, otherwise it would be detrimental to his prestige. When Ling Tian came out before, he had deliberately stopped Ling Tian. But Ling Tian just wouldn't listen to his advice. Now that things have gotten out of hand, it's really difficult for him as the founder to do his job. If he goes against the wishes of the people of the world, I am afraid that even the Chixia sect may be in danger. After all, the Chixia sect has made a lot of money from storage rings and magic swords in recent years, and has long been envied by other major sects. On one side is the entire sect, and on the other side is a talented disciple. Everyone knows what to choose. Although Xu Zizhen was unwilling, he could not drag the entire sect into trouble because of Ling Tian alone. So he hesitated for a while and said to Master Honghua, "It was only at this moment that I learned that Ling Tian privately slaughtered the people from the Heavenly Demon sect, which led to a war between the good and evil factions. I feel guilty for not keeping a strict discipline on my subordinates. I declare that from this moment on, Ling Tian will no longer have any relationship with my Chixia sect." Xu Zizheng's words were equivalent to expelling Ling Tian from the Chixia sect, but he did not say that he would hand Ling Tian over to the Tianmo sect. Ling Tian certainly knew what Xu Zizhen meant, and he did not blame Xu Zizhen. He had already felt the hostility of the monks around him at this time, and the right thing for Zuzi to do was to cut off ties with them. Otherwise, even if all the members of the Chixia sect came to protect him, they would be wiped out and might even hinder him from escaping alone. Old fox. When Master Honghua heard what Xu Zizhen said, he cursed in his heart. Zuzi kicked the ball back to him, which gave him a headache. As the leader of this war, if he handed over a meritorious man like Ling Tian, it would be tantamount to surrendering to the heavenly demon cult, or even destroying his own foundation. Just when he had a headache, a female voice rang out. "Master, I don't agree. You can't expel Ling Tian from the sect. Ling Tian destroyed their branch just to avenge me." Fairy Ziyan finally couldn't help but walked up and spoke loudly. "You traitor, get out of here." Xu Zizhen was refuted by Fairy Ziyan in public, and was so angry that he pointed at her and was speechless for a while. But Fairy Ziyan insisted, "Master, Ling Tian is not wrong, please take back your order." It's not Fairy Ziyan's fault that she couldn't figure out the true meaning of Xu Zi. Besides her three perspectives being shattered, her mind was now filled with Ling Tian. From the beginning, she forced Ling Tian to become her disciple, and then the two of them destroyed the Chishui gang and made a fortune. After returning to the sect, the storage ring and magic sword refined by Ling Tian greatly benefited everyone in the Chixia sect. Under Ling Tian's guidance, her strength surpassed that of all her fellow brothers and sisters. The reason why Ling Tian appeared on the battlefield was to save her. As Ling Tian's master, she owes Ling Tian so much. How could she bear to watch Ling Tian being expelled from the sect? Besides, no matter how strong Ling Tian is, he is only at the nascent soul stage. How can he be a match for the leader of the demon cult and others? Once Ling Tian loses the protection of the sect, he will definitely be killed by the people of the demonic cult. Therefore, as Ling Tian's master, she must stand up and support Ling Tian both publicly and privately. Xu Zi was so angry that his beard almost stood up. Why did he accept such a disciple who was so stupid and couldn't think flexibly? After Ling Tian was expelled from the sect, he might still have a chance of survival with his abilities. On the contrary, if the entire sect joins him in fighting against the forces of good and evil, not only Ling Tian but probably the entire Chixia sect will disappear into thin air. He could only frown and continue to lecture. "Master, let you go down. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the sect as well." Upon hearing this, Fairy Ziyan was completely stunned. Her master, the sect leader, even wanted to expel her. At the same time, the moment he saw Fairy Ziyan coming, Ling Tian had a bad feeling. Chu Watching and others from the demonic sect were looking at the joke of the Chixia sect and others with amusement. This effect was obviously what he wanted to achieve. In other words, he and others really fell into his trap. Ling Tian couldn't stand any longer at this time. He pulled Fairy Ziyan over and said, "Don't let others laugh at you anymore. Our relationship as master and disciple has ended. Go back now. They can't do anything to me." But it would have been better if Ling Tian didn't say anything, because as soon as he spoke, Fairy Ziyan's defense was broken. She began to cry and said, "It's all my fault. If you didn't want to avenge me, you wouldn't have killed them. If you hadn't come to save me, you wouldn't have come to fight. I am your master, how can I just leave? It's all my fault that I'm useless as your master. Not only can I not help you, but I always cause you trouble." Faced with Fairy Ziyan's crying, Ling Tian was helpless for a moment. When everyone saw this, some people were a little moved, but more people were a little disdainful. After all, so many people died on the scene from all sides. When they knew that Fairy Ziyan was the source of this war, they actually hated her a little. Especially the group of immortals who were watching the scene in front of them in the Nine Heavens Demon Palace, some of them even cursed in a low voice. This woman is really brainless. Doesn't she know that if she stays there, she will only be a burden to the Demon Emperor? Hee, women in the mortal world are like this. When they encounter problems, they just cry and make people upset. Not only does it not help solve the problem, it can even make things worse. The Demon Emperor is unlucky to have such a master in this life. That's true. Otherwise, with his ability, if he survived for another 10 years, it would only be a matter of time before he could sweep across the world. On the other side, the 9 empresses clenched their fists and watched the scene nervously, fearing that Ling Tian would be dragged to death by Fairy Ziyan. Especially Empress Ziyan, she could roughly guess that Fairy Ziyan might be her previous life. Originally, she was a little arrogant because of her status as the Demon Emperor's master, but she didn't expect that Fairy Ziyan would always hold the Demon Emperor back, which made her very embarrassed. Seeing that the Demon Emperor was expelled from the sect because of Fairy Ziyan, he naturally felt guilty and ashamed. In the picture, some monks from both the good and evil sides began to get impatient. What are these two doing? They didn't even cry when my master died. We are not here to watch their show. That's right, we didn't cry even when our whole family died. I don't want to see that woman cry. I just want an explanation. That's right, so many of us have died. Someone has to come out and give an explanation. These people's words were all heard by Chu Watching, Honghua Junren and others. Even Ling Tian and Fairy Ziyan heard it clearly. At this time Chu Watching was not in a hurry at all. He looked at Ling Tian, Fairy Ziyan and others with a smile. However, both Honghua Junren and Zuzi Zhen had ugly expressions on their faces. Especially Xu Zizhen, he felt that the Chixia sect had lost all its face because of Fairy Ziyan. In his conception, he expelled Ling Tian from the Chixia sect, and the Yuanyang sword sect would not have to personally capture Ling Tian and hand him over to the Tianmo sect. If Ling Tian wants to escape, Chixia sect and Yuanyang sword sect can even help him secretly. By that time Ling Tian had already escaped, the matter would naturally come to nothing. But such a good plan was ruined by Fairy Ziyan. As for Fairy Ziyan, perhaps because she heard the vicious gossip of other cultivators, she could no longer bear it. At this time, Ling Tian told her that their fate had ended. Her master not only expelled Ling Tian from the sect, but also said that he would expel her from the sect as well. This made her feel like the sky was about to fall. In this case, let me, the master, do the last thing for Ling Tian. This is the only thing she can do. Thinking of this, Fairy Ziyan summoned the magic sword. As everyone was confused, she said to them with tears in her eyes. Don't you just want to find someone to explain to? Although it was Ling Tian who killed the people from the demon cult branch, it was because of me. Having said that, Fairy Ziyan placed the spirit sword directly on her neck and continued. Why not let me give you an explanation on behalf of Ling Tian? Stop. At this time Ling Tian had already guessed what Fairy Ziyan was going to do, and he immediately stepped forward to take away the magic sword. But Fairy Ziyan had already been on guard against him and immediately dodged away. Ling Tian had no choice but to persuade him, why are you so stupid? Put down the spirit sword quickly. Fairy Ziyan said with a determined look. No, Ling Tian, if you try to steal my sword again, I will kill myself immediately. Hearing this, Ling Tian had no choice but to stop. Fairy Ziyan saw this and then she calmed down a little. Ling Tian, even though I am your master, I have never done anything for you. Since the sect doesn't want you and me to be master and disciple today, let the master do something for you. As long as I'm dead, they won't bother you. Then, she turned to Chu Watching and said, Master Chu, don't you want to settle accounts with Ling Tian? He destroyed your branch just to help me get revenge. Fairy Ziyan said here, and then said to the monks who had just shouted that they wanted to explain, read the book. Don't you want to confess? Then I will give you an explanation today, and you don't have to continue fighting. At this point, Fairy Ziyan's voice was choked with sobs, making everyone feel ashamed. Especially Xu Zizhen and Honghua Junren, they looked ashamed. Finally, Fairy Ziyan said to Ling Tian with tears in her eyes. Ling Tian, if there is an afterlife, I don't want to be your master anymore. I want to be your wife. Is that okay? Ling Tian smiled and nodded, sure, let alone the next life, even this life is fine. When Fairy Ziyan heard Ling Tian's words, she was delighted and her tense nerves relaxed. It's time. Ling Tian's figure flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Fairy Ziyan, and at the same time, he snatched her spirit sword away with lightning speed. But just when he wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, Fairy Ziyan's body softened as if all its strength was drained away. He quickly hugged her and exclaimed, Master, what's wrong with you? Sorry. I knew you would come to take the sword. I have severed my own heart veins. Let's meet again in the next life. In the next life, I want to be your wife. Fairy Ziyan's voice became smaller and smaller. But everyone at the scene heard it clearly. She just died like that. Empress Ziyan looked at the screen with a sad face, full of reluctance. As a bystander, although she also felt that Fairy Ziyan was a little stupid, she still found it a little hard to accept that she committed suicide so decisively. In fact, this is also because she did not fully enter the role of Fairy Ziyan. Only if she fully immersed herself in the role, or awakened her memories of her past life, would she understand why Fairy Ziyan was willing to commit suicide in place of Ling Tian. At this time, Yi Qingshan, Su Kaiwei, Xin Yue and others came forward to comfort Empress Ziyan. Sister Ziyan, come here, let me hug you. Empress Ziyan. In the picture, Ling Tian held the body of Fairy Ziyan in his arms, his mind in turmoil. When other people around saw Fairy Ziyan commit suicide in public, many of them were shocked. Especially the leader of the Chixia sect, Xu Zizhan. As the master of Fairy Ziyan, he watched his disciple die in front of his eyes. One can imagine the grief in his heart. Some people saw this scene and thought of their relatives and friends who died in the war, and even burst into tears. Master Honghua had a very unhappy look on his face, but he still did not forget his duty. He said to Chu watching on the other side, Master Chu, are you satisfied now? Ahem. Chu Hua cleared his throat and said calmly. From the tone of the real person, we are to blame for the death of this girl. Why do I feel that you are the real murderer who forced her to death? HMPH, Master Honghua's face turned dark, he snorted coldly and said nothing more. Chu Watching ignored him and turned to Ling Tian and said, My dear little brother, you have no sect or school at the moment. I am willing to invite you to join our heavenly demon sect as the deputy leader. What do you think? As soon as his words came out, all those who had just begun to think of retreating felt nervous. Oh no, if Ling Tian joins the demonic cult, won't the decent people be in trouble? Many people present at the scene had not forgotten the scene in which Ling Tian slaughtered all the members of the demonic cult. The heavenly demon cult has just aggressively forced the righteous people to hand over Ling Tian. Could this be the purpose of the heavenly demon cult? At this time, Ling Tian was not only expelled from the sect, but even his master was forced to commit suicide. Even if he has no hatred towards decent people now, he definitely has no good feelings towards them. The possibility of him joining the demonic cult has greatly increased. Thinking of this, all the decent bosses felt depressed. On the other hand, Ling Tian couldn't help feeling confused when he heard Chu Watching's words. Why does this devil always want to invite him to join the demonic cult? Does he know that he possesses magical powers? Or did he just want to provoke and completely break away from the decent people? So he frowned and asked, Why do you keep trying to get me to join your demon sect? Chu Watching smiled faintly and asked, Little brother, I think you have seen the true faces of these people, right? Don't you hate all the people present who forced your master to death? Ling Tian looked at Chu Watching's smile, which was like the smile of a devil. His words seemed to have magic, causing the hatred in his heart to continue to grow. How could Ling Tian not hate the Fairy Ziyan, with whom he had lived for more than 10 years, who had died? But just as he was blinded by hatred, he had a flash of inspiration. Wrong. Something is wrong here. Logically speaking, Fairy Ziyan is a relatively calm person and she shouldn't be so impulsive as to commit suicide. Another thing is that when he arrived at the battlefield, he couldn't help but want to kill. He clearly remembered that when he went out he just wanted to rescue Fairy Ziyan and then come back. But later on, for some reason, he wanted to kill all the evil people. This is obviously a bit unlike his usual style. Although I absorbed some demonic energy later. Right. It must be because of the evil spirit. Ling Tian quickly discovered the problem here. At this moment, everyone was looking at Ling Tian. They were worried that Ling Tian would answer hate, and they were even more worried that he would join the demonic cult and become an enemy of the righteous people. At this moment, Ling Tianlong laughed and said, "You, the heavenly demon sect, are really calculating. I was wondering why I had a murderous feeling when I entered the valley just now. It turns out it was you guys who did this. If my guess is correct, in this valley, everyone's negative emotions will be magnified several times. Here hatred becomes more hatred. The murderous ones will become even more murderous. Those who regret will become even more regretful. Even the minds of everyone here have been blinded by you. Because you secretly set up a huge array of bewitching minds in this valley. If I'm not mistaken, you must have set up the heavenly demon blood refining array. When both good and evil are defeated, you will activate the formation and refine everyone into heavenly demon blood pills. I wonder if what I said is right." Ling Tian told all the conspiracies of the demonic cult in one breath, and he felt relieved. Even the haze brought about by the death of Fairy Ziyan was swept away. When Chu Watching heard Ling Tian's analysis, his expression changed drastically. Except for him, everyone present, except those who were at the nascent soul stage and above, was stunned. It was obvious that Ling Tian's words came true. It seems to be true. Originally, I just wanted to be a bystander, but after a few fights, I wanted to win and kill the other party. I even wanted to kill everyone. It turned out to be because of this place. I'm even more outrageous. I just broke up with my boyfriend, and I wanted to have a few fights to vent my anger, but after coming to this damn place, I found myself getting more and more sad, and I couldn't even muster the energy to fight. Many people pointed out what was wrong, making everyone more certain that it was the demonic cult that was behind it. When the big guys heard the feedback from the crowd, they frowned even more. Especially the people from Yuanyang Sword Sect, they felt as if they were suddenly enlightened. There was an old man in the Yuanyang Sword Sect, who was the deputy leader Ni Yuanzhong. He had just spoken to stop Ling Tian from continuing the killing. After hearing Ling Tian's explanation, he simply stepped out and questioned Chu Watching. "Master Chu, no wonder you, the heavenly demon sect, insisted on starting a war in this valley. It turns out you had planned this all along." Seeing this, Chu Watching did not answer, but laughed at Ling Tian. "Ha ha ha, little brother, you can guess my plan based on these clues. You are worthy of being the one I have chosen. Little brother, why don't you join hands with me to kill all these hypocritical and upright people and avenge your master?" At this time, Chu Watching did not forget to win over Ling Tian, which made those upright bigwigs look at him with a bit of awe. The bigwigs of both the good and evil factions who are above the nascent soul stage are equally powerful and do not bother to deal with cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Reading. Just when everyone was worried, Ling Tian refused. "If I want revenge, I'll take it from you. Do you think a little mind enchanting array can really confuse me?" Chu Watching narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "Since you are so ungrateful, I will make you a part of my heavenly demon blood pill." After that, he raised his hand and made a gesture, saying loudly, "Start the battle." Immediately, the air in the entire valley became turbid, and the surrounding air even changed from gray to black at a speed visible to the naked eye. If nothing unexpected happens, the entire valley will become dark before long. Many righteous leaders wanted to destroy the formation, but they were quickly stopped by the evil leaders and then started fighting in the air. Chu Watching wanted to be the first to deal with Ling Tian, the anomaly, but he was stopped by the ancestor of Yuanyang Sword Sect, and the two soon started a fierce battle. The foundation building and golden elixir stage cultivators of both the good and evil factions below were quickly affected by the formation and began to attack each other. Perhaps because of Ling Tian's strength, no evil nascent soul masters dared to cause trouble to him for a while. However, Ling Tian discovered that perhaps because they were in a large formation, not only was Fairy Ziyan's body losing spiritual energy very quickly, but the body was also slowly drying up. If he were to leave with Fairy Ziyan in his arms at this moment, there would definitely be some big shots outside who would stop him. With his current strength, he may not be able to defeat a cultivator above the out-of-body stage. Besides, how could he just walk away when he hadn't even taken revenge? The higher the virtue, the higher the evil. It is difficult to achieve enlightenment, but easy to become a demon. To be a Taoist or a demon is just a matter of thought for Ling Tian. After several reincarnations, he has studied the two powers of Taoism and demonism in his body more thoroughly. Ling Tian's aura suddenly changed, and his original majestic aura began to become extremely sinister. The turbid air around him, which began to turn black, was like a tornado and was all sucked into Ling Tian's body. Not only that, the black gas that had formed with great difficulty in the entire valley was all continuously sucked away by Ling Tian. All the low-level monks who were shouting for war and killing just now stopped. The mind began to become clear. Hey, haven't we already finished fighting? Why are we still fighting? Didn't that person just reveal the conspiracy of the heavenly demon cult? Why did our ancestors still help the heavenly demon cult? Have we been abandoned? Could it be that we were betrayed by our ancestors? Fuck, it seems to be true. I said those with some background didn't come to participate in the war. So that's how it is. Many monks not only woke up, but also understood something. Seeing that the formation below had no effect and even both sides of the battle had stopped, Chu Watching suddenly became anxious. He exposed a flaw, got rid of the old ancestor, and wanted to stop Ling Tian from continuing to destroy the formation. He looked at Ling Tian with shock and said, "Who are you? Why can you absorb the demonic energy directly?" At this time, after Ling Tian absorbed a large amount of demonic energy, his cultivation level was no longer the same as before. "I'm your grandpa." Ling Tian opened his eyes and said expressionlessly. "My grandpa? Are you really my grandpa?" Chu Watching was stunned and could hardly believe his ears. "Yes, you are such a disappointing grandson, I will teach you a lesson." After he finished speaking, a magic sword suddenly appeared in Ling Tian's hand and he immediately swung it towards Chu Watching. Damn it! Only then did Chu Watching realize that he had been tricked by Ling Tian. When he swung his sword to meet Ling Tian's sword, he began to doubt his life. How come this kid who was just in the nascent soul stage suddenly became stronger than me? Judging from Ling Tian's appearance, it's not an exaggeration to say that he is in the tribulation crossing stage. It was just that his whole body was covered with black air, like a real devil from heaven. What Chu Watching didn't know was that Ling Tian at this moment was truly possessed by a demon. This was also thanks to the fact that he had previously achieved the cultivation level of a half-step true demon. At this time, he not only fully transformed into a demon cultivator, but also burned his heart and soul. Although he couldn't hold out like this for long, he was already desperate for revenge. Boom! The two swords crossed and collided with each other, making a loud noise. Ah! Chu Watching screamed and flew back a long distance. Ling Tian wasn't feeling well either. He felt waves of tearing pain in his body, but he still gritted his teeth and endured it, rushing towards Chu Watching. Chu Watching was shocked and quickly summoned his magic weapon, a golden bell covering him. Ling Tian's spiritual sword directly hit the golden bell cover, and the golden bell cover shattered directly, with a loud bang like a light bulb breaking. Phew! The magic sword directly broke through the inner armor and slashed into Chu Watching's shoulder. Ah! Chu Watching let out a scream and took the opportunity to roll to the side. But how could Ling Tian do as he wished? Ling Tian sneered, and the spirit sword flipped, and a sword light flashed. Bang! Chu Watching was stabbed by the sword again, and his bloody head flew into the sky. The leader of the demonic cult, die. Ling Tian ignored the stunned Yuanyang sword sect's ancestor and attacked the ancestors of other evil sects. At this time, some of the evil ancestors had already reacted, but they were already entangled by the righteous ancestors, so how could they care about Ling Tian? Ling Tian's expression was still cold, just like when he killed the nascent soul expert before. Wherever the figure flashed, the magic sword in his hand would be swung there. Screams continued to be heard. Under Ling Tian's unethical sneak attack, those evil ancestors had no power to fight back in front of Ling Tian. In a short while, Ling Tian had killed more than a dozen ancestors of the demonic sect. Only one or two ancestors on the periphery were frightened and sneaked away. Ling Tian did not chase after those ancestors who escaped. He didn't have much time left at this time, so he flew out of the valley holding the body of Fairy Ziyan. His destination was not Chixia sect, but Qinglingjian where the two of them had been together before. The scenery there is beautiful, with exotic flowers and plants blooming all the time. Fairy Ziyan will definitely like it. After he found a good place and buried Fairy Ziyan with his own hands, the black demonic energy in his body also became stronger. His fifth reincarnation also ended here. Isn't it too hasty for the old demon to die in this life? That's right, it feels like his life ended before it even began. I guess he was frustrated because that woman died and wanted to change his account and start over. This old demon is so pitiful. His aptitude in every life was pretty good, but he was dragged down by women and was not able to enter the immortal gate in any life. So when you are immortal in the lower world, you should not have ambiguous relationships with women, otherwise it will only affect your future. Wouldn't it be nice to be an immortal and find a fairy? Seeing the end of the Demon Emperor's fifth reincarnation, a group of immortals began to comment again. Those empresses might have been so upset because the Demon Emperor died so quickly that they didn't have time to feel sad, and not one of them even cried. However, Empress Ziyan looked so aggrieved that the other empresses couldn't bear to blame her. At this moment, Xiao Lingtian received the reward for editing the fifth life, and Empress Ziyan immediately awakened her memories of her past life. Like other empresses, she was also very curious about the memory world inside. However, the memories inside were almost exactly the same as the previously played scenes, except for the experiences before Ling Tian appeared, as well as her own vision and feelings. Different from her previous vision as a bystander, in her memory, she was with Ling Tian day and night with her first-hand vision, and even her thoughts at every moment were vividly remembered. When she saw that she chose to commit suicide in her previous life to make up for Ling Tian, and thought of Ling Tian burning his life to avenge her, and finally ending up dead, she finally couldn't help it. In particular, she thought that she had originally agreed to be Ling Tian's wife in the next life, but in this life she teamed up with others to kill Ling Tian. How could she not collapse when fate played such a trick on her? Woo, why is this happening? Ling Tian, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Fairy Ziyan began to break down and cry. She also wanted to save Ling Tian, but thinking of the previous agreement, she had to kneel in front of the formation with Empress Yaoyu. Sister Yaoyu, I'm here to accompany you, woo. Empress Yaoyu shook her head. Sister Ziyan, you don't have to be like this. She also watched the scenes of the fifth life, and she thought that the mistakes made by Empress Ziyan were much lighter than hers. No, it's all my fault that I'm such an incompetent master. I'm so useless that I'm hurting myself and others. Woo. As Empress Ziyan spoke, she began to cry again. When Yi Qingshan and several other empresses whose memories had been awakened saw this, they all knew that Empress Ziyan must have awakened her memory. Thinking of Xiao Lingtian in the formation, they all stepped forward to fight for benefits for Xiao Lingtian. Yi Qingshan said to everyone, the fifth demon emperor is a decent person, and he also helps the weak and fights against the strong. He deserves to be rewarded. Do you have any objections? A group of immortals reviewed Ling Tian's fifth life and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. The people he killed were all from the heavenly demon sect or evil sects, so they nodded in approval. But Yi Shan was a little unhappy. He glanced at Xiao Lingtian in the formation. At this moment, apart from the restrictions on Xiao Lingtian, there was not much that could be done. What's more, Xiao Lingtian is already sitting on the chair, feeling much more comfortable than everyone else. Could it be that Empress Wangqing and others want to move his bed over? He asked impatiently, what else do you want? Yi Qingshan felt disgusted for no reason when she saw Yi Shan, and immediately retorted, is someone going to regret it again? Do you think the words of the emperor are just bullshit? Yi Shan's face turned pale, and he sneered, humph, anyway, the restrictions on him can't be removed, let alone let him out. I wonder what else you can do. Don't worry about that, Yi Qingshan said disdainfully, and then shouted to the outside of the demon palace, someone come. At this time, the Nine Heavens demon palace was already under the control of Yi Qingshan. Following her order, 2 golden immortal level attendants came forward. Your Majesty, the 2 of them saluted. The forgetful empress gestured for the ceremony to be excused and said, go get a tea table, and bring a few tea trays with some fairy fruits. Yes, sir, the servant took the order and left. Although the demon emperor was imprisoned, it did seem a bit monotonous sitting in the chair. If you put a tea table and a few plates of fairy fruits on it, it will look quite upscale indeed. After a while, an exquisite tea table was placed in front of Xiao Lingtian, with several plates of fairy fruits on it. Even Xiao Lingtian, who was in the formation at the moment, felt greatly relieved when he saw this. Although he can't eat it now, it at least shows that the other person has given it. He was not in the mood to think too much and immediately began to edit his experience of 6th reincarnation. Boss, they are disgusting us. Huang Fuai looked at Xiao Lingtian in the formation and expressed dissatisfaction with Yi Shan. Humph, womanly kindness. Let them be proud for a while. When we play the demon emperor's memories of this life, we will be able to return to them everything he did in this life. When they see the bad things the demon emperor has done in his life, they will see how they can still be so proud. That's right, the demon emperor's past life has nothing to do with most people, but their memories in this life are different. When they see their relatives and friends being killed by the demon emperor, they will definitely want to drink the demon emperor's blood and eat his flesh. Now let them be arrogant for a while, the Black Fire Emperor also echoed. At this point, everyone has come out of the regrets of the fifth life and is waiting for the memories of the next life with a mentality of watching a show. At this moment, the samsara mirror lit up again. Here it comes, here it comes. I wonder if this sixth life is a memory of this life, or another short life with a certain empress. That's troublesome. There are 4 empresses. Doesn't that mean I have to reincarnate 4 more times? Hearing everyone's discussions, Empress Wangqing also turned her attention to the remaining empresses. The first one is Xiao Lingshuang, the demon emperor's sister from the same clan. She has always wanted to see the story of her previous life, but for some reason it has never been her turn. The other 3 are the Empress of all monsters Si Ren, the Ghost Emperor Yorong, and the Empress Xinyan. The 3 of them are not ordinary humans, and their backgrounds are not simple. Although they joined forces with a few of them at this time, it was more of a formality. If they want to have true heart-to-heart talks, the only way is to let them awaken their memories of past lives, and then unite them closely through Ling Tian. Only in this way would she dare to rescue Ling Tian at the cost of making all the immortals in the world her enemies. Hey, the demon emperor is actually a monk in this life. Someone exclaimed, drawing Yi Qingshan's attention back to the screen. The Ling Tian in the picture was probably only 7 or 8 years old, and was in a dilapidated ancient temple. Judging from his clothes and his familiarity with the surroundings, it was obvious that he grew up in this ancient temple. The ancient temple is located deep in the mountains. Apart from Ling Tian, there seems to be only an elderly monk inside. That day, the old monk said to Ling Tian, "Ling Tian, we are out of food in the temple. Come with me down the mountain to beg for alms." He looked at Ling Tian and sighed. "Alas, your brothers have either returned to the secular world or fled, leaving only the old and the young us." Ling Tian obviously understood what the old monk meant and replied, "Grandpa Abbot, don't worry, we will be able to transform it." As the place was located deep in the mountains and forests, Ling Tian thought that they would need to walk out slowly. Unexpectedly, the old monk pulled him up and flew. "Grandpa Abbot, you can fly." When they arrived at the village entrance, the old monk landed on the ground and put Ling Tian down. "Amitabha, I am guilty. I am too old and my physical strength is not as good as it used to be. You are still young, so I have no choice but to use the Dharma. I don't think the Buddha will blame me." When the old monk heard Ling Tian's question, he immediately confessed. "Grandpa Abbot, why would the Buddha blame us? Is it wrong to practice Buddhism?" Ling Tian asked. "Amitabha, the Dharma is used to subdue demons and protect the people. If you use it to seek personal gain, the Buddha will naturally blame you." The old monk just kept talking and preaching. Have to. Ling Tian finally understood why the ancient temple had declined. It turned out that the problem lay in the old monk's concept. He remembered that when there were other fellow brothers in the ancient temple, they were always scolded by the old monk and even punished in various ways. As for demons and monsters, he had never heard them talk about them, and he didn't know whether they had been eliminated by the old monk and others. Does the old monk feel that it is time to put away the bows now that the birds have all flown away? However, Ling Tian did not argue with the old monk. After all, he was just a child who was ignorant of the world at that time. After entering the village, the few sparsely populated families didn't seem to be doing well either. They could barely feed themselves, so naturally the 2 of them didn't get anything to eat. The 2 had no choice but to go to a more prosperous town to beg for alms. It was market day in the town, and the streets were bustling with people. It was obviously much more prosperous than the previous village. The old monk kept begging for alms from passers-by and merchants. Perhaps because those people saw that the old monk was old and Ling Tian was young, they all gave him some rice, which was enough for the 2 to consume for a while. However, Ling Tian thought that the old monk was too old and probably didn't have much time left, so he might have to make some plans for his future. After several reincarnations, Ling Tian deeply felt the weakness of human beings in their childhood. Fortunately, he is 7 or 8 years old now. Even if he lives alone in the ancient temple in the future, he will not starve to death. At worst, he would break his vows and become a wine-drinking and meat-eating monk. Chirp. Suddenly a voice attracted Ling Tian's attention. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a little white fox barking at him. The white fox's feet were tied, and one of its feet had a wound. It looked at Ling Tian with tears in its eyes, obviously begging Ling Tian to save it. Ling Tian looked up at the owner who was selling the white fox. He was a middle-aged man dressed as a hunter. This little white fox was the only thing left on his stall. No one must be willing to spend money on this unpalatable fox. Ling Tian couldn't bear it, so he walked over and said to the hunter, "Uncle. Uncle, God is merciful and kind. This fox has learned human nature. Uncle, why don't you let it go? Little monk, what do you know? This little fox is destroying the crops, I am trying to get rid of it for the people." It was obviously impossible for the hunter to let the fox go just based on Ling Tian's words. Ling Tian continued to persuade him, "Uncle, everyone makes mistakes, let alone these beasts. Uncle will give it a chance to reform. If it destroys crops again in the future, with your ability, you will definitely be able to catch it again. Go away, go away. If you are kind enough to save it, you must come and buy it back with money. Otherwise, stop talking nonsense here." This hunter was obviously not so easy to fool, so Ling Tian had to change his strategy. "Uncle, you have hunted and killed countless animals throughout your life, which is a serious sin. You may not think it's a problem now. But good will be rewarded with good and evil will be punished with evil. These sins will be repaid on your family and your children in the future. If you release this human-like fox now, you can also accumulate some blessings for your family." Perhaps it was because he heard Ling Tian talking about his family that the hunter apparently thought of something and began to look a little hesitant. Amitabha, good, good, the donor must have the answer in his mind. The old monk also took the opportunity to come over to support Ling Tian. Perhaps it was because the old monk looked more like a sage, so the hunter said, "Forget it, it won't make much money anyway, so I'll just consider it as a good relationship with you two monks." After saying that, the hunter was finally willing to let the little fox go. The little white fox seemed to be grateful. Even though the hunter let it go, it did not leave alone, but followed Ling Tian limping. Ling Tian felt a little bit sorry for it, so he simply bandaged it and then held it in his arms. When the old monk saw this, he not only did not object, but nodded with satisfaction. After returning to the ancient temple, the little white fox did not leave immediately. Instead, it seemed to follow Ling Tian. Ling Tian initially thought that it was injured and inconvenient, but after a few days when its leg injury healed, it did not leave and even brought some small animals to Ling Tian. Ling Tian rubbed the little white fox's head and refused. "Little guy, I am a monk and cannot eat meat, you should eat it yourself." The little white fox seemed to understand Ling Tian's meaning and picked some wild fruits for Ling Tian the next day. Ling Tian finally accepted the little white fox's kindness. "Thank you, little one." With the company of the little white fox, Ling Tian was obviously much better off in the ancient temple than before. At least he had someone to talk to. On weekdays, the old monk practiced his profound Buddhist teachings and didn't care much about Ling Tian's behavior. Because Ling Tian had memories of his past life, he also had his own plans. For example, in addition to practicing the introductory Buddhist techniques taught by the old monk, he also practiced his own techniques from his past life, even the swordsmanship. The only drawback is that his body is too weak. He is now in the stage of growing up and urgently needs some meat. About half a year later, the old monk called Ling Tian over one day. "Ling Tian, I asked you to come here this time because I am about to die. I have some final things to tell you. You must remember the following words." The old monk looked haggard and serious at this time, which was a bit scary. Ling Tian nodded and said, "Grandpa Abbot, tell me what you want to say. I will remember it. After I pass away, if you can't hold on any longer, you can return to secular life, go down the mountain, and find a good family to live with, at least you can save your life. However, I see that you are born intelligent and kind-hearted. If you can enter my Buddhist sect, you will achieve great things in the future. I still hope that you can inherit my demon-suppressing temple and protect the peace of the people here." Hearing this, Ling Tian was not very interested in whether the legacy was returned or not. Instead, he was concerned about whether there were any demons left. He couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa Abbot, are there still demons now?" The old monk seemed to recall something and explained. "Demon. After being defeated by humans 100 years ago, they disappeared and never reappeared in the world again. They may come back, or they may never appear again. Compared to demons, I am more worried about human hearts. After I pass away, your fellow monks may return and occupy the ancient temple for their own benefit. If you are rejected by them, you leave the ancient temple. As long as you have Buddha in your heart, you can practice anywhere. The old monk passed away the next day. Ling Tian burned the old monk's body as requested, and then placed his relics in the stupa. From that day on, Ling Tian and the little white fox were the only ones left in the entire ancient temple. Ling Tian did not treat himself badly. That day he asked the little fox to catch a rabbit for meat. If he had no memories of his past life, perhaps he would be able to refrain from breaking the precepts. But he was an ordinary person in his previous lives, and he had never stopped drinking and eating meat. Now that there were no restrictions in the temple, how could he hold back? Besides, didn't the old monk also say that he was not a Buddhist disciple? Ling Tian roasted a rabbit until it was golden brown, sprinkled some salt on it, tore off a front leg and handed it to the little white fox, then began to devour it. Seeing the little white fox looking at him curiously, Ling Tian said, "What are you looking at me for? Eat quickly." Chirp. The little white fox barked and started eating. Ling Tian didn't know what it was saying, so he ignored it. However, the little fox was obviously very satisfied with the rabbit meat roasted by Ling Tian. From then on, he brought small animals to Ling Tian every day to roast and eat. Ling Tian was naturally happy to serve the prey that came to his doorstep. From then on, he and the beast lived a happier life than before. Ling Tian had never expected that the little white fox he accidentally rescued would save him so much trouble. The man and the fox lived happily together for more than a year. Just when Ling Tian thought that his fellow brothers had forgotten about the ancient temple, they came back. That day, Ling Tian and the little white fox were eating roasted rabbit meat in the yard as usual, when a voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, junior brother, I didn't expect you to be happier than me." Ling Tian looked up and saw a monk in a gray robe coming into the temple. He was probably in his 30s or 40s, with dark skin and looked very strong. The person who came was Haoshan, a senior brother whom he had not seen for many years. Senior brother, Ling Tian was surprised. The old monk had accepted more than 10 disciples before, but for various reasons, most of them chose to stay outside. "Junior brother, your cooking skills are quite good, why don't you invite me to have a taste?" Haoshan said to Ling Tian with a smile. "Since you don't mind, of course I am willing," Ling Tian said as he tore off half of the rabbit meat in his hand and handed it to him. Maybe it was because he was young before, but whenever the senior brothers returned to the temple, they were quite caring towards him. Ling Tian had never thought of dominating the ancient temple alone, so he was not averse to the return of these brothers. As long as they don't interfere with his own practice, Ling Tian doesn't object to them using the ancient temple to make a profit. He is not a pedantic person like the old monk, so why would he interfere with others? Reading. Thank you, junior brother. Haoshan took the barbecue and started eating. He glanced at the little white fox and said to Ling Tian, "What's wrong with this fox? I saved its life before, so it made this temple its home. It was it that caught this rabbit," Ling Tian explained. "I didn't expect it to be so human-like. My little junior brother is so lucky." Haoshan looked at the little white fox with a little surprise when he heard it. After that, he continued to ask, "Little junior brother, after the old guy passed away, did he tell you anything?" "Brother, are you talking about the abbot? He said that I was not a Buddhist disciple, and if my fellow disciples came back and did not accept me, they would let me return to secular life and go down the mountain to find someone to rely on." Ling Tian said that these were indeed what the old monk told him, but not all of them. Oh, how could the senior brothers not tolerate the younger junior brother? Haoshan stared at Ling Tian, as if he wanted to see if Ling Tian was lying. "Anything else?" "And asked me to burn him and put his relics in the pagoda." After Ling Tian finished speaking, he said nothing more. Haoshan was a little disappointed, but he continued to ask, "That's it? For example, teaching you a technique or a secret manual?" "No, he told me to learn Buddhism from my fellow practitioners if I wanted to." Ling Tian's previous introductory skills were also taught by his senior brother, so it was reasonable for him to say that. After he finished speaking, he said to Haoshan, "Brother, I have only learned the basic skills. I really want to learn more advanced skills from you. This junior brother, don't be anxious. Now that the old guy is dead, we brothers will have the final say in this ancient temple from now on. For now, we should find a way to invite all the former brothers back, and we should revive the ancient temple." As he spoke, Haoshin looked around the lobby not far away. The Buddha statues inside were already covered with dust, and even the surrounding walls were covered with cobwebs. Ling Tian had rarely entered the lobby of the ancient temple in the past year. The only places he cleaned the cleanest were his own bedroom and the yard in front of his bedroom, which was also in front of the Buddhist temple. This ancient temple is quite large. With Ling Tian's personality, it is impossible for him to live there alone and clean the entire temple thoroughly. "Little junior brother, you are too lazy, aren't you? They don't even clean the Buddhist temple." Haoshin seemed a little dissatisfied and spoke in a blaming tone. Ling Tian smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother, I don't know when you will be back, and I can't clean such a high place. Brother, why don't you teach me the profound Buddhist teachings? I once saw the abbot just wave his hand and the place became clean. If I learn it, I can clean the whole ancient temple." "Ahem, I don't know the Buddhist teachings you mentioned. Ask the eldest brother when he comes back," Haoshin also said with an embarrassed look on his face. In this way, the two of them talked intermittently. Not long after, Haoshin said goodbye to Ling Tian, saying that he would go find his fellow brothers to come back and revive the ancient temple. Although Ling Tian didn't know how Haoshin and the others planned to revive the ancient temple, he still showed great anticipation. In the next few months, several senior brothers returned to the demon-suppressing temple one after another, including the eldest senior brother mentioned by Haoshin before, Wooten. Ling Tian had never seen Wooten before, and he was a little curious about this senior brother. Wu Tian is nearly 50 years old, but he doesn't look old. He is a burly and majestic man, about 1.8 meters tall, with muscular body, which is shocking to look at. Judging from his appearance, he looks more like the boss of a gang than a monk. In addition to Wu Tian, there are second senior brother Guangtian, fourth senior brother Fengxian, sixth senior brother Zhetian, and eighth senior brother Qishan. Haoshin is the 11th one. The others have either returned to secular life and started a family, or have made it clear that they will not return to the ancient temple. What surprised Ling Tian was that his fellow brothers were not averse to meat and were apparently doing well outside. Each of them brought back a lot of property, and handed them all over selflessly to the eldest brother Wooten. Wooten was also recommended by everyone to be the new abbot. The first thing he led everyone to do was to invite the surrounding people to renovate the ancient temple. Since the demon-suppressing temple is located in a remote area, the people are actually not willing to do such a hard job. But Wooten and others used both intimidation and inducement, and finally managed to gather a maintenance team of more than 200 people. Only then did Ling Tian understand why the old monk was unwilling to renovate the ancient temple. He definitely did not want to force the people. Ling Tian did not object to his senior brother's actions in a thankless manner. You know, whenever it rains, the room he lives in leaks. He himself is also a beneficiary, so what qualifications does he have to act like a saint? The renovation of the ancient temple cannot be completed in a short period of time. Even after more than 200 people worked for a year, it has not been completed yet. Since Ling Tian was young, Wu Tian did not assign any work to him, so he was content to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. The little white fox, on the other hand, was timid because so many people came to the ancient temple. Sometimes, in order to avoid the crowds, it would not be seen for several days. Since Ling Tian had no shortage of food after his fellow brothers came back, he didn't care about it at first. However, when he hadn't seen it for nearly half a month, Ling Tian began to look for it anxiously. Could the little white fox be seduced away by other foxes? Ling Tian searched for the little white fox for several days in a row. He not only searched the mountains and forests within a radius of more than 10 miles, but also asked all his fellow brothers and workers, but unfortunately he found no clues. However, this also allowed Ling Tian to confirm that the little white fox did not die a violent death, which made him feel a little more relieved. He just thought that the little white fox had gone to find another fox. After all, it had grown up and should have its own life. At the same time, in the Nine Heavens Demon Palace, everyone was watching the scene where Ling Tian was anxiously looking for the fox, and they all guessed that the demon emperor should be related to Siren, the queen of all demons, in this life. Almost all the immortals at the scene knew that the queen of all monsters was actually a nine-tailed fox. Judging from the demon emperor's character in his previous lives, the queen of all demons will definitely not be able to escape this time. The queen of all monsters, Ren, also watched the scene with great interest. By this time, the empresses already knew that if a woman who looked like a certain person appeared in the demon emperor's reincarnation, that woman was that person's previous life. When the queen of all monsters saw the little white fox, her heart was indeed moved. But at this time, the little white fox had not yet started practicing, let alone changing its human form, so she couldn't be so hasty to regard it as her previous life. However, seeing Ling Tian anxiously searching for a fox for several days, she was somewhat touched. The demon emperor is indeed a good person and he values feelings. No wonder all the sisters cried so hard for him. In the picture. Perhaps because of the loss of the little white fox, Ling Tian was in a low mood for a while. His fellow brothers also saw it, and they understood Ling Tian's feelings very well. Because they all knew that when Ling Tian was alone in the temple before, the only one who accompanied him was the fox. What's more, in their eyes, Ling Tian is just a child, so it is normal for him to treat the little white fox as a playmate. That day, Ling Tian was meditating in his room, and Hao Tian came in with a happy face and said, "Junior brother, I have good news for you." "Brother, what's the good news?" Ling Tian asked with some anticipation. Haoshan said with great joy, "Hee, our demon-suppressing temple hasn't even been completely renovated yet, and there's already business coming to our door." "Business?" Ling Tian asked a little puzzled. A wealthy family in the next town sent someone to tell them that an old man in their family passed away, and they want us to perform a ritual. As if afraid that Ling Tian didn't understand, Hao Tian continued to explain. "Little junior brother, although we are monks, we still need to eat and drink. What's more, we spend a lot of money every day, and it will run out one day. For us, this ritual is just a money-making business." "Oh, that's great," Ling Tian nodded. He was not as rigid as the old monk, so he naturally did not object to his fellow monks going out to perform rituals for others and make money. Haoshan continued, "Yes, this time they are going to invite 4 monks to go. The eldest brother arranged the second brother, the 8th brother and me, and the last one is you. Junior brother, the senior brothers have arranged to renovate the ancient temple every day. You stay in the house all day, so it's time to go out for a walk. Although it is a bit tiring to go out and perform rituals, the rewards are generous, and there will be delicious food and meals to entertain you." Ling Tian couldn't help but look a little confused after hearing this. Ling Tian said with some resistance, "Brother, I know nothing about the scriptures, I won't hold you back, will I?" Haoshan smiled and said, "When the time comes, just follow my senior brother and talk, and you don't have to pay any attention to what he is saying. This time is actually to let you see the world. If you watch and learn more, you will gradually get it." Hearing this, Ling Tian felt embarrassed to refuse, after all, he was also a member of the temple. So his expression eased a little and he said, "That's good, thank you, senior brother 11. When do we leave?" "Of course now. The old man in that family has passed away, and we are rushing over now, the timing is just right." When Ling Tian arrived with several fellow apprentices, the house was already covered in white inside and out. At the gate stood a row of filial sons and grandchildren to welcome Ling Tian and others. The leader, a man in his 50s, was the head of the family, Zhang Yuanwei, and the deceased was Zhang Yuanwei's father. Although Ling Tian knew nothing about this ritual, his fellow brothers were very familiar with it. Especially his second senior brother Guangtian, who looked like a great monk. No matter what he said, did, or arranged, everything seemed reasonable and well-founded. As the lesser and more transparent one among the 4 monks, Ling Tian just did whatever his senior brother told him to do throughout the whole process and did not make any jokes. The ritual for the day was not over after it was completed. Taking advantage of the free time, Guangtian went to talk privately with the head of the family. After a while, Guangtian came back and complained to a few fellow apprentices. Although this family looks wealthy, they are actually very stingy. We want to perform a few rituals for him, but we are only willing to pay 100 taels of silver. Moreover, he thinks that our junior brother is too young and says that we are fooling them. We are really rich and unkind." Ling Tian felt somewhat uncomfortable after hearing this, but when he thought about the hard life he and the old monk had lived, 100 taels didn't seem like a small amount. Besides, he was just there to make up the numbers, so he looked at his fellow brothers to see what they were going to do. When 8th senior brother Qi Tian heard that there were only 100 taels, it was obviously far from what he had expected. He suddenly became furious and said, "Since he is rich but unkind, don't blame us for being unjust for money. 2nd senior brother, I have learned some unorthodox skills over the years, why don't we summon his father's soul back tonight to scare him?" Ling Tian saw that Guangtian and Haoshan didn't show much emotion on their faces, and it was obvious that they were not surprised by such things. Guangtian pondered for a moment and did not object, obviously agreeing to the proposal. At this time, he asked Haoshan, "Junior brother, do you have any ideas?" Haoshan said, "I will listen to 2nd senior brother." Guangtian nodded, then looked at Lingtian and said, "Junior brother, you must have a lot of questions in your mind, and you may think that what the brothers did was not right. When the old man was around, we couldn't even get enough food to eat. In the end, we were so hungry that we had no choice but to secretly kill animals and eat meat. I think you are the same as us. You will understand it sooner or later if you follow the brothers and sisters and learn more." Ling Tian was stunned when he heard this, and almost thought that Guangtian had seen through his magical powers. Haoshan also explained at this time, "Junior brother, this family is so rich, where do you think his money comes from?" He did not wait for Ling Tian to answer and continued, "Isn't it exploited from the common people? Just watch how our senior brother scrapes some oil off his body. We can use that money for them, rather than letting it rot in our homes." Ling Tian nodded as if he understood, agreeing with what they said. He couldn't help but think of the fact that he had committed a lot of robbery in his past lives. It's just that the methods used by his senior brothers are different. Late that night, most of Mr. Zhang's family had already fallen asleep. The person who was keeping vigil held on for a while, and finally fell asleep nearby. However, Ling Tian and the other 3 in the guest room were all in high spirits. After arranging the room, they started to work. Qi Tian took out his soul-calling banner, muttered something, and finally shouted in a low voice, "Soul come." After a while, a gust of cold wind blew in from outside. Although Ling Tian is only in his early teens, his spiritual power is not inferior to that of his other brothers. He soon saw a ghost walking through the door from outside in a daze. Qi Tian shouted, "The deceased is Zhang Lefu. Look where this is." Zhang Lefu was the name of an old man who had just died in this family. As he had only been dead for a few days, his spirit was still wandering around the house, and Qi Tian summoned him over with almost no effort. At this moment, Zhang Lefu saw a golden light in front of him and a ferocious-looking Cao official was staring at him. He knelt down quickly and said, "Sir, this is the underworld, right? I beg you to show me mercy and let me go back to be reunited with my family for a while longer." Zhang Lefu had heard that people would go to the underworld after death, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. He hasn't had time to make arrangements yet. If Officer Cao were to judge him now, he would definitely be thrown into the 3 evil realms based on the sins he committed in his lifetime. HMPH, you have committed a grave sin. Even if I let you go, your Zhang family's style will make it impossible for you to atone for your sins. Since you are so honest, I will give you one chance. This was obviously not the first time Qi Tian had done such a thing. After a while, he found out all the evil things Zhang Lefu had done in his life, and after hinting at some things, he drove him out. At this time, he said to Guangtian and the others, "This old ghost is so evil that he will definitely appear in his son's dreams when he returns. If his son doesn't give us a satisfactory amount of incense money tomorrow, we will make his family restless." The next day, Mr. Zhang came to Guangtian in a hurry. "Master Guangtian, I heard that your demon-suppressing temple is undergoing a major construction project. I would like to donate some money in the name of my father. How much should I donate?" Guangtian pretended to be unmoved, raised his right palm and said, "Amitabha, thank you very much, benefactor. However, the demon-suppressing temple is too old and would cost more than 1,000,000 taels of silver. How can I let your family afford it? All the donor needs to do is to show some appreciation." Zhang Yuanhui was overjoyed when he heard this and said, "In that case, I will donate 500 taels of silver. I hope you will accept it." Guangtian smiled and seemed very satisfied as he said, "Thank you for your donation. Your father has done great deeds and will surely be reborn into a good family in the future." That night, Qi Tian did not look for Zhang Lefu again. However, that night, strange noises kept coming from Zhang Lefu's coffin in the morning hall, which not only woke up all the people who were guarding the body, but also alarmed Zhang Yuany's family. Mr. Zhang came and wanted to call Guangtian and others to come over to perform a ritual, but he seemed to be blocked by a ghost wall and could not reach Guangtian and others' room. These little tricks were actually done by Qi Tian, so he naturally couldn't let Zhang Yuany go to Guangtian. After finally making it to the next morning, Mr. Zhang, with dark circles under his eyes, immediately came to find Guangtian and the others. Mr. Zhang looked at Guangtian and the others and asked, "Master Guangtian, did you sleep well last night? Didn't you notice anything last night?" He even began to doubt the abilities of Guangtian and others. With such a big thing happening outside, they were sleeping like dead pigs. Guangtian said calmly, "Donor, a monk has a clear conscience and can sleep well at night. I wonder what urgent matter you have for me." Mr. Zhang sighed and said, "Alas, something happened last night." As he spoke, he recounted the incident of the strange noise that occurred in the morning hall last night. Guangtian's face changed drastically after hearing this. "Is this true?" Mr. Zhang had been looking at Guangtian, and when he saw his face change drastically, he asked hurriedly, "Master Guangtian, didn't I donate 500 taels of incense money to your temple? Why is it still like this? Is there something wrong?" Guangtian pondered and said, "If it were an ordinary family, 500 taels of incense money would be more than enough, but for a heinous criminal, this incense money would become a death warrant for him. I wonder if your father has any moral flaws in his life." This Mr. Zhang immediately looked embarrassed, and it was obvious that he was not completely ignorant of what his father had done. "Does the donor have any difficulties?" Guangtian asked. Mr. Zhang hesitated and said, "Master, if there is a small evil, how much money should be donated?" Guangtian didn't respond, but just raised a finger. 1,000 taels. Guangtian shook his head and said nothing. 10,000 taels. Rise. Zhang Yuany immediately understood Guangtian's meaning, but he immediately decided, "Then I will increase the incense money to 10,000 taels." Guangtian did not object and nodded, "Then let's say 10,000 taels." That night, perhaps because Mr. Zhang donated 10,000 taels of incense money, the strange noises in the morning hall did not occur again. Mr. Zhang sent people to check, but found nothing. After getting up the next day, the servant immediately reported to him. It turned out that all the chickens raised by the Zhang family died suddenly for no reason, but there was no blood at the scene, and there was not even any sign of fighting or struggling. It was very strange. His family was still holding a funeral at this time. If the news got out, his Zhang family's reputation would be ruined. While he arranged for his servants to clean up the mess, he was ready to come find Guangtian again. After Mr. Zhang finished describing today's unusual situation, he asked, "Master Guangtian, why this time? Master, is there any way to solve this problem?" Guangtian's face became very serious. "Donor, I'm afraid your father is not a person of minor evil, but a person of 10 unforgivable evil, right?" This. Mr. Zhang looked guilty. In fact, although he knew that his father was not a good person, he was not sure how bad he was. "Master Guangtian, I wonder if you have any way to save me." As he said this, Guangtian seemed to be in a dilemma. 100,000 taels. The demon-suppressing temple will be responsible for this matter to the end. If the donor feels that it is too much, all the incense money will be taken back. Mr. Zhang was obviously not happy. "Master Guangtian, can you allow me to think about it?" Guangtian said generously, 100,000 taels is indeed not a small amount, please give me a gift. That night, there were suddenly many more people guarding Zhang's house inside and outside, and there were even a few fake Taoist priests who were invited from nowhere. Not only did they patrol everywhere, they also arranged people to watch outside the rooms of Ling Tian and the other 4. But even so, all the newly bought chickens of the Zhang family died suddenly that night, and several dogs and a dozen livestock were also killed. When Zhang woke up that day and heard the news, he immediately agreed to Guangtian's previous request. In the name of Zhang Lefu, he donated 50,000 taels of silver and 5,000 taels of gold to the Junyao temple, of which the gold was used to sculpt the golden body of the Buddha statue in the temple. A few days later, the 4 returned with a full load. On the way back, Qi Tian asked Ling Tian, "Junior brother, what did you learn on this trip?" Ling Tian shook his head and said, "It's so complicated. Since their money is ill-gotten gains, why don't we just find a time to clear them out? If they are also bad guys, wouldn't it be more convenient to kill them with one sword?" He was used to being a swordsman and liked to be straightforward. He felt that he could not learn the way his senior brother, who was roundabout in asking for money and using various banners, did. The three of them were shocked when they heard this. "Junior brother, how could you think like that? We are not gangsters, we are monks." Ever since this ritual, Wooten and the others seemed to be afraid that Ling Tian would cause trouble, and never arranged for him to go out again. In addition, the demon-suppressing temple suddenly received another 100,000 taels of silver in its account, making the temple's finances much more relaxed. Wu Tian and his companions discussed opening the mountain gate and recruiting new disciples. Before this, Wooten had assigned various positions to Guangtian and others. Although Ling Tian is young, he has considerable qualifications, so Wooten assigned him the job of looking after the sutra repository and growing vegetables in the ancient temple. Ling Tian was happy to accept such an arrangement. As for growing vegetables in the ancient temple, he doesn't need to do it himself all the time. He only needs to arrange for new disciples to take care of it regularly. After nearly 2 years of hard work by the workers, the demon-suppressing temple not only has a brand new look, but also has many more rooms and houses for accommodation. For the sake of quietness, Ling Tian deliberately chose the deepest courtyard. Because the temple's vegetable garden was already in the backyard, his fellow brothers did not object. 3 years passed in a flash. At this time, there were nearly 100 Buddhist disciples in the demon-suppressing temple, among whom Ling Tian had also officially entered Buddhism. Thanks to Wu Tian's leadership, the 1,000-year-old Junyao Temple has expanded its influence to several nearby states, and various sources of income are pouring in. However, all this has little to do with Ling Tian. In the demon-suppressing temple, Ling Tian is the most unique person. He never competed for power with his fellow monks, and even took the initiative to share the position of looking after the sutra repository with the new monks. He even left the matter of growing vegetables to his disciples, while he himself stayed in the yard and practiced in peace, as if he were an otherworldly sage. His behavior attracted the attention of many disciples, and some of them who were unaware of the situation would come to him to ask for advice on Buddhist scriptures. But Ling Tian politely refused every time, which made them very depressed, but there was nothing they could do. Who made Ling Tian the youngest elder in the temple? Even the powerful abbot was polite to Ling Tian, let alone them. This day, Ling Tian was practicing in the yard as usual. Chirp! A familiar voice came. Ling Tian looked up and saw a white fox standing on the wall. "Little white fox," Ling Tian asked in surprise. Chirp! The white fox waved at Ling Tian and then jumped out. This is telling Ling Tian to follow it. Ling Tian was very happy to see the old beast again, and followed it out immediately. The man and the beast soon arrived at a forest a few miles away from the back mountain of the demon-suppressing temple. The white fox seemed to stop at the rocky wall of a low mountain. The white fox turned into a scantily clad beauty in a blink of an eye. She bowed to Ling Tian and said, "Master, I am honored to be here." "You." Ling Tian pointed at the peerless beauty and was speechless for a moment. The beauty smiled and said, "Master, you are not scared by me, are you?" "You really scared me." Ling Tian came back to his senses. He stared at the beautiful woman and asked, "Are you really the little white fox from before?" "We." "Master, don't you think I look like you?" Hearing Ling Tian's words, the beautiful woman smiled like a flower. "Master, please follow me, you will know after you come in." As she spoke, the fox girl sent a series of spiritual spells towards the stone wall, and suddenly a hole opened up in the stone wall automatically. The entrance of the cave did not look like an ordinary cave, because there was not only light but also sky inside. It was obviously a secret place. "Secret realm," Ling Tian blurted out. "Master, watch your step." The fox girl did not respond to Ling Tian, but took his hand and stepped into the secret realm. Ling Tian had seen many secret realms before, but it seemed that he had never entered one. He wasn't worried that the fox girl would deceive him, so he just followed her in. After passing through the entrance of the secret cave, Ling Tian discovered that it was a garden-like scene inside. There are lush flowers and green grass, birds singing, and some common birds and animals. It is simply a paradise. The fox girl brought Ling Tian to a simple wooden house. Walking into the wooden house, there is a small clay statue of a man standing inside. There are deep dents on the front of the statue, which are obviously formed by kneeling in front of the statue for many years. Although the clay statue is very rough, it can be vaguely recognized that it is Ling Tian. This. Ling Tian looked at the wooden house, a little surprised. The fox girl blushed a little and explained. Master, this is where I lived before I transformed, and it is also where I received my inheritance. This statue was made when I missed my master, based on my memory. I made my master look a little ugly, so I'm sorry to make you laugh. Afterwards, the fox girl told Ling Tian how she broke into the secret realm a few years ago, how she obtained the Fox clan's inheritance, and then how she practiced to transform. It turned out that 3 years ago, the little white fox happened to pass by the stone wall at the entrance while looking for food. At that time, it felt a force pulling it into the secret realm, and then it seemed as if a voice was calling it, attracting it to this cabin. There was originally a golden ball in this cabin. When she tried to pick it up with her claws and bring it back to Ling Tian, the ball slipped into her stomach from her mouth. The white fox was so scared that it jumped up and down. It tried every way to spit it out, but all failed in the end. Just as it was about to leave, a lot of things suddenly popped up in its mind, including the origin of the ball. It turned out that it was the demon pill of its Fox clan ancestor. In this way, the white fox not only obtained the inheritance, but also directly inherited this secret realm. Because the original owner of this secret realm stipulated that the white fox could not go out before transforming, even if she obtained the inheritance, she could not go back and tell Ling Tian. In the next 3 years, it could only stay and practice quietly while absorbing the energy of the demon pill. During these 3 years, the white fox had no worries about food and drink, but he always missed Ling Tian. So, it erected a clay statue of Ling Tian in the wooden house. From then on, it talked to Ling Tian's clay statue every day to ease its homesickness. So that's how it is, Ling Tian said suddenly. He had previously thought that the white fox had run away with another fox. Looking at such an infatuated fox girl, Ling Tian's heart was beating fast and he couldn't help but stroke her head gently. The fox girl seemed to enjoy Ling Tian's caress. She hugged Ling Tian tightly and said with tears in her eyes. Master, I have been thinking about you every day and night for the past few years. Today, I just transformed and can enter and exit the secret realm, so I came to find you as soon as possible. He looked at the gorgeous fox girl in his arms, and a musky scent rushed to his nose. Ling Tian's heart was beating so violently that it almost jumped out of his throat and almost jumped out of his chest. Although he had gone through several lifetimes, he had never been so intimate with a woman, and she was dressed so revealingly. The fox girl sensed the changes in Ling Tian's body, and her pretty face flushed. She bit her lower lip and said delicately, Master, there are many strangers in the ancient temple now. Why don't you stay here with me? We can have children in the secret realm in the future. What do you think? Ah! Ling Tian yelled and violently pushed the fox girl in his arms away. Only then did he remember that he was now a monk. Not to mention that the fox girl is a demon, even if she was a human, he couldn't do this. Ling Tian's face flushed red, and he said in a panic, No, I can't do that. I am a monk now, and what's more. As he spoke, his words were somewhat incoherent, and he did not dare to look into the fox girl's eyes, for fear that if he continued to look, he would lose control of himself. Master is shy. The fox girl looked at Ling Tian with a smile. How could I be shy? It's just that Ling Tian forced himself to remain calm. After all, he had experienced several lifetimes. Although he is still a virgin in soul, he has had several relationships. How could he lose to a little fox? Master, why are you so cute? I want to pounce on you and eat you, the fox girl said coquettishly. It seems like the real empress. Of course I should have guessed it long ago. If it were you, you would have eaten him up completely in your first life. How could an ordinary person be as patient as this old demon? Looking at the scene, all the immortals in the 9 heavens demon palace couldn't help but whisper to each other. At this time, the face of the queen of all demons among the several empresses also turned slightly red. The fox girl in the picture looks exactly like her except for her clothes. If nothing unexpected happens, she is her previous life. She didn't expect that in her previous life she would recognize Ling Tian as her master. Is this relationship a bit too much? However, thinking about how Ling Tian rescued it from the hunters, and that the man and the beast had lived in the temple for more than 2 years. Given the Fox clan's tradition of valuing gratitude, it was normal for the little fox girl to recognize Ling Tian as her master. Seeing the two reunited again after 3 years, the queen of all demons felt a little excited. Although she knew that the demon emperor was doomed to die in this life, she still hoped that they could be alone together for a while longer. Just like what the fox girl said, it would be best if the two of them could have children in the secret realm. In the picture, the fox girl did not cry because of Ling Tian's rejection. She thought that it might be because Ling Tian was still young, so she was not in a hurry. After all, as both of them were cultivators, they still had plenty of time in the future. At this time, the two were sitting on the only bench in the cabin. Ling Tian looked away and said shyly, "Little white fox, can you change your clothes? This is too revealing." The clothes the fox girl wore only covered 3 main parts of her body, with the rest of her body either exposed or barely visible. Hee, so the master wants to see me change clothes. Could it be that the master wants to see some parts but dares not say it? The fox girl joked, seeming very satisfied with Ling Tian's performance. Ling Tian quickly shook his head and said, "No, I'm embarrassed to look at you when you're dressed like this. But, according to the memories passed down by our predecessors, this is the best looking style. Master, I have to inconvenience you for a while." The fox girl blinked her eyes and said, "Hee, master, I gave myself a name called Siren. Do you think it sounds good?" "Yeah, that sounds good," Ling Tian said absent-mindedly. Siren was not bad either. She seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "Master, I haven't eaten your roasted meat for a long time. Please wait a moment, I will go catch a wild rabbit." After saying that, she left the cabin. Ling Tian felt relieved when he saw Siren leaving. But after a while, the fox girl Siren caught 2 hares and came back. Siren came over and handed 2 hares to Ling Tian. "Master, I'm sorry to trouble you again." "Oh, never mind." Ling Tian did not refuse. Although he was a Buddhist disciple now, he had not abstained from food in the temple. His fellow brothers would occasionally eat meat and drink alcohol, so he certainly did not have to insist. He gutted the 2 rabbits as skillfully as he had done a few years ago, then roasted them over a fire. The 2 of them soon began to feast on them. The one baked by the master is still the best. Siren was eating barbecue and praising Ling Tian. Ling Tian smiled faintly. He didn't know how to respond. He couldn't just say "I think it tastes good too." If he said that, he would be too narcissistic. In this way, the 2 of them chatted while eating barbecue. The 2 wild rabbits were quickly eaten by them, but most of them were eaten by Siren. After eating and drinking, the 2 chatted for a long time. Ling Tian learned many secrets about the Fox Girl clan. These were all told to Ling Tian by the Fox Girl, and she learned them through inheritance. It turns out that the little white fox belongs to the Sky Fox clan. This clan has the blood of the ancient demon emperor, and when they cultivate to the highest level, they can grow 9 tails. If one could cultivate to this level, the white fox could not only call himself the demon emperor, but he wouldn't even have to be afraid of the immortal emperor of the human race. "Little Siren, what are your plans for the future?" Ling Tian asked. Unexpectedly, Siren said shyly, "I just want to be with my master every day and give birth to children for him." "Ahem, let's not mention this matter again." Ling Tian refused. Siren looked at Ling Tian's bald head, especially the few scars from his religious rituals which were particularly eye-catching. Her eyes were slightly red as she said, "Then I will practice well here first. I hope you can come visit me often when you are free." Ling Tian said sternly, "Okay, if you go out, be careful not to get into conflict with others. Many people in this world are prejudiced against the demon race. If they find you, they may harm you." "I understand, thank you for your concern, master." Siren nodded obediently, then looked at Ling Tian, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. "What else do you want?" Ling Tian asked puzzledly. "Master, can you promise me one thing?" Siren looked at Ling Tian and said. "Go ahead," Ling Tian said. "Master, can I kiss you?" Siren lowered her head, her face slightly red, her voice as thin as a mosquito's hum, and she looked like a guilty thief. "Ah, this." Hearing this, Ling Tian was stunned for a moment. He had never expected that the little fox girl would be so straightforward. He had rejected her several times, but she still refused to give up. "What's wrong? I'm afraid this is a little inappropriate." Ling Tian had a strange feeling in his heart, which was a little hard to accept. "Hee, master, are you overthinking? Actually, there is nothing wrong with a kiss. Didn't I kiss my master before?" Siren smiled slyly, as if teasing Ling Tian. Forehead. When Ling Tian heard this, he was a little confused. In the past, he did often hug the little white fox, and the little white fox did kiss him. But at that time he just treated the little white fox as a pet. Who would have thought that it would become a delicate and beautiful girl? Ling Tian looked at Si Ren, who was looking expectant in front of him, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. He could only cough dryly a few times and pretended that he didn't understand. Master, do you want me to transform back into my original form before I agree? Si Ren muttered, his eyes full of disappointment. Ling Tian thought it made sense, so he nodded and said, then change back to your original form and kiss me, only then can I accept it. Oh. A white shadow flashed by, and the snow-white fox appeared in front of Ling Tian again. The fox in front of me was pure white, with 2 furry fox ears and a pair of eyes that moved flexibly. It was very beautiful, and its big furry tail was still shaking. Just as Ling Tian was stunned, the white fox jumped directly into Ling Tian's arms. Ling Tian had no choice but to reach out and hold it, stroking its white fox fur with one hand. The white fox leaned obediently in Ling Tian's arms, then raised its head and kissed Ling Tian on the face. Master, please kiss me too. As she spoke, she cast a wink at Ling Tian. Ling Tian was a little dazed when she threw him, and a beautiful picture suddenly appeared in his mind. At that time, he was sleeping with the little white fox in his arms. The little white fox nuzzled against his arms, making his heart beat fast. Somehow, the little white fox's pink mouth appeared in Ling Tian's mind, and its little tongue was still. He quickly shook his head, trying to get rid of this evil thought. However, once this thought came into my mind, I could not get rid of it. Ling Tian immediately said goodbye. Si Ren, I have to go now. The white fox turned back into a human, hugged Ling Tian and said, Master, you can stay here. No. Junior brother, is your little fox back? Haoshan came to Ling Tian's yard and was surprised when he saw the white fox. In fact, what he didn't know was that it had been almost 2 years since the white fox transformed and came out to find Ling Tian. Before, the fox girl had always wanted to keep Ling Tian in the secret realm to live a good life. After being rejected by Ling Tian, she simply came to live in Ling Tian's yard by herself. Ling Tian was afraid of the bad influence if he was discovered, so he asked the fox girl to appear in her true form. In order to be with Ling Tian, the white fox had no choice but to do so. After that, the man and the fox lived a peaceful and warm life in the yard. Since Buddhism is a quiet place, if Haoshan had not stepped into Ling Tian's yard, he might never have discovered it. On the other hand, Ling Tian was a little worried that his fellow brothers would notice something when they saw the white fox, but now that there was no panic on Haoshan's face, and he obviously thought that the white fox was just an ordinary fox, he felt relieved. Haoshan had seen the little white fox before, so he wanted to reach out and stroke it. Chirp! The white fox barked at him a few times and then hid behind Ling Tian, obviously resisting Haoshan touching it. Haoshan said with some regret, You, a fox, are still so shy. He turned to Ling Tian and said, Junior brother, I will not come to you for no reason. Next month, Xian Temple will send someone to our temple for an exchange, and we need you to show up. Ling Tian was a little puzzled and said, Brother, they just want to communicate, why do they need me to come out? Haoshan explained, if it is an ordinary sect exchange, there is naturally no need for junior brother to come forward. However, Siyuan Temple and Junyao Temple are both 1,000-year-old temples. Siyuan Temple is still popular and the beauties inside are world famous. This time they had many young and beautiful disciples coming, including the fairy Qingshe who was very popular among young monks. Although our demon-suppressing temple is starting over, we cannot lose too much to them, so we have also selected several young and handsome disciples to attend the meeting. Ling Tian was speechless. So Haoshan came to see him this time because he is handsome. Ling Tian had also heard of Siyu Temple, and the fairy Qingshe was even more well-known. I heard that this person's original name was Mu Qingshe. She looked like a fairy and was very popular among young cultivators. She had countless suitors. But fairy Qingshe was like a master of love affairs. She neither rejected nor agreed to her suitors. Instead, she often drove them like slaves. How could Ling Tian have any interest in such a fairy? But what the senior brothers said is right. We must not let fairy Qingshe show off her power in the demon-suppressing temple. At this time, Haoshan seemed to be worried that Ling Tian would refuse, and hurriedly explained. Don't worry, junior brother. I know you like quietness. You just need to show up and ignore everything else. Junior brother, you are a generation older than them. You just need to remain cool and aloof to strike at the pride in their hearts. Therefore, this mission is not difficult at all for you, junior brother. Ling Tian looked at Haoshan's smug expression and felt a sense of admiration in his heart. In recent years, his senior brothers have become more and more concerned about fame and fortune, and have become more and more adept at networking. Even Ling Tian, who has experienced several lifetimes, admires them. Since his senior brothers have said so much, he can't refuse. So he said, in this case, junior brother, please show yourself then. The white fox behind him seemed a little dissatisfied. It stuck its head out and chirped a few times. Seeing this, Haoshan asked curiously, hey, little fox, are you interested in participating too? He was thinking that if Ling Tian's cute pets joined the battle, it would surely add a lot of color. Ling Tian, however, pushed the white fox back with one hand and said, brother, don't bother with it. After Haoshan left, the white fox said to Ling Tian, Master, let me help you. I promise to let you take down all those women. Who said we should take them down? If you dare to make trouble, I will drive you back to the secret realm. Ling Tian warned. The white fox said, Master, what are you afraid of? They came to your door. I heard that the women in Xian Temple are all arrogant and proud. As long as the master takes them, they will definitely not make a fuss, and they may even be completely devoted to the master. Shut up, who do you think your master is? If you say that again, I will ban you from my room for 3 days. One evening a month later, the Siyuan group arrived as promised. There were more than a dozen of them in total, including 3 elders of the same generation as Wudin and others, and the others were first-generation disciples. Among those disciples, there were 5 who practiced with their hair uncut. They were indeed all top beauties, and the one leading them, Fairy Qingshe, was the most stunning beauty in the world. The reason why Xian Temple wanted to come to communicate this time was naturally not as simple as real communication. The demon-slaying temple has become increasingly famous in recent years. Although it is not as famous as the top-notch sects, as a 1,000-year-old temple, its influence cannot be underestimated. Especially Xian Temple, which is also a Buddhist temple, has clearly felt a hint of threat. The reason they came to communicate this time, in addition to exploring the demon-suppressing temple's true strength, was more to give the demon-suppressing temple some warnings. As soon as they arrived at the demon-suppressing temple, the disciples began to look at the temple's hardware. Their demon-suppressing temple is so new, and looks much more beautiful than our Xian temple. It's superficial, it's just a renovation. How can we monks be attached to appearances? Senior Sister Qingshe taught me a lesson. Senior Sister Qingshe is right. To renovate such a large temple, I don't know how much money the people will spend, and the manpower consumed is innumerable. We can't just look at the appearance, but should look through the appearance to see the essence behind it. As soon as the few disciples with hair in Jingyan Temple stood still, they started discussing in front of everyone. Their discussion made the monks in charge of reception look embarrassed. With a guilty look on his face, he said to Master Puyun, the leader of Jingyan Temple, Amitabha, the demon-suppressing temple is not as wealthy as the Jingyan Temple. It has only been maintained once in more than 100 years. I am ashamed of you, the layman of your temple. Brother Zhetian, why do you have to bother with our disciples? Some time ago, they didn't even know about the existence of your temple, and I have already scolded them once. Master Puyun replied indifferently. Zhetian's mouth twitched a few times, but he finally endured it. He first placed Master Puyun and others in the guest rooms, and then went to arrange vegetarian meals in the evening. The next day, before daybreak, a disciple came to call Ling Tian to attend morning lessons. This was something Haoshan had agreed to ask him to participate in, but Ling Tian declined. However, the weather was very cold that day, and despite Ling Tian's high level of cultivation, he still couldn't help but delay for a while. After washing up, Ling Tian dressed neatly and walked towards the hall for morning classes. At the same time, in a corner of the lobby, Mu Qingshe had already sat down. She looked at the monks walking into the hall, feeling a little disdainful. She thought these monks were really terrible. Not only is his cultivation level low, but his appearance is also so ugly, which justifies the reputation of the demon-suppressing temple as a 1,000-year-old temple. It really does not live up to its reputation and is all show and no substance. Just when she was about to give up with a look of disappointment, she saw a tall figure walking into the lobby. He was no more than 20 years old, but was about 8 feet tall. Wearing a floor-length white fur cape, he looked even more majestic and extraordinary. His thin face makes people reluctant to look away once they take a look at it. His deep eyes swept across as if to suck away other people's souls. What a handsome little monk. Uncle Lingtian. Seeing this person, the young monk stood up and saluted. There was even a monk who was so considerate enough to come forward and help him take the cloak. More importantly, this person's cultivation is unfathomable. This shocked Mu Qingshe, who had seen many talented people in the world. Hush, did you see that little monk? Mu Qingshe sent a message to her junior sister Zhou Lengyi. But, you call him little monk. It seems that monks of the same generation as us all call him Uncle Master, Zhou Lengyi replied. Mu Qingshe added, so what? He is not as old as us, but he is very good at hiding his abilities. I'm afraid no one among our generation can rival him. So amazing. No wonder others call him Uncle Master. Well, this is definitely the biggest discovery of this trip. After class, we will investigate carefully and make sure to dig out his background. Isn't this inappropriate? What if others mistake us for a bunch of sluts? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to see in temple? Mu Qingshe and Zhou Lengyi were discussing via telepathy throughout the morning class. However, at this time everyone was busy chanting scriptures and muttering to themselves. Even if someone looked at them, they would probably just think that they were doing their morning lesson seriously. An hour later, the morning class ended. Wu Tian took this opportunity to give a speech to welcome Siyuan and others, and also introduced to them several key members present, including Ling Tian. After it was over, many monks immediately surrounded Mu Qingshe and the others. Many of them have heard of the name of Fairy Qingshe, and many of them are even fans of Mu Qingshe. Now that Mu Qingshe is right in front of him, it is natural for him to go and discuss Buddhism with her. Of course, this does not include Ling Tian. After Ling Tian and Wu Tian finished their introductions, they immediately stood up and left. It's as if Siyuan Temple doesn't exist. This made Mu Qingshe, who had been keeping an eye on Ling Tian, a little annoyed. He is worthy of being called a little monk. Such a beautiful lady as me is right here, and you don't even look at me. Aren't you looking down on me? She did not forget the purpose of her visit and began to ask other monks. Excuse me, fellow disciples, whose Buddhist teachings are the most profound in the demon-suppressing temple. I would like to ask for your advice when I have the chance. What is the most profound Buddhist teaching? Of course it's our abbot. What about the younger generation? That's hard to say. Among my peers, I am definitely not inferior to others. Junior brother Hong Hai, you are so shameless, do you have the guts to fight me? Seeing that the monks were about to start fighting, Mu Qingshe hurriedly stopped them and said. Wait, is there anyone among you who is more powerful than Uncle Ling Tian? How dare we compare with him? Uncle Ling Tian is the most mysterious person in our demon-suppressing temple. Yes, I heard that he is the last disciple of our master. In time, he will be more powerful than our abbot. Ling Tian didn't pay much attention to what happened in the lobby. He showed up as Haoshan requested and then returned to his own yard. The white fox immediately stepped forward and asked, Master, is that Fairy Qingshe pretty? Not as pretty as you, Ling Tian rolled his eyes. Although Ling Tian's answer was extremely insincere, the white fox seemed very happy. It jumped into Ling Tian's arms. Hee hee, Master, even if you lie to me, I will still be very happy. Come down here, I want to make breakfast. I got up and tossed around all morning, and I'm starving. Ling Tian threw the white fox to the ground with some disgust. But the white fox continued to pester him and finally jumped onto his shoulder. It rubbed its furry head against Ling Tian's face and said, Master, please let me transform into a human body, so that the fairy can see me and feel ashamed. If you are not afraid of being caught and having your skin peeled off and your elixir taken out, then just go ahead and transform. Don't blame me for not saving you then, Ling Tian said unhappily. After such a scare, the white fox no longer dared to mention transforming into a human. She didn't dare to risk her own life, let alone implicate Ling Tian. That afternoon, Ling Tian and Bai Hu were basking in the winter sun in the yard. Mu Qingshe and a few others walked in led by the disciples of the demon-suppressing temple. Wow, what a cute fox, exclaimed a disciple of Siyuan Temple. Several women were about to go forward to hug the white fox, but the white fox chirped at them a few times and hid behind Ling Tian. Ling Tian frowned and said, Amitabha, what can I do for you, layman? Uncle Lingtian, can't we come visit you if we have nothing to do? Mu Qingshe asked Lingtian with a smile. Lingtian frowned even more tightly. There was something else this little girl said. If he says no, wouldn't that mean he's stingy? Of course, you are welcome. Lingtian said with a smile. Mu Qingshe saw Lingtian smiling brightly, but she felt that Lingtian's attitude was cold, so she said. Uncle Lingtian, I didn't expect you would actually raise a fox. Master Lingtian looks young, so he should be younger than us, right? No wonder you like to keep pets, a female disciple from Xian Temple echoed. Lingtian looked a little ugly. What's wrong with raising a fox? Rain, you have nothing to do with me, okay? Besides, although his body is not very old, his soul is old enough to be their grandfather's grandfather. But he couldn't argue with them, so he started to order them to leave. Amitabha, I don't like to be disturbed. If you have nothing else to do, please go back. Just when everyone didn't know how to answer. Uncle Lingtian, this fox of yours is probably not a simple one, right? Mu Qingshe stared at Lingtian and suddenly asked. Lingtian's heart sank. Could it be that this little girl discovered that the white fox was a fox demon? This is a bit difficult. There are nearly 10 people in this group. He can't kill them all to silence them, right? So, he asked with a dark face, why do you say that, Master Mu? Chirp, the white fox also barked at Mu Qingshe a few times. Mu Qingshe saw Lingtian starting to get angry, but she was secretly happy in her heart. The purpose of her saying that was to provoke Lingtian, and it would be best if he attacked in anger, so as to test Lingtian's strength. She continued, I heard that foxes understand human nature the best, and are the easiest to cultivate into demons. Uncle Lingtian keeps a fox, could it be that he has some ulterior motive? Hearing this, Lingtian laughed in silence, and then asked. Little girl, what if I raise a fox demon? Didn't your master teach you that as long as you have Buddha in your heart, even a demon can cultivate to become a Buddha? Do you know what the true nature of the Buddha mother is? Do you know why it is called exorcising demons and eliminating evil? Instead of exorcising demons and monsters. Mu Qingshe. Everyone, including Mu Qingshe, stared at Lingtian in amazement. It seems to be correct. It's just that the education they have always received is that the purpose of practicing Buddhism is to eliminate demons. There are fewer monsters in the world now. If a monster appears occasionally, everyone will rush to kill it as soon as possible. Who cares whether it is good or evil? Who would want to convert a monster? However, even though she understood this truth, Mu Qingshe still felt a little unwilling. Because her purpose of coming was to test Lingtian's strength. She would not be discouraged by Lingtian's few words. At this time, perhaps the white fox understood Lingtian's words, and was rubbing its head against Lingtian's body. What a cute and well-behaved white fox. Mu Qingshe was a little envious. Uncle Lingtian, why don't we have a competition? If you win, you can let me do something. If I win, you will give this white fox to my nephew, how about that? Mu Qingshe spoke directly. Chirp. The white fox obviously understood what Mu Qingshe said. It bared its teeth and claws and barked at Mu Qingshe, obviously scolding her. Then it rubbed against Lingtian's face from time to time, as if it was acting coquettishly to him. Lingtian had lived with it for so long that he had guessed its meaning from its actions. This is to let Lingtian teach Mu Qingshe a lesson. In fact, Lingtian was also a little angry when he heard what Mu Qingshe said. He frowned and asked, you still want my white fox? Mu Qingshe smiled but did not answer. Instead she asked, Uncle Lingtian, are you afraid of losing? It was obvious that she meant to provoke him by saying this. Mu Qingshe was proud of her own wit. Lingtian looks to be only around 20 years old, and young people like him are most prone to impulsiveness. Once he agreed, she would be able to achieve her goal of testing Lingtian regardless of whether she won or lost. Of course it would be even better if she won, then she could also get a beautiful white fox. What do you want to compare? Lingtian suppressed his displeasure and asked. After all, he was a generation older than Mu Qingshe, but Mu Qingshe was about 10 years older than Lingtian. With this coming and going, it would be reasonable for the two to challenge and compete with each other. However, Lingtian agreed to her challenge more to teach her a lesson. My nephew has been practicing for a few years earlier than me, so I'll let you decide. Seeing that Lingtian agreed to the competition, Mu Qingshe smiled brightly. Very good, very good. Lingtian nodded. Since Mu Qingshe was so confident, he was no longer polite. He stood up, picked up a small branch nearby, and said to Mu Qingshe from a distance, "You make your move." At this time, the white fox was chirping excitedly beside him, as if cheering for Ling Tian. Mu Qingshe ignored the white fox's performance. She looked at the small branch in Ling Tian's hand with an unpleasant look on her face. "Uncle Master, are you going to use this branch to compete with me?" Ling Tian nodded and said, "That's enough. You are the junior, so I will let you make the first move, so that you won't deny your defeat." Mu Qingshe was so angry that she couldn't speak. She cursed in her heart, "I want to see what you are capable of, to look down on others like that. Look at the sword." Mu Qingshe gave a delicate shout and drew the sword in her hand. She just shook her wrist, and the sword made a few sword flowers in the air, and stabbed towards Ling Tian with a sword light. What she displayed was the unique skills from Siyunan's sword cannon. This sword technique is swift and strange, with great power. Senior sister actually used her ultimate move. Will it hurt Master Ling Tian? The faces of the disciples of Jingyan Temple changed slightly, and they couldn't help but worry for Ling Tian. Mu Qingshui's current reputation is not due to her being a pretty face. She is extremely talented and her abilities are definitely among the best among her peers. Especially when she displayed her unique sword skills, she was even more powerful than some of the elders in the sect. However, in Ling Tian's opinion, Mu Qingshui's swordsmanship was still far behind. The small branch in Ling Tian's hand did not move, as if he was frightened by Mu Qingshui's sword. But just when Mu Qingshui's sword was less than a finger away from Ling Tian suddenly moved. Mu Qingshe saw Ling Tian disappearing as if out of thin air. At the same time, she clearly felt a sharp sword coming towards her neck. This sword may seem ordinary, but in fact it is unstoppable and as fast as lightning. If she doesn't dodge, her life will be in danger the next moment. "My life is over," Mu Qingshe broke out in cold sweat. But before she could draw her sword to block, the sword had already touched her neck. Just as Mu Qingshui's feet felt cold, Ling Tian's voice rang in her ears. "You've already lost." Ling Tian's sword is no longer moving. But Mu Qingshe was still so frightened that the sword in her hand dropped to the ground, and she took several steps back. If she hadn't been supported by several fellow apprentice sisters, she would have fallen to the ground. This scene also shocked several disciples of Siyuan Temple. They could never have imagined that the world-famous senior sister Qingshe couldn't even take a single move from Ling Tian. And the happiest one was the white fox. It chirped with joy, jumped into Ling Tian's arms, and kissed Ling Tian's face with its little mouth. This scene stunned all the disciples of Siyu Temple. "Isn't this white fox so smart and cute?" After a while, Mu Qingshe quickly came back to her senses. She was not someone who could not afford to lose. She picked up the sword and bowed to Ling Tian. "Master Uncle is really amazing, I admire him." She wasn't just talking, she was very confident that she could do it. Shuxinyi.net. There is nothing in this world that can stump her. In fact, she only needs to say a word to the public, and a lot of young talents are willing to run errands for her. "This is easy. Please leave the yard immediately and don't disturb me anymore," Ling Tian said calmly. This, Mu Qingshe couldn't believe her ears. You know, her promise is more precious than some priceless treasures. Ling Tian actually just asked her to leave. Is her promise so worthless? Also, seeing how Ling Tian wished she would disappear immediately, was she that annoying? "How? You can't even do this." Seeing that Mu Qingshe was still hesitating, Ling Tian said with a bit of disgust. "Chirp." The white fox was showing its teeth and claws beside it. "In that case, I will no longer disturb my uncle's meditation." Mu Qingshe immediately bowed to Ling Tian, but she glanced at the white fox and was obviously reluctant to leave. With an ant-like smile, she reached out to pet the white fox as a farewell. Seeing her like this, the white fox did not hide, but even came forward and interacted closely with her. Just when Ling Tian thought that the white fox had betrayed him, the white fox suddenly grabbed Mu Qingshui's clothes on her chest. The white fox usually kept its claws extremely sharp, and Mu Qingshe relied on her advanced cultivation level, so she didn't wear much clothes. The white fox grabbed and tore a big hole in Mu Qingshui's clothes on her chest, and even the white bra underneath was torn, revealing a hole, through which the white bump could be vaguely seen. Ah! Mu Qingshe was laughing happily when she looked down. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and she held her chest and screamed. Her face turned red, and she left her fellow disciples and ran out of the yard. Amitabha, what a sin! Ling Tian closed his eyes, raised his right palm and let out a low cry. Mu Qingshui's other junior sisters hurried out. The other monks were originally behind Mu Qingshui and had no idea what was happening, but they followed her anyway. Since there were many monks in the temple, Mu Qingshui did not walk far. She waited for Zhou Lengyi to catch up with her and asked her for a coat to put on, thus avoiding embarrassment. The people who caught up with him had no idea what was going on, and some even started asking the monks in the demon-suppressing temple about Ling Tian. Senior brothers, your junior uncle is so powerful, why have we never heard of his fame outside? Yes, could it be that the demon-suppressing temple is planning to hide your junior master uncle away and use him as a secret weapon at a critical moment? Why don't you take him as your teacher? His strength should be stronger than your master, right? Upon hearing this, some of the monks looked embarrassed, while others looked proud. Amitabha, fellow layman, you have seen that our junior uncle likes quietness and never likes to be disturbed by others. If it were not for your request, I would not dare to disturb him this time. Brother is right. Not to mention you, even we saw him take action for the first time. Mu Qingshui was even more shocked when she heard what the monks said. From the brief fight she had just had with Ling Tian, she felt that Ling Tian was definitely an expert with rich practical experience. If Ling Tian has never taken action, where does his experience come from? What's more, Ling Tian is not even 20 years old yet. Could it be that he is born with the ability to do it? With all kinds of questions, she returned to the guest room, changed her clothes, and reported to Master Puyun. What? He defeated you with one move. When Master Puyun heard Mu Qingshui's report, her expression changed slightly. Yes, Uncle Master, if he wants to kill Qingshui, Qingshui will have no power to fight back. Master Puyun pondered for a moment and said, it seems that the young monk Lingtian has indeed inherited the old monk's legacy. However, he hasn't practiced for a few years, so it stands to reason that his cultivation level cannot be higher than yours. Could it be that he gave Ling Tian an initiation before he died? Mu Qingshui's eyes lit up. Uncle Master, are you saying that the old monk gave his power to Ling Tian? All the frustration she felt suddenly disappeared. She was originally devastated by Ling Tian, but when she heard that Ling Tian had inherited the old monk's skills, she felt relieved. However, she still had some lingering fear about Ling Tian's white fox. She suspected that the white fox was a male, otherwise why would it scratch her clothes, especially her chest? Of course. And it is very likely learned from its owner. Maybe that little monk is a pervert. At the same time, not long after Mu Qingshui and the others left, Ling Tian severely taught the white fox a lesson. Master, I will never dare to do it again next time. The white fox lowered his head and said pitifully. Because of tearing Mu Qingshui's clothes, Ling Tian gave the white fox a slap. This white fox is so ignorant that it even dares to tear other people's clothes. Maybe Fairy Qingshui suspected that Ling Tian taught it to do this. Ling Tian scolded with a dark face. Next time someone comes, stay away from me. You are just looking for trouble. I just want to see if her buns are bigger than mine, and besides, won't the master's eyes light up when he sees them? The master obviously likes to watch it, but he is still pretending to be serious, the white fox argued cunningly. You dare to talk back. Do you believe me? I will send you back to seclusion. I was wrong, please don't be angry, master. After the white fox finished speaking, it buried its head in Ling Tian's arms and rubbed against him like a spoiled child, as if it wished to become one with Ling Tian. Master, hers is not as big as mine, do you want to see it? Less than 3 seconds later, the white fox raised its head and blinked at Ling Tian and said. You still said. Get out of here. You little demon, you only destroy my practice. Ling Tian raised his hand as if he was going to give it another slap. The white fox was so scared that it immediately shut up and begged for mercy. The next day, Siyuan Temple and Junyao Temple will send disciples to participate in practical exchanges on the same stage. According to the plan, Ling Tian will also attend to cheer. Even though something unpleasant happened last night, Ling Tian was not too embarrassed to attend. Besides, he just wanted to show his face and improve the overall appearance of the monks and bring honor to the demon-suppressing temple. When he sat on the judge's seat, Ling Tian clearly felt a hostile look in his eyes. This look naturally came from Mu Qingshui. Little pervert. When Mu Qingxue saw Ling Tian appear, a slight blush flashed across her face and she cursed inwardly. Although Ling Tian didn't know what Mu Qingxue was thinking, he could tell from her expression that she disliked him. But Ling Tian didn't take it to heart. There was no need for him to care about the feelings of a disciple from another sect. The communication between Junyao Temple and Siyuan Temple on the same stage was a complete mess. Ling Tian and his fellow monks were helpless. These monks had only been monks for a few years and had to recite various Buddhist scriptures and even learn rituals. How could they have the time to practice martial arts? Not to mention those disciples, even Haoshan and his friends might not all be able to defeat Mu Qingxue. As for their disciples, there is no need to mention them. She smiled and reminded Wu Tian, "Brother Wu Tian, the foundation of you disciples of the Demon Suppression Temple is still too shallow. In the future, you must encourage them to practice more diligently. Although we are monks, we must not forget our duty to exorcise demons and monsters." Wu Tian was also an intelligent person. He naturally knew that Master Puyun was warning him, meaning that he should spend less time on building up his power and instead work hard on practicing his inner strength. But he said, "Amitabha, what Master Puyun said makes sense. However, demons are almost extinct in the world now, and we monks cannot forget the ordinary people. Our Junyao Temple upholds the spirit of saving people from suffering and disasters, promotes Buddhism to the general public, and has embarked on a new path. As for the matter of exorcising demons and monsters, I will ask Master Puyun and your family to take care of it in the future." Master Puyun couldn't help but feel angry when she heard this. Wu Tian meant that he just wanted to make money and had no intention of competing with Siyuan. But if Wuten is allowed to continue developing like this, it is only a matter of time before its reputation surpasses that of Siyuan. In the future, those rich people will probably only remember the Junyao Temple. How can they still remember Siyuan Temple? Humph, if you don't have some ability, you may not be able to keep it no matter how much money you make. Master Puyun secretly despised him in her heart. But she remembered what Mu Qingxue reported yesterday. Unfortunately, she was not sure she could defeat Ling Tian, so she could only give up. This person is neither arrogant nor impatient, and his state of mind is far superior to that of his peers. He will definitely achieve something in the future. It seems that we still have to find a way to deal with Ling Tian, otherwise the position of the head of the Buddhist sect will be taken back by the demon-suppressing temple sooner or later. Looking at Ling Tian's young and cold appearance, Master Puyun thought secretly in her heart. After Ling Tian and other disciples from the two sects finished their exchange, he left the table and returned to his own courtyard. He clearly felt two emotions in the eyes of Siyuan and others. One is positive appreciation, probably appreciating his youth, handsomeness and high accomplishment. The other is a negative form of hatred, which should mean jealousy and the desire to destroy. Especially the eyes of Mu Qingxue and Master Puyun were clearly filled with hatred. This made Ling Tian very confused. Is it really that serious? But he is not a coward. If they dare to cause trouble to him, he will not be merciful just because they are women. Ling Tian did not show up to see them off. Welcoming and seeing off guests had nothing to do with him, and Siyuan and others were not at the point of mobilizing a large force. For Ling Tian, his interaction with Siyuan should be over. However, what Ling Tian did not expect was that within less than a month, more and more strange things began to happen in the mountain behind him. On this day, the white fox actually brought back another snow-white fox from the back mountain, and it was a female. Ling Tian asked by who with a confused look on his face. "Why did you bring it back? Do you really think this place is your fox den?" The white fox replied, "Master, I have interrogated it. It was captured by someone and sent to the back mountain. I don't know whether it was to seduce me or you, master." Hearing Si Ren's words, Ling Tian's heart sank. There is no doubt that this was the aftereffect of Si Ren tearing Mu Qingshui's clothes before. But what he didn't expect was that Mu Qingshui was so petty. "What else did you ask?" Ling Tian asked. "This guy was captured not long ago. The person who captured him seemed to have some ability to taming animals, but he only mastered the surface. He just sent this white fox to the back mountain and let it move around in this area. I don't know anything else." Si Ren explained. "That's it," Ling Tian frowned. "Yes, master, you see it is so pitiful, how about we keep it here for now? You can leave it here, but you have to control it and don't let it cause me any trouble." Ling Tian thought about it and agreed. Although he was not afraid of trouble, he didn't want his peaceful life to be affected by the little fox's affairs. Got it, master. Si Ren rubbed Ling Tian affectionately to express his gratitude, which confused the other white fox. It didn't understand why other foxes, also white foxes, could communicate directly with humans, but it could only chirp. Si Ren seemed to understand the little white fox's psychology and started to communicate with it in a chirping manner. However, for a white fox that has never practiced cultivation to transform into a fox demon, without any adventure or something like that, it would be harder than climbing to the sky. What's more, less than a month later, a young man came to the door. This man was probably around 25 or 26 years old, and quite handsome. This person broke into Lingtian courtyard from the back mountain and introduced himself first. Little monk, excuse me for disturbing you, I am Li Zixuan from the Enjo Li family. I'm sorry to bother you because my white fox has been missing for nearly a month, and today I finally found you. Ling Tian didn't reply, motioning for him to continue. I was wondering why my white fox got here. It turns out you have a white fox here too. I didn't expect that we are actually of the same kind. If you don't mind, we can be friends. Ling Tian shook his head and said, Amitabha, I am a monk, so there is no need for me to make friends. Li Zixuan was not bad at being rejected. He smiled and said, Little monk, thank you for taking care of my white fox these days. I want to take it away now. You should have no objection, right? When the two white foxes heard Li Zixuan's words, they looked at Ling Tian expectantly. Ling Tian continued to shake his head and said, Since the white fox belongs to the donor, I naturally have no objection. However, there is one thing I need to explain to the donor. The donor's white fox came to my yard for a total of 26 days. Its daily eating, drinking, defecating and urinating really cost me a lot of energy and supplies. Given the donor's family background, he wouldn't let it eat and drink for free here, right? When Li Zixuan heard this, his eyes widened and he couldn't believe his ears. This monk is so stingy, could it be that he is obsessed with money? But he was not a stingy person, and quickly took out a silver note of 100 taels and threw it to Ling Tian. This is 100 taels of silver, it's definitely too much. Ling Tian nodded and said, This 100 taels of silver from you, the donor, can be used as a token of appreciation for the demon-suppressing temple. Please do as you please, Mr. Li. Li Zixuan walked towards the two white foxes with an arrogant look on his face. The sea man raised by Ling Tian is about the same size as the other white fox, and is also completely white. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to tell them apart. However, this should not be difficult for Li Zixuan, who has some basic knowledge of beast taming. He looked carefully, as if trying to identify which one was his, but finally his eyes fell on Si Ren. Chirp! Si Ren bared his teeth and claws towards Li Zixuan, as if warning him. Ling Tian just smiled and said nothing. Xiao Bai, we haven't seen each other for just 1 month, and you don't recognize your master. As Li Zixuan spoke, he completely ignored Si Ren's warning and quickly reached out to grab Si Ren. Ah! As Si Ren waved his front paw, Li Zixuan's arm fell. Reading. Li Zixuan's entire arm was actually cut off by Si Ren's claw. He looked at Si Ren in disbelief, and was so scared that he took several steps back. He would never have imagined that a fox could be so powerful. In fact, in addition to his own underestimation of the enemy, it was also related to the fact that Si Ren had learned a lot of skills from Ling Tian. Amitabha, Mr. Li, you got the wrong fox. The other one is yours. Ling Tian knew that Li Zixuan was coming for Si Ren, but he still gave a kind reminder. How could Li Zixuan still care about the fox at this moment? He used his other hand to stop the bleeding, then picked up the broken arm and said to Ling Tian fiercely. Snort. Little monk, if you allow the beast to hurt people, I will come back one day to seek justice. After saying that, he didn't care about the white fox anymore and turned around and left. After the others left, Si Ren seemed to realize that she had caused trouble, and said to Ling Tian guiltily, Master, I'm sorry, I have caused you trouble. It's not your fault this time, they obviously came here to cause trouble on purpose. You can't pamper people like this, you did a great job this time, Ling Tian said. Si Ren didn't expect that Ling Tian not only didn't blame her, but praised her instead. She was so happy that she jumped into Ling Tian's arms and had fun. A few days later, the one-armed young hero Li Zixuan, whose injury had not yet fully recovered, came again. This time, in addition to himself, there were also more than a dozen people including his father Li Taming, as well as several of Li Zixuan's friends. All of his friends are young and talented, including Fairy Qingshe. This time they did not come in from the back mountain, but went directly through the main gate to find Wooten and others and come together. This is obviously what Li Zixuan meant by seeking justice. Are you the young monk Ling Tian? Li Taming acted extremely arrogant as soon as he saw Ling Tian. Amitabha, Mr. Li, please be patient. I will investigate the matter after I have learned the whole story from my junior fellow monk. Wu Tian stopped Li Taming Dao. As he spoke, he asked Ling Tian, Junior brother, what's going on? Junior brother, you didn't even step out of the gate, so how can they say you let the beast hurt people and cut off his son's arm? Ling Tian said calmly, Big brother, you don't need to intervene in this matter for now. They are just making trouble out of nothing and targeting junior brother. After saying that, he glanced at Li Taming and others. When she looked at Mu Qingshe, she quickly looked away and didn't dare to look Ling Tian in the eye. Wu Tian was about to say something, but he saw Ling Tian sneer at Li Taming and others. You have brought so few people with you. Aren't you underestimating me? You. Li Taming was about to say something, but he realized that there was something wrong with Ling Tian's words, so he stopped talking immediately. Ling Tian obviously meant that they brought so many people here. Did they want to solve the problem by force? If you want to solve the problem by force, Wooten and others will definitely not sit idly by. After all, this is the home ground of the demon-suppressing temple. If they just come here to attack us, aren't they seeking death? Thinking of this, he said in a slightly slower tone, Little monk, we are not trying to bully you. It is a fact that my son's arm was broken by you. Just tell me how you want to solve this matter. Ling Tian sneered, Humph, you ask me how to solve it. If you die here, your whole family will be at the mercy of me, won't you? At this time, Li Zixuan said angrily, Ling Tian, my arm was injured by your white fox. Shouldn't you be responsible? That's right, how much hatred can there be? You have to cut off his arm. Li Zixuan is one of the best geniuses in Enjo. Now his arm is broken. How can he survive in the future? That's right. The real culprit must be severely punished. The emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people, let alone a fox. That's right. If we only punish the fox, that would be too easy for him. Who knows if he will continue to let the animal hurt people in the future. In my opinion, the pet should be punished as much as its owner. As Li Zixuan questioned, the people around him also started talking. Ling Tian ignored the others and said to Li Zixuan calmly, This is the donor's own fault, no one else can be blamed. The donor knows best what is right and wrong in this matter. If it wasn't for the donor, why would he release a white fox into my back mountain for no reason? If it wasn't for the donor who wanted to catch the white fox of this poor monk, how could such a disaster have happened? Little monk, I don't agree with what you said. My fox ran to your back mountain by itself. It must have been attracted by your fox. As for why I wanted to catch your white fox, it's just that I haven't seen it for a long time and I misjudged it for a moment. Who knew it was so brutal that it even broke my arm? Li Zixuan immediately retorted that this was an excuse he had thought of a long time ago. Hee, I don't quite understand. My white fox is obviously a female. How could it possibly attract your female foxes that are hundreds of miles away? Ling Tian's words left Li Zixuan and the others speechless. They always thought that the fox in Ling Tian's family was a male. Especially Mu Qingshe who was standing behind. She originally just wanted to have someone lure out Ling Tian's fox and teach him a lesson, and take the opportunity to take revenge on Ling Tian. Who knew that Li Zixuan's hand would be broken? Now hearing Ling Tian say that it was a female fox, it meant that the information she provided at the beginning was wrong, which made her feel a little ashamed. HMPH, no matter how eloquent you are, my son's arm is broken. You can't get away with it. Li Taming said angrily. He obviously knew that his son was meddling, but there was no way he would just let Ling Tian and his fox go. So he said, Mr. Li, just tell me how you want to solve it, and I will take it all. It's simple. First hand over the real murderer, and then cut off one of your arms. Otherwise, don't even think about us letting you go, Li Taming sneered. Ling Tian smiled and said to Wu Tian who was frowning, Big brother, have you seen how these people are being unreasonable? What junior brother does in a moment has nothing to do with the demon-suppressing temple, you senior brothers can just watch the show from the sidelines. Ling Tian's words clearly meant that he was going to take action against Li Taming and the others. Brother, since they are making trouble unreasonably, we in the Demon Suppression Temple are not afraid of trouble. If we, brother, stand aside and watch, wouldn't we be laughed at? Wooten had listened to the quarrel between the two sides and had already seen the clues. If the two sides started fighting, he naturally wouldn't let Ling Tian do it alone. Ling Tian said, Big brother, everyone has their own share of responsibility. These villains are not worth your effort. But Li Taming on the other side was a little unhappy and said, Little bald donkey, how dare you look down on us like this? I want to see how capable you are. Haha, in that case, then there's no need to waste time talking and just show us the real deal. Ling Tian showed a playful look at the corner of his mouth. Okay, today I'm going to let you have a taste of my power. Li Taming was furious. He drew out a long sword and rushed towards Ling Tian. Li Taming's sword moves were quite good and their power should not be underestimated, but he obviously had no way to deal with Ling Tian. After letting Li Taming attack for a few times, Ling Tian found a flaw and pressed his palm on his chest. Puff! Li Taming spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string, and he only stabilized his body after crashing into a huge rock. Ling Tian looked at him and said, Donor Li, if you still have some strength left, then get up quickly and continue to challenge me. Li Taming was so stimulated by Ling Tian's words that he almost vomited 3 liters of blood. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he knew that he was no match for Ling Tian. Moreover, Li Taming knew clearly that Ling Tian was much stronger than himself. If they really fought, he would definitely lose. You bald ass, how dare you be so arrogant? But since you are so arrogant, don't blame us for being rude. All of you, come at me and cripple all his limbs. Li Taming roared. At this order, nearly 10 people from the Li family rushed towards Ling Tian at the same time, trying to subdue him. Seeing this, Wu Tian and others were about to help. But Ling Tian stopped him and said, Brother, please be patient. I can still handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tian immediately rushed into the crowd. Ling Tian's body flashed, and he moved like a dragon, dodging the attacks of the crowd as fast as lightning. Ling Tian's cultivation is not comparable to that of the Li family. He naturally knows that these people are just bluffing and have no real ability. Bang, bang, bang. Ling Tian knocked down everyone in succession, then took the dragon step and began to attack Li Zixuan. When Li Zixuan saw Ling Tian attacking him, he turned pale with fright and quickly stepped back. Brother Lu, Fairy Qingxie, save me. He asked for help from Lu Changxing and Mu Qingxie who came with him. Lu Changxing and Mu Qingxie looked at each other, hesitating whether to help. Ling Tian's strength was far beyond their expectations. Even Li Zixuan's father was no match for him. Even if they took action, they would probably only end up with a few more people getting injured. At this time, Ling Tian had already arrived in front of Li Zixuan. He sneered and slapped Li Zixuan in the face. After a dull thud, Li Zixuan was knocked flying. Ling Tian did not pursue the victory, but walked towards Li Taming with a smile on his face. You, don't come over here. You can't kill me, otherwise my ancestors will not let your demon temple go, Li Taming said in horror. He didn't expect that this young monk was so powerful that he could seriously injure him with just one palm strike, and the people he brought with him were no match for him. Haha, then go tell your ancestor that if you want justice for you, just come to me. After Ling Tian finished speaking, he slapped Li Taming hard on the top of his head, knocking him unconscious. Amitabha. Junior brother, you have great skills. I admire you, Wu Tian looked at Ling Tian and said with admiration. He was very clear about Li Taming's strength. It was incredible to him that such a strong man was defeated so easily by Ling Tian. He suspected that he was no match for Ling Tian, but he couldn't figure out the style of Ling Tian's martial arts. Although he suspected that these were taught to Ling Tian by the old monk, he could not find any basis for it. But Ling Tian smiled and said, Big brother, you are too kind. It is me, junior brother, who has caused trouble for you. Wooten looked at the Li family and others who were wailing on the ground, shook his head and said nothing. Although the demon-suppressing temple has only been revived recently, not just anyone can bully it. After Ling Tian dealt with the people from the Li family, he walked towards Mu Qingxie and other young talents. Amitabha, Mr. Mu, are you satisfied now? Ling Tian asked. Mu Qingxie pretended to be innocent and said, Uncle Lingtian, Qingshe doesn't know what you mean. Ling Tian frowned and said, if you think this is not enough, go find another helper. But I hope you can find a better opponent next time. After saying that, he shouted at the people wailing on the ground, get out. Upon hearing this, the people of the Li family felt as if they had been pardoned. They quickly got up and helped Li Taming and others escape. Mu Qingshe and the others did not dare to stay any longer and left together. Ling Tian had been waiting for the ancestor of the Li family to come to him, but he waited in vain. Maybe it was because Ling Tian did not kill Li Taming and others, the Li family gave up on causing trouble for him. As for Mu Qingshe, perhaps because Ling Tian had warned her, she did not cause trouble for Ling Tian again. However, after seeing Ling Tian take action that day, Wu Tian would come to him from time to discuss Buddhism with him. This was because Wu Tian saw that the martial arts he used had little to do with Buddhism, and thought it would be a waste if he didn't use Ling Tian's good conditions as a signboard, so he deliberately guided him to use more Buddhist skills. Before, Ling Tian only learned some introductory Buddhist skills. Later, due to the death of the old monk, he practiced the skills from his previous life. Their senior brothers thought that the old monk passed on the skills to him and stopped teaching him. After Wudin taught Ling Tian the advanced Buddhist skills this time, he felt that the situation was getting out of control. It might be because he had experienced many lifetimes, or it might be because he possessed magical powers, but when he practiced Buddhist techniques or recited Buddhist scriptures, the Buddha's light emanating from his body had reached the point where it was visible to the naked eye. Every time at this time, even the fox girl Si Ren felt light converting to Buddhism. When Wu Tian saw this, he felt like he had found a treasure. He felt that his junior brother Ling Tian would be able to achieve success in the future. In the future, the prosperity of Junyao Temple will require a great monk like Ling Tian. After all, the Buddha nature that Ling Tian is currently displaying is beyond the reach of even someone like him who has practiced for decades. On this day, the two had just finished discussing Buddhism, and Wu Tian said, "Brother, I will teach you another mantra of the golden lotus at the Buddha's mouth. When you use it outside, it will surely show the mastery of my Buddhist teachings." After saying that, he began to teach Ling Tian the mantra of spitting out the golden lotus at the Buddha's entrance. Ling Tian's spiritual power was powerful. He completely mastered it after listening to it once. Then he tried to recite it. As soon as he opened his mouth, Wudin's eyes almost popped out of his head as he looked at the scene in front of him. Even though he had been mentally prepared, even though he knew that Ling Tian would definitely be able to produce the golden lotus, he was still shocked by the scene before him. As soon as Ling Tian opened his mouth, a golden lotus emerged from the ground, followed by the second, the third. After a while, the whole yard was covered with golden lotus. These golden lotuses are pure and holy, shining with golden light, and are extremely shocking. Even Wudin, an old monk over 50 years old, felt a little jealous. Isn't this gap too big? Even if he'd practiced Buddhism for most of his life, he could only have a few palm-sized golden lotuses blooming from his mouth. In his opinion, even if his Buddha nature was not as good as Ling Tian's, after practicing for most of his life, he should be about the same as Ling Tian. But he never expected that Ling Tian could have golden lotuses everywhere. Could it be that disciples like my junior brother who have no desires or requests are the most favored by the Buddha? At this moment, Wudin couldn't help but doubt whether his hard work in managing the demon-suppressing temple over the years was right or wrong. However, Wudin was only distracted for a moment and quickly adjusted himself. After all, he is the abbot now, and it is impossible for him to hand over the demon-suppressing temple to others in order to practice Buddhism. He stared straight at Ling Tian and nodded. "Junior brother, you really impress me." Junior brother has only been studying Buddhism in depth for about a year, and has achieved this. In the future, he will definitely become a true Buddha. The important task of promoting our demon-suppressing temple will probably be handed over to you in the future. After saying this, Wudin looked at Ling Tian with a somewhat hot look in his eyes. Ling Tian looked at Wu Tian's eyes and said awkwardly, "Brother, you are too kind." Wu Tian shook his head and said, "Brother, there is no need to be modest. Brother, your Buddhist teachings are so profound that you should spread the Dharma to the world and save all living beings." As he spoke, he added seriously, "Today, in addition to teaching you this formula, I have something else to tell you." Recently, a large ancient tomb of the demon clan appeared in Danzhou. It is rumored that it is quite strange and has killed many people. Reading. The local people asked for help from many sects. As a Buddhist sect, how could our demon-suppressing temple be absent from the fight to eliminate demons and defend the way? Senior brother is planning to send Qi Tian and you, junior brother. Junior brother has been staying in the temple for a long time, so it's time for you to go out and explore the world. Ling Tian naturally knew Wudan's purpose. He wanted him to promote the demon-suppressing temple outside. It was difficult for him to refuse, so he thought about it and agreed. When they set out, Si Ren also insisted on going with them. Ling Tian thought that since it was the ancient tomb of the demon clan, it would be a good idea to let Si Ren go and see it for herself, so he agreed to her wish. Ling Tian, Kishan and Siren, 2 monks and a fox quickly flew towards Danzhou. When Ling Tian followed Qi Tian out for the first time, Qi Tian was not able to fly, but this time Qi Tian was able to fly. The realm of Buddhist cultivation of Qi Tian and others is different from the realm division before Ling Tian. He has just entered the initial stage of Ningxi. According to Ling Tian's estimation, Qi Tian at this time is probably equivalent to the Jindan stage. As for Ling Tian, his Taoism had already reached the stage of distraction, and his Buddhism had been brought to the stage of consciousness storage, which was 2 levels higher than Qi Tian's stage of concentration. Junior brother Ling Tian, when we enter the ancient tomb this time, we in the demon suppression temple don't have to worry about other people, but there is one person we must be careful of, and that person is the second prince of Feng country. Qi Tian introduced it to Ling Tian on the way. Tongzhou, where the demon-suppressing temple is located, is also under the jurisdiction of Feng Kingdom, and Feng Kingdom is one of the 7 countries in the southern region along with the other 6 countries. Zhang Yangxia, the second prince of Feng Kingdom, is very interested in ancient tombs for some reason. After hearing that an ancient tomb had been discovered in Danzhou, he took charge of the tomb on behalf of official personnel. Originally, he sent a lot of people to dig up the ancient tomb, but they suffered heavy losses. In the end, he had to ask for help from the major sects. Qi Tian meant that if the demon-suppressing temple wanted to grow and become stronger, it must not offend the second prince, so he reminded Ling Tian to be careful. Brother, rest assured. As long as he doesn't embarrass me, I'm not someone who likes to cause trouble. Although Ling Tian had dealt with people representing the royal family before, he didn't really like these high-ranking princes. Along the way, Qi Tian also introduced other forces in the southern region to Ling Tian. This time, a tomb suspected to be that of an ancient great demon appeared in Danzhou. Not only the forces of Feng Kingdom were mobilized upon hearing the news, but also forces from the entire southern region and even the northern region came. Ling Tian thought that with his current strength, as long as the ancestors of the major sects did not gather together, he could even fight them all alone, so he naturally did not take these forces seriously. Junior brother, I heard from senior brother that you can produce golden lotuses all over the ground. When you arrive at the scene later, you will recite the Golden Lotus mantra to subdue those people at the scene. The more high profile we appear, the less likely they will underestimate our demon-suppressing temple. When they were near the ancient tomb, Qi Tian explained again. Seeing Qi Tian's excitement, Ling Tian had no choice but to agree. Amitabha, junior brother, just do it. Located on the eastern slope of Panling Mountain in Danzhou, thousands of masters from all walks of life gather here. They all came for the ancient tomb discovered on the hillside. However, although they have many experts, they have not taken any action at this time. The ancient tomb discovered this time was quite strange. Before that, the second prince of Feng Kingdom, Zhang Yangxia, sent many civilians and soldiers to dig the ancient tomb. However, after only a small half of it was dug, they touched the protective formation in the tomb, causing the death of more than 90% of the people. Later, many masters who arrived early refused to believe and wanted to be the first to enter the ancient tomb to find out what was going on, but they all lost their lives. At present, these people have not even figured out how big the ancient tomb is, let alone cracking the formation. According to the feedback from the soldiers who escaped death before, there are most likely evil spirits in the ancient tomb. Their strength varies. The weak ones are only slightly stronger than ordinary soldiers, while the strong ones are stronger than human monks. In fact, most of the people at the scene were monks, but most of them were just trying to fish in troubled waters. Except for some of the fools who came first, who would be willing to take the risk. A bunch of rubbish. All the practitioners present here are trash. Zhang Yangxia couldn't help but curse in front of a group of arrogant young people. These young people included Mu Qingxie, Lu Changxing and others whom Ling Tian had known before. Zhang Yangxia knew why these people came, but what made him angry was that none of them could figure out a way to break the ancient tomb formation, and everyone just wanted to take advantage. Mu Qingxie, Lu Changxing and others blushed when they heard Zhang Yangxia's words, and they all turned their eyes to another young man named Heziqi. The Seven Stars sect where this young man belongs mainly practices various Taoist methods to exorcise demons and monsters, but Heziqi is not only not very good at learning the methods, but he knows nothing about battle formations in particular. He wanted to ask for help from the top leaders of the Seven Stars sect, but the Seven Stars sect had a rule that forbade digging up other people's tombs, so they refused to come. Heziqi cast his eyes on Mu Qingxie. Fairy Qingxie, we can't count on our sect anymore. Why don't you ask the Buddhist masters from your Xian temple to come over? At least they can help suppress the evil spirits in the tomb. Well, Mu Qingxie shook her head and sighed. In fact, she had already reported the matter back, but her elders were unwilling to get involved in this mess. Moreover, the monks in Xiyuan temple don't have any profound Buddhist knowledge. It's okay to let them preach Buddhist scriptures, but if they really want to use Buddhism to suppress demons, I'm afraid they can only serve as serving food. At this moment, the sharp-eyed people noticed two figures flying in the air in the distance. The monk is here. I hope it's a high monk from some temple who has come. What's going on? Why did the monk come with a fox? For a moment, everyone on the hillside was whispering to each other. The people who came were Qi Tian and Ling Tian. They arrived at the scene high above in the blink of an eye. Amitabha, Qi Tian chanted the Buddha's name. Ling Tian began to cross his legs and recite the mantra of spitting out golden lotus. For a moment, golden light shone brightly on his body, and golden lotuses on the ground rose up as if they were free. Ha ha ha, this is easy now, this monk must be very powerful. Wow, there are golden lotuses all over the ground. Which temple is this great monk from? That seems to be Master Qi Tian from the demon-suppressing temple. I have never seen the young one before. Everyone immediately started talking excitedly. The happiest person at the scene was the second prince Zhang Yangxia. When he saw the two monks' formation, especially Ling Tian who was radiating golden light like a Buddha, he felt that there was hope of breaking through the ancient tomb formation this time. Everyone, welcome both masters, Zhang Yangxia shouted. Welcome, two masters, the remaining soldiers and masters shouted in unison. Even if the masters from various forces did not give face to Zhang Yangxia, they had to give him some face when they saw Ling Tian's appearance. After all, no one knows what will happen next. Maybe one will need to ask the two monks for help after entering the tomb. As for Mu Qingxui's expression, it was a bit interesting. She recognized both Qi Tian and Ling Tian. Especially since everyone at the scene was so respectful to him, she felt frustrated. Reading. After the ground was covered with golden lotuses, Ling Tian, Qi Tian and Si Ren landed on the ground. Amitabha, this must be His Royal Highness the Second Prince, right? The humble monk Qi Tian from the demon-suppressing temple greets His Highness. As soon as the two landed, Qi Tian bowed to Zhang Yangxia. Haha, Master, please stop being so polite. Master Qi Tian, who are you? Zhang Yangxia seemed to be more interested in Ling Tian and asked quickly. This is my junior fellow monk Ling Tian. His Buddhist teachings are much more profound than mine. Greetings, Master Ling Tian, Zhang Yangxia bowed quickly. Greetings, His Royal Highness the Second Prince, Ling Tian also returned the salute. Then he said to everyone present, Amitabha, what you see before your eyes is the golden lotus of Buddhism. If you refine it, your inner spiritual power will mutate in a short period of time, and the damage to the evil spirits in the ancient tomb will be increased by 50%. Ling Tian could tell at a glance that there were a large number of evil spirits in the ancient tomb formation. These evil spirits are probably the resentful spirits suppressed or gathered by the ancient tomb formation. As a product of Buddhism, the golden lotus of Buddhism is very effective in dealing with resentful spirits. In order to demonstrate Buddhism and break the formation, he did not mind offering flowers to Buddha so that everyone present could get some benefits. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present rushed towards the golden lotus on the ground. Many of them knew how powerful the evil spirits in the ancient tomb were. When they heard Ling Tian say that they could refine the golden lotus and increase the damage by 50%, they naturally didn't want to miss out on such a rare item. Thank you, Master. May I ask, how long will the effect of these golden lotuses last? A thin middle-aged monk wearing a gray robe asked Ling Tian. You can rest assured. The effectiveness of the refining will vary from person to person, but it will be effective for at least 3 days. Ling Tian smiled slightly and replied. Hearing that it could last for 3 days, more people began to bow to Ling Tian to express their gratitude. Qi Tian was so happy watching this scene that he couldn't stop grinning. Ling Tian's move elevated his previous proposal to a higher level. This move not only shocked everyone, but also brought benefits to everyone. Considering the favor they received today, they would inevitably say a good word or two for the demon-suppressing temple in the future. Master Ling Tian, your Buddhist teachings are so powerful, I believe you can definitely break the ancient tomb formation, right? This prince has been waiting here for more than 10 days. As long as you help break the formation, this prince can guarantee that you can choose 3 treasures from the inside. Zhang Yangxia said impatiently. Since the demons have been extinct in this world for 100 years, some niche traditions have begun to be lost. For example, there are very few people who understand formations. Qi Tian was a little worried that Ling Tian didn't understand the formation, but Ling Tian had dabbled in it in his previous life, so the formation on this ancient tomb was not difficult for him. When Ling Tian first arrived, he was able to determine from the excavated parts that this formation was actually based on the 9 Palaces formation, with some modified layouts and other means to strengthen it. He nodded and said, it is not difficult to break this formation. Your Highness, please find 9 experts to stand at the place I designate. When I give the order, they will cast spells at the same time. This formation will be broken without a doubt. Seeing Ling Tian so confident, Zhang Yangxia immediately said happily, haha, good, you are worthy of being a master. As the second prince, Zhang Yangxia had long regarded this ancient tomb as his own private property. When everyone arrived, he made 3 rules, especially the agreement on how to distribute the treasures inside. Now Ling Tian provides the golden lotus to everyone and can break the formation, which solves his biggest problem. He was naturally happy. The ancient tomb formation was indeed quickly broken under Ling Tian's leadership. After the formation was broken, the originally chaotic space in front of the ancient tomb soon revealed its true appearance. At the innermost part of this space, a huge stone door is vaguely visible, but nothing can be seen inside the door. However, everyone knows that the door must be the only entrance to the ancient tomb, and there must be a lot of treasures hidden inside the tomb. But the most important thing at the moment is to eliminate the evil spirits that are still wandering around. Kill. Many powerful men rushed in to kill the evil spirits without Zhang Yangxia's orders. Now that those evil spirits had no formation to protect them, and with the golden lotus that Ling Tian had created earlier, everyone was full of confidence. Junior brother, your performance this time impressed me. Qi Tian walked over and patted Ling Tian on the shoulder. He originally thought that Ling Tian was a somewhat timid otaku, but he did not expect that he was not only proficient in Buddhism but also understood formations. Now he has become the most eye-catching Buddhist master among all the people present. Thank you for the compliment, senior brother. Let's go in too. After saying that, Ling Tian and Qi Tian also rushed in and started to eliminate the evil spirits with everyone else. Most of these vengeful spirits are humans. Some were deliberately killed when the tomb owner was buried and left behind to protect the ancient tomb. The rest were slowly attracted here later. These vengeful spirits can grow by absorbing the spiritual energy in the tomb, and can even improve themselves by devouring human corpses. Many of these vengeful spirits have already gained intelligence, and are even not weaker than ordinary humans. It's just that they were previously affected by the formation and did not devour each other. If these evil spirits escape, the people living at the foot of the mountain might suffer. Therefore, Ling Tian and Qi Tian had no intention of helping them to be reincarnated. It would be better to just beat them to pieces. Kill. For a moment, the entire ancient tomb was filled with all kinds of shouting and killing sounds. Some people were even injured and bleeding, causing the entire space to be filled with the smell of blood. The vengeful spirits in the ancient tomb could not withstand the joint attack of the crowd and were killed with almost no effort. The strength of these evil spirits was very low. Under the joint attack of everyone, they were almost wiped out without any resistance. Ling Tian, Zhang Yangxia and others continued to move forward and soon arrived in front of the huge stone gate. There were many intricate patterns carved on the stone gate, many of which even looked a bit like words, but no one could recognize them. Some people are eager to try and want to be the first to open the door. However, this huge stone door obviously has no mechanism to open it, so it can only be opened by human digging and brute force. At this time, Si Ren sent a voice message to Ling Tian, "Master, I recognize those characters. They are the characters of our demon race." Hearing Si Ren's words, Ling Tian was overjoyed and asked quickly, "What does it mean? Is there any way to open it?" Si Ren said, "It says that the owner of this tomb is called Lingmu Demon King. No one is allowed to disturb him, otherwise they will suffer retribution." After listening to Si Ren's words, Ling Tian felt that except for the useful information that the tomb owner was called Lingmu Demon King, the rest was nonsense. Regardless of the identity of the tomb owner, there will often be a warning or two on the tombstone. Ling Tian said to everyone that he just gave a reminder and did not say that this was the tomb of the Demon King. In fact, this huge stone door looks mysterious and strange. Even if he didn't remind everyone knew that there might be danger inside. After hearing what Ling Tian said, Zhang Yangxia also agreed, "Master Ling Tian is right. If you are afraid of danger, you can choose to withdraw now. If you choose to stay, we can break the stone door together." Zhang Yangxia's words instead made many people determined to stay, so they started digging the soil and attacking the stone gate. Ling Tian watched everyone attacking the big stone door together, and suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness. "What's going on?" Ling Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. "Not good, everyone evacuate." Zhang Yangxia gave a reminder and immediately stepped back to dodge. Everyone's face changed drastically and they quickly ran away. Boom! It turned out that as the foundation under the stone gate was dug, coupled with the occasional attacks from the crowd, the huge stone gate finally shattered. When the stone door opened, everyone saw a deep and dark passage. The passage was not very wide, only about 1 meter wide, and less than 2 meters high. In the darkness, there was an eerie and cold breath blowing in the face, and there was also a foul smell in the air, which seemed extremely weird. "Everyone be careful when you enter the cave." Zhang Yangxia gave some instructions and then invited everyone to walk into the passage. The further you go into the passage, the darker it gets, until you can't even see your hand in front of you. But this is not a big problem for a group of practitioners. What everyone was more worried about was that there might be a trap in the narrow passage, in which case there would be no place to hide. As everyone walked along, their feet stepped on the passage, making occasional creaking sounds, which made people feel a little scary. Ling Tian was also in the middle with Si Ren at this time, feeling a little uneasy. The passage was quite long and tended to go downwards. He guessed that it seemed to lead all the way to the depths of the mountain. "Master, I have a feeling there might be some living creature inside, so you have to be careful." At this time, Si Ren's voice transmission sounded in Ling Tian's ears again. "Are there any living things? Could it be that the Demon King has become a zombie?" Ling Tian asked. "It shouldn't be. It could be the guards arranged by the Spirit Eye Demon King." The crowd groped forward, but did not encounter any mechanism. After walking about 3 or 4 kilometers in total, the passage ahead began to reveal some dim green light. When everyone got closer, they found that the wall in front of them was inlaid with luminous pearls, emitting a soft green light. Many people began to relax, but Ling Tian did not dare to relax at all and remained cautious and alert. He did not inform everyone of what Si Ren said, because it was just Si Ren's guess, and he did not want to scare everyone before any signs of danger appeared. Before long, the people walking to the front started cheering. They had reached the end of the passage, which was a huge stone chamber. The stone chamber was filled with sarcophagi, half of which were empty and the other half were filled with miscellaneous items. It looks messy, but many people know that these may have been treasures in the past, but most of them have decayed now. If you can find a spiritual weapon or magic weapon that has not been corrupted, you will definitely make a fortune. So many people have started searching in the sarcophagus, and the people who came later have quickened their pace, and the scene has started to become chaotic. Some people who arrived later, seeing that they had not caught up, started looking around. This is the first stone chamber. It is estimated that it only contains some unimportant burial objects of the tomb owner. There must be other stone chambers behind it. Sure enough, there are 3 doors behind this stone chamber, and one of them must lead to the stone chamber where the tomb owner is buried. These people didn't care about anything else and quickly chose one of the doors and rushed in. Ling Tian and Qi Tian were not in a hurry. They did not come to the ancient tomb for the treasures in the tomb. Besides, Zhang Yangxia had just agreed to let him choose 3 items, so he was not in a hurry to take credit. Si Ren, where did the feeling you just had come from? Can you tell which door it was? Ling Tian sent a message to Si Ren. It seems to be the door on the left. Just as Si Ren finished speaking, hurried footsteps and screams came from the door on the left. Help! Ah! Everyone be careful, there is danger at the left door, Ling Tian immediately warned loudly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Just then, a strange sound was heard. What's that sound? Why is it so harsh? Some monks couldn't help but cover their ears. At this moment, a snake head more than 1 meter wide stretched out from the left door. It had horns longer than the palm on its head, and it was spitting out a tongue thicker than the arm at the crowd. It's a poisonous dragon. There is a poisonous dragon hidden in this ancient tomb, a cultivator exclaimed. Everyone else was frightened by the sudden appearance of the poisonous dragon and hurried away from the left door. Master, the danger comes from it, let's go quickly. This poisonous dragon hasn't transformed yet. Will you still be afraid of it even after it transforms? Ling Tian was also a little surprised. Master, even if I transform, I am no match for it. It is a dragon, and my celestial fox bloodline is too thin. I can only defeat it if I evolve to have 3 or 4 tails. Si Ren trembled in Ling Tian's arms. Don't worry, I can handle it. Besides, there are so many people here, I may not even need to do anything. Ling Tian comforted him, saying that with his ability he could naturally kill the poisonous dragon, but he was just thinking about how to maximize the benefits. He asked again, Si Ren, will it be useful if you eat the poisonous dragon's demon pill? Of course it is useful. It can help me evolve. Master, do you want to? Then I will kill it and give you a demon pill as a reward. It seems that Si Ren has followed him for so long, but he has never given her anything good. It seems that this poisonous dragon came at the right time. At this time, the poisonous dragon had come out from the left door, dragging its huge and flexible body and began to slaughter those monks. Some cultivators refused to believe in evil and took the initiative to kill the poisonous dragon. However, this poisonous dragon was obviously very powerful, and the weapons of those cultivators could not cause much damage to it. Instead, those monks were either sucked into its mouth or burned to death by its venom. Everyone, run away. Run. For a moment, everyone fled in all directions. The poisonous dragon opened its mouth and spewed out another ball of fire, which continued to burn the fleeing monks. The monks kept screaming, their skin and flesh were burned black. Brother Ling, this poisonous dragon is very powerful. I'm afraid we are not suitable to fight it. Let's leave here first. Zhang Yangxia said to Ling Tian, his face full of worry. The fact that this poisonous dragon could appear in the ancient tomb meant that it had been in seclusion or sleeping for at least several hundred years. Such a dragon is more powerful than a monster that has transformed, and it is not something that ordinary cultivators like them can kill. He knew that Ling Tian was well versed in Buddhism, but he didn't think that Ling Tian would be a match for the poisonous dragon. He wanted to win over Ling Tian, a master of profound Buddhist teachings, so he wanted Ling Tian to escape with him. However, Ling Tian had other plans. Because of his arrival, everyone broke into the ancient tomb. If this poisonous dragon escaped outside and killed innocent people indiscriminately, he would have to bear great consequences. Ling Tian looked at Zhang Yangxia calmly and said, "Don't worry, Your Highness. I don't care about this mere poisonous dragon. You guys should leave first. Wait until I have dealt with it, then Your Highness can come in." Okay, then let's withdraw first. Seeing Ling Tian so confident, Zhang Yangxia stopped trying to dissuade him. Seeing Ling Tian being so high profile, Qi Tian couldn't stand it anymore. He thought that Ling Tian might be out of his mind. It was fine to let him come out and show off, but there was no need to risk his life, right? So he advised, "Junior brother, we don't need to be so brave. How about we leave first?" "Senior brother, why don't you withdraw first?" Ling Tian said. Qi Tian was just hesitating when the poisonous dragon began to chase him. In order to buy time for Qi Tian, Ling Tian took the initiative to step forward and provoke him. He kicked the sarcophagus next to him, and the sarcophagus smashed heavily onto the poisonous dragon. After feeling the pain, the poisonous dragon indeed set its sights on Ling Tian, who at this moment was holding Si Ren and running towards the center of the stone chamber at a leisurely pace. When he looked back, he was immediately overjoyed. The poisonous dragon was really chasing him. The poisonous dragon was moving very fast and was about to catch up with Ling Tian. It was just about to stick out its tongue and swallow Ling Tian and the fox together. But Ling Tian's figure drew a graceful arc in the air and disappeared directly from its sight. The poisonous dragon was stunned. It seemed that it had not expected that the food in its mouth would suddenly disappear. At this moment, suddenly, it felt a dangerous breath coming from behind. Not good, the poisonous dragon felt a chill on its back. It turned around quickly and saw a silver-white sword energy coming towards its back. If it was hit by Ling Tian's extremely powerful sword energy, it would probably be seriously injured if not killed. The poisonous dragon quickly stretched out its head and bit the sword energy. It bit the sword energy into pieces and swallowed it into its stomach. Then he opened his mouth and spit out 2 fireballs, shooting towards Ling Tian. Seeing the 2 fireballs shooting towards him, Ling Tian's face darkened. He waved the sword in his hand, and suddenly a white sword energy shot out, blocking the 2 fireballs. After the 2 fireballs collided with the sword energy shot out by Ling Tian, they exploded instantly and turned into a ball of fire that splashed in all directions. Ling Tian watched the flames dissipate, a hint of regret flashing across his brows. The flame spewed out by the poisonous dragon is just an ordinary flame, which is several levels away from the legendary dragon's breath. As he was holding Si Ren, Ling Tian did not dare to get close to the poisonous dragon's head, for fear of burning Si Ren's fox fur. So he could only use his speed advantage to attack the body of the poisonous dragon close to him, while attacking with sword energy at the same time. The poisonous dragon, which was constantly attacked, had a flash of anger in its eyes. It opened its mouth and let out a shrill cry towards Ling Tian, then it sprayed a column of water towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian was prepared and moved his body suddenly to the side. The water column brushed Ling Tian's shoulder and shot out, splashing a cloud of water mist. However, Ling Tian avoided the water, but the poisonous dragon itself suffered. With a loud bang, the poisonous dragon was blown away by itself and rolled several times on the ground. Reading. The time is now. Ling Tian immediately seized the opportunity and slashed out with his sword. A golden sword energy that was longer than the previous one cut the poisonous dragon at 7 inches. Hiss. The poisonous dragon screamed in pain. Its nearly 2-meter thick body was almost cut in half, and smelly blood kept spurting out. The poisonous snake twitched violently on the ground for a moment, and finally died, motionless. Ling Tian fiddled around in the poisonous dragon's body for a while and soon found its demon pill. He sent a message to the white fox and threw the magic pill into its mouth. Si Ren didn't hesitate and swallowed the poisonous dragon's demon pill in one gulp. This kind of demon pill is not easy to find nowadays. If it doesn't have a fortuitous encounter, it will have to retreat for at least 100 or 200 years before it can transform. Looking at the dead poisonous dragon on the ground, the eyes of the monks who had not left were filled with horror. Ling Tian directly destroyed a large poisonous dragon, and everyone watching was stunned. That was a poisonous dragon, how could it be killed so easily? Ling Tian was quite speechless when he saw the looks in everyone's eyes. He was actually just being clever. Because the venomous snake accidentally hit its own body, he just stepped forward and stabbed it again. Of course, being able to cut off the huge body of a poisonous dragon with one sword is not something that an ordinary cultivator can do. Ling Tian also had to admit that this poisonous dragon was a tough opponent. At this time, Ling Tian noticed the corpse of the poisonous dragon. The scales on its body were very hard, and even contained a trace of fire power. Ling Tian thought to himself that the scales of this poisonous snake could help him temper the blade and sword light, and could also be refined into a magic weapon. "Brother, do you want to take back the scales and other things on its body?" Ling Tian said to Qi Tian, who was a little confused beside him. "Ah, yes." Qi Tian came to his senses when he heard Ling Tian calling him. Ling Tian easily killed the poisonous dragon, shocking many people. That poisonous dragon could be said to be a treasure all over its body, and many people were jealous of it. However, the more enviable scene is that the sea people who then showed their true form directly grew a second tail. Si Ren had not evolved after absorbing the demon pill. It was not because the previous demon pill did not have enough energy, but because she had been consolidating her foundation. After 2 or 3 years of practice, her foundation has become very solid and she could break through at any time. This time, Ling Tian directly threw a demon pill to her. Although it had not been fully refined, it instantly activated the demon power in her body, allowing her to easily break through to the second tail state. Sky Fox evolves. Mu Qingxie, who was far away, exclaimed immediately after seeing that Si Ren suddenly had 2 more tails. Because of Ling Tian, Mu Qingshe had previously made up for some information about foxes. When she saw that the sea people had grown a tail, she immediately knew that the sea people had evolved to the 2nd stage. At the same time, many people saw that Si Ren had 2 tails and gathered around. Master's fox is really peculiar. It has grown a tail. Is it because Master gave it the poisonous dragon's demon pill just now? The Master is so kind to his pet. I have to say, this fox is really beautiful. I want to go back and raise one. Everyone looked at the white fox and talked about it. At this time, hearing that Ling Tian had killed the poisonous dragon, Zhang Yangxia also came back with his guards. He became interested immediately when he saw that Ling Tian's fox was not only good looking but also had 2 tails. Master Ling Tian, your pet is really nice. I wonder what kind it is, Zhang Yangxia asked. Before Ling Tian could answer, Mu Qingshe immediately stepped forward and said, Your Highness, this white fox has just evolved a 2nd tail after swallowing the poisonous dragon's inner elixir. If I'm not mistaken, it must have the blood of the celestial fox, and it may even evolve into 9 tails in the future. Then, Mu Qingshe turned to look at Ling Tian and continued, I'm afraid even the immortals in heaven are no match for it. As soon as she said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Master Ling Tian, is this fox really so magical? Ling Tian's heart sank when he saw this, and he frowned and said, Second Prince, I don't know whether Fairy Qingshui's words are true or false. But judging from the fact that it evolved a tail only after eating the poisonous dragon's demon pill, the conditions for its evolution are undoubtedly more difficult than ascending to heaven. Even 1,000 years ago, it might not have been possible, let alone now when the demons are already in decline. Zhang Yangxia's face froze when he heard this, and he obviously figured it out. Ling Tian even had the ability to kill the poisonous dragon and take the magic pill to feed the fox. If it were him, it would be difficult to even get a magic pill, let alone raise it to have 9 tails. Mu Qingshe also saw that Zhang Yangxia was about to give up, and soon released another bombshell. Uncle Ling Tian, if I'm not mistaken, your white fox can already transform, right? Why doesn't the uncle let the white fox transform into a human form to open everyone's eyes? Remember, this white fox is a female. It must be very beautiful when it turns into a fox girl. After hearing Mu Qingshui's words, all the men present looked at Si Ren more intently. This kind of look is like seeing a great beauty. Ling Tian's face darkened. He was already certain that Mu Qingshe had no good intentions. This woman is so sinister and treacherous. As if sensing the anger in his master's heart, Si Ren also bared his teeth at Mu Qingshe, looking very angry. Mu Qingshe would have never been able to handle this if Ling Tian had been so straightforward and direct. But she quickly figured out the answer. This white fox definitely doesn't have any of the demon cultivation techniques, and it may not have even practiced them at all. After all, demons are not as rampant as they were hundreds of years ago, so it is normal that it has not obtained the demon clan's inheritance. Isn't it normal that without the demon heritage, he can't transform into a human form? After figuring this out, she smiled and said, Uncle Lingtian, don't be angry. I'm just giving you a reminder, and I don't have any other intentions. However, her words obviously made Zhang Yangxia beside her go into a frenzy. This is the legendary vixen. If he possessed it, not only could he turn it into a gorgeous beauty, changing its face every day, but it would also be very powerful by then and would surely be able to keep him safe. Isn't she more attractive than the fairy Qingshe in front of you? Thinking of this, Zhang Yangxia asked Ling Tian. Master Ling Tian, as a monk, it would be inconvenient for you to keep a fox as a pet, right? Ling Tian noticed that Zhang Yangxia was a little jealous of his white fox, so he shook his head and said, No, I have never treated the white fox as a pet, but as a friend. Zhang Yangxia continued, Master Ling Tian, I like this fox very much. I wonder if you can let it follow me in the future. As long as you let this white fox follow me, I can guarantee that Master Ling Tian will be the national teacher of my Daifeng kingdom in the future. As soon as his words came out, everyone present was shocked. A fox in exchange for the position of national teacher, that's a great deal. Especially Qi Tian and Mu Qingshui's faces looked exceptionally wonderful. Qi Tian was naturally very happy when he heard this. If Ling Tian is named the national teacher, everyone in the demon-suppressing temple will undoubtedly benefit from his success. Even the status of the demon-suppressing temple will be elevated to a level higher than that of first-rate sects. So he hoped that Ling Tian would agree to it right away. Mu Qingshe felt like she was shooting herself in the foot. If Ling Tian is named the national teacher, the status of Junyao Temple will undoubtedly be higher than that of Siyun Temple in the future. Even if there were two temples, one for men and one for women, she was extremely reluctant. Fortunately, she soon heard Ling Tian's direct refusal. Amitabha, Your Highness, don't worry about it. I will never do such a thing as selling out my friends for fame. If Your Highness really likes white foxes, you can raise one yourself. If Your Highness cannot find a young fox, you can ask Fairy Qingshe for help. Junior brother. The first person who wanted Ling Tian to change his mind was actually Qi Tian. Ling Tian didn't wait for him to finish his words and stopped him directly. Brother, this matter is not negotiable, you don't have to persuade me. Seeing Ling Tian was so determined, Qi Tian didn't dare to persuade him anymore. Then the two of them began to collect various materials from the poisonous dragon's corpse. Zhang Yangxia obviously didn't want to give up. He followed Ling Tian and kept offering various prices. However, Ling Tian never agreed to him. Mu Qingshe, Lu Changxing and other young people saw it all. Many of them looked at each other and started to make up their minds. Because of what happened between Mu Qingshe and Li Zixuan before, these young talents all disliked Ling Tian. Now that they saw Ling Tian rejected Zhang Yangxia so straightforwardly, they saw hope of dealing with Ling Tian. Not long after, they easily found an opportunity, took Zhang Yangxia to a remote place, and began to communicate privately. When Ling Tian and Qi Tian were dealing with the corpse of the poisonous dragon, the cultivator who entered from the middle door came out and said that he had discovered the main tomb chamber. Ling Tian followed Zhang Yangxia and others to the main tomb chamber. As soon as they entered the main tomb chamber, they were greeted by a strong stench of decay, so strong that it was nauseating. In the main tomb chamber, the body of a huge beast lay quietly in the square stone chamber. This huge body was dozens of feet long, and the fierce aura it exuded made everyone feel a suffocating sense of oppression. Perhaps due to his huge body, there was no coffin on the ground. Is this the body of the spirit-eyed demon king? Ling Tian thought to himself. Judging from its remains, it was a centipede several meters long. Has anyone found any treasure? Zhang Yangxia asked loudly. Your Highness, we didn't find the treasure, but a fellow just touched its corpse, and it has now turned into a pool of thick water. Its body must be full of poison. A monk pointed to the traces left on the ground and said. Zhang Yangxia said with a gloomy face, everyone use your weapons to search, don't touch it directly with your hands. He found it hard to believe that such a huge tomb didn't contain even a single decent treasure. If it was just based on the garbage he found on the sarcophagus, he would almost return empty-handed this time. So everyone began to search in the main tomb chamber. Master, I feel there is still a shriveled demon pill in the demon king's body. At this time, Si Ren's voice sounded in Ling Tian's ears again. Where is it? Ling Tian asked. It's right under the hard shell of the demon king. Si Ren pointed. Hearing her words, Ling Tian's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that this little fox had such skills. However, he did not think any more about it, but quickly took out the jade box and began to collect the demon pill. Demon pills have little effect on ordinary cultivators, but Si Ren can use them to improve his cultivation, so he doesn't need to be polite to others. Reading. Ling Tian used his sword to pry open the huge hard shell of the monster king, and indeed found a fist-sized monster pill inside. He picked up the demon pill with his sword and put it in a jade box. His actions were not hidden from everyone, so Zhang Yangxia and others naturally noticed his behavior. Seeing this scene, although Zhang Yangxia didn't know that it was the demon pill, a strong jealousy still appeared in his eyes, and a hint of greed flashed across his eyes. Master Ling Tian, what is that? He stared at the jade box in Ling Tian's hand, wishing he could rush over and snatch it away immediately. Ling Tian did not hide anything and said directly, this is its dried-up demon pill. It is of no use to you. But when Zhang Yangxia heard that it was a demon pill, he became even more excited. Demon pill. Master Ling Tian, you have just obtained the poison dragon's demon pill, why don't you leave this one to me? As he said that, he reached out to take it directly. After Ling Tian noticed his action, he snorted coldly. I advise you not to have any evil ideas. It is extremely poisonous. No matter whether it is a human or an animal, they will turn into a pool of pus and blood if they touch it. Ling Tian warned coldly. Also, second prince, don't forget that you said before you came in that you would let me choose 3 treasures. Zhang Yangxia was directly rejected by Ling Tian, and her face suddenly became ugly. At this moment, he seemed to have made up his mind and looked at Mu Qingshe and others. They understood immediately. Mu Qingshe did not speak, but Lu Changxing beside her spoke. Master Lingtian, this is where you are wrong. Before, His Royal Highness the Second Prince did not know that there was hardly any valuable treasure here, so he made such an exaggerated statement. You just killed the poisonous dragon and obtained a demon pill. Now I'm afraid that only the demon pill in your hand is of some value. You can't let His Highness return empty-handed, right? That's right, a monk can be so greedy, most of us are still empty-handed. After Lu Changxing spoke, many people agreed and did not want Ling Tian to get the magic pill again. In their opinion, the demon pill of this tomb owner must be more precious than the demon pill of the poisonous dragon. Ling Tian had taken it before, so he couldn't take this one again. However, Ling Tian did not care about the opinions of the crowd. He put the jade box into the storage ring and then said, Before, I obtained the inner elixir of the poisonous dragon by killing it with my own ability. This is what I found. Consider it my reward for my efforts. If you are not convinced, you can challenge me at any time. Haha, Ling Tian, even though this world is ruled by the strong, and we admit that you are very powerful, do you think that with so many of us, we are afraid of you? Seeing that almost everyone supported him, Zhang Yangxia looked at Ling Tian arrogantly, as if Ling Tian was a soft persimmon that he could squeeze whenever he wanted. Amitabha, I am not afraid of you either. Ling Tian was not in a hurry and looked confident. Zhang Yangxia became even more angry when he saw Ling Tian's expression. He shouted, Everyone, come together and take Ling Tian down. I want to see if he can block our attack. Judging from what he said, he is planning to unite everyone to deal with Ling Tian. Ling Tian frowned slightly. Zhang Yangxia is such a quick person who turns hostile towards others. And there are these young talents, all of whom are eyeing him covetously. Not to mention the other cultivators, they had already shown greedy looks when they saw the sea man grow 2 tails. It looks like another killing spree is about to begin. He saw that the others were about to kill him, and Qi Tian was trying to persuade him, so he sent Qi Tian out of the main tomb with a palm. Brother, go back, today's matter has nothing to do with you. After he finished speaking, his eyes turned cold, and then his figure flashed. He not only dodged the person who came to kill him, but also came in front of Mu Qingshe in an instant. Ling Tian sneered and said, I have been patient with you for a long time, today is the perfect time to start with you. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword appeared in his right hand. Ling Tian held the sword in his right hand, stepped forward with his right foot, and took the next step forward. Ling Tian's movements were too fast to be caught, so no one could see clearly how he drew his sword. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Several sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and 6 or 7 sword lights shot towards the group of young talents on both sides of Ling Tian at the same time. Ling Tian's speed was too fast, they had no time to react at all, and only heard a scream. The heads of Mu Qingshe and several other talented people flew out directly, and the bright red blood spilled all over the place, which was very dazzling. Especially when Mu Qingshui's head flew up, her eyes were still wide open. She never expected that Ling Tian would kill several of them with just one strike of the sword. And when their bodies fell to the ground and touched the body of the Demon King, they all turned into a pool of pus. After seeing this scene, the rest of the people were all frightened and stepped back. They have witnessed Ling Tian's strength with their own eyes, and now they have no confidence at all that they can compete with Ling Tian. How so? Zhang Yangxia hid behind several guards, his eyes filled with horror. Isn't he a monk? Why doesn't he blink an eye when he kills people? And how come his swordsmanship is so exquisite? After Mu Qingshui's death, Ling Tian did not stop his attack. Since he had already taken action, he would scare these people into death. He began to kill the monks. Ling Tian killed 4 or 5 cultivators with one move. The remaining cultivators finally reacted, shouted, and took out their weapons, ready to fight Ling Tian to the death. Puff, puff, puff. Several sword energies flew out, and large amounts of blood gushed out from the necks of several monks. Those people fell to the ground and died. After seeing this scene, the remaining monks were so frightened that their legs began to tremble and they dared not move forward anymore. Who else wants to challenge me? Ling Tian glanced at the crowd with an indifferent look and shouted in a deep voice. Those people were frightened by Ling Tian's aura. No one dared to move forward and they all retreated to where they were. At this time, Zhang Yangxia walked out from behind the guards and said coldly, Master Ling Tian, by doing this, you are making an enemy of our entire Feng kingdom. So what if we're enemies? You are the ones who want to be my enemy, so you will all be buried here with me. Ling Tian held the sword and said coldly, Master Ling Tian, we don't want to make things difficult for you. The conversation between Zhang Yangxia and Ling Tian made many cultivators realize that they should not get involved in their disputes. Reading. As a result, many people intended to withdraw from the struggle between the two sides, and some even thought of withdrawing from the ancient tomb. Ling Tian didn't even think about killing everyone to silence them, so he said, then get out of here. Hey, you can't leave. Whoever helps us kill this evil monk will be rewarded handsomely when I get out. Zhang Yangxia became very anxious when he saw this. His words did stop some people from sitting on the fence, but some people also said with disdain. Mr. Zhang, I am not from Feng country. Your status as a prince is of no use to me. That's right. If you don't have the ability to survive, no matter how much money you have, you won't have the life to enjoy it. After a while, except for those killed by Ling Tian and those who cowardly retreated, there were only about 100 people including Zhang Yangxia left in the main tomb chamber, and most of them were the guards he brought with him. At this moment, he hated the young talents who had just been killed by Ling Tian very much. If they had not persuaded him to kill Ling Tian before, he would not have dared to have any ill intentions towards Ling Tian. That's right, before this, Mu Qingshe and other young talents wanted to persuade Zhang Yangxia to take the opportunity to kill Ling Tian. Although Zhang Yangxia did not agree at that time, he undoubtedly planted the seeds of hatred. Later, when he saw Ling Tian obtain another demon pill, he dared to turn against Ling Tian shamelessly. However, now that things have come to this, there is no point in him hating. The most important thing now is how to solve the problem. In fact, he was not without a backup plan. After all, as a prince, he dared to come treasure hunting in such a high-profile manner, so it was impossible for him to have no support. When the poisonous dragon appeared before, he sent a guard out of the ancient tomb to ask for help from the royal family. He estimated that his reinforcements should be on the way. Thinking of this, Zhang Yangxia secretly looked at a middle-aged guard next to him. In fact, he has hidden a lot of tricks among these guards. For example, this guard is actually a Jindan master. When this person saw Zhang Yangxia looking at him, he quickly understood what Zhang Yangxia meant. He shook his head slightly, signaling Zhang Yangxia not to continue. The space in the main tomb chamber is not large, and there is also the poisonous shell of the Demon King. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. What's more, Ling Tian's strength is definitely not something that someone like him can resist, even if everyone present has the same cultivation as him. Seeing this, Zhang Yangxia didn't want to die. He decided to delay Ling Tian first. Master Ling Tian, this time it's my fault. Let's stop fighting, okay? Zhang Yangxia pretended to be sincere and advised Ling Tian. Snort. Is this how you admit your mistakes? Ling Tian snorted coldly. He couldn't let the other party go just because of a word. Ling Tian, what else do you want? I have admitted my mistake, do you still want me to kneel down and beg for mercy? Zhang Yangxia pretended to be angry and shouted at Ling Tian. He is a prince, and there are so many guards watching him. He felt that admitting his mistake to Ling Tian was already giving Ling Tian a lot of face. Snort. What you need to do is not to admit your mistakes to me, but to admit your mistakes to those people I killed. If you hadn't led the instigation, how would they dare to fight with me? Ling Tian glanced at him and continued with a sneer, you have to remember, if the elders of these people want to seek an explanation, they can only go to you, because they all died because of you. Master Ling Tian, in fact, their deaths were not unjust at all. They had wanted to attack you for a long time, and they deserved to be killed by you. If anyone dares to seek revenge against you, just let them come to me. Hearing Ling Tian say this, Zhang Yangxia immediately pretended to be fearless and said, HMPH. Ling Tian snorted coldly and said nothing more. But now that Zhang Yangxia is going to give in, he doesn't mind seeing what tricks he's up to. In the face of such powerful strength, he doesn't have to worry about his conspiracies and tricks. The other guards breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that both sides had made peace. So, after searching the main tomb chamber and making sure there were no treasures, they went to look at the right door. However, apart from a stronger tiger demon, there doesn't seem to be anything valuable there. After this trip, Zhang Yangxia felt like he was going to lose everything. This also strengthened his determination to kill Ling Tian. It was as if God was helping him. As soon as they walked out of the tomb, the reinforcements he had called for arrived. Perhaps his father was worried about his safety, so he sent him 4 priests with cultivation levels above the nascent soul stage. These are some of the most powerful priests in their royal family. Moreover, many cultivators who had come out before did not leave, and many of them were those who had participated in the siege of Ling Tian before. Ling Tian, it seems that the heavens want you to die, but you can't blame me for betraying my faith. Zhang Yangxia sighed inwardly, then called out to Ling Tian who was about to leave, Master Ling Tian, wait a minute. What else do you have to say? Ling Tian stopped, turned and looked at Zhang Yangxia with an impatient look. It's time to put an end to the feud between us. Zhang Yangxia looked at the other 4 priests and said, my fellow priests, I want to kill this evil monk. This time, he stole all the most precious treasures from the ancient tomb. Haha, you actually dare to provoke me. It seems you are tired of living. Ling Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Yangxia with a mocking look. Hey. Zhang Yangxia raised a smile and said coldly, Ling Tian, you were inconvenienced in the ancient tomb just now. Now my 4 priests have arrived. You are doomed to be killed by me today. It turns out you guys were already prepared. Ling Tian glanced at those people indifferently and said, it's a pity that these little cats and dogs are not enough to threaten my life. Ling Tian, you are so arrogant. Do you really think you are strong enough to fight against all of our worshippers? Zhang Yangxia shouted coldly and looked at Ling Tian with disdain. Since you don't value my life, I will have to take it back. Ling Tian's tone was full of contempt, and he said, if you guys really want to fight me, just come at me. Arrogant. Finally, one of the silent worshippers could not help but speak out. He shouted angrily and appeared in an instant with a flash of his body. This priest practiced a secret technique and was extremely fast. He rushed directly behind Ling Tian, condensed a powerful spiritual energy in his right palm, and slammed it out fiercely. Ling Tian calmly met the attack with a palm strike as well. With an explosion, an extremely powerful wave of spiritual energy swept out, causing the vibrating stone walls to crack continuously. Ling Tian's body did not move at all, he still stood there. But the worshipper was thrown back, with blood gushing out of his mouth as if it was free. When he landed on the ground, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices and died. This young monk is so powerful. They can actually kill a priest of the same level with one move. The other worshippers were shocked when they saw this. They all knew that Ling Tian was no ordinary person, but they never expected that he would be so powerful. Zhang Yangxia was also terrified. This worshipper was a cultivator above the nascent soul stage, but he couldn't even take a palm strike from Ling Tian. This was too abnormal. But now he was in a difficult situation. He had been so arrogant in front of Ling Tian before, only because he relied on these few priests. Now that Ling Tian has been provoked several times in a row, he must have been enraged. If the priests cannot kill Ling Tian, then he will definitely be in great danger. Thinking of this, he quickly shouted, what are you waiting for, come on together. The other 3 priests were not stupid either. They all heard Zhang Yangxia's shouting and immediately used their magic weapons to attack. Seeing the priests besieging them, Si Ren wanted to transform into a human form to help, but Ling Tian didn't want her to interfere. After putting Si Ren aside, he summoned the sword again. Boom boom boom. A series of earth-shaking collision sounds rang out. The strength of several priests were quite good, and they cooperated very well. For a while, they were able to fight Ling Tian on equal terms. It seemed that Ling Tian was unable to defeat 4 hands with just 1 punch, and he was unable to kill them for a while. But those onlookers were already shocked when they saw Ling Tian monopolizing the 3 offerings. Too strong. Master Ling Tian's strength is truly unfathomable. He can even hold his own against a Yuanying realm priest. Tisk tisk, this isn't a monk at all, he's simply a swordsman. His strength is too incredible, I'm afraid Zhang Yangxia is going to be in great danger today. What a pity. Our Feng country finally produced a young master, but why didn't they know how to adapt? Now that the priest has been killed, I'm afraid they will completely turn against us. Alas, the arm cannot twist the thigh. Why should a monk like him fight with the prince? Isn't this going to drag the entire temple down with him? The monks around watched the battle and talked about it without restraint. Listening to everyone's discussions, Ling Tian showed a hint of sarcasm on his face and said, "You old guys are no more than that. Don't be so arrogant, you little bastard." When a priest heard Ling Tian's words, he roared and his body turned into a stream of light and attacked Ling Tian. Seeing this, the others also sped up their attacks, preparing to rush forward and kill Ling Tian. At this moment, Ling Tian's body suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. When Ling Tian appeared again, he actually appeared behind the priest who was the slowest to act. A terrifying sword energy surged out and slashed towards the priest. With a loud bang, the armor on the priest's body emerged to block the sword energy. But his body was chopped and flew more than 10 meters away, and finally hit the hillside heavily, even leaving a big hole in the hillside. Ling Tian did not stop, and his figure flashed towards another priest. Puff! There was another muffled sound, and the worshipper was also split into two halves by his sword. Everything happened in a flash. Ling Tian, you actually killed two of my priests. I will kill you. You all come at me too, all of you, come at me, and some of you go and catch his white fox. Zhang Yangxia was very anxious when he saw the priests dying or getting injured. Seeing Ling Tian's abnormal strength, the remaining priests and guards realized that they were probably no match for Ling Tian. I'm afraid I can only resort to surprising tactics or even some tricks. However, except for Zhang Yangxia's guards who took action, the other cultivators did not move at all. They are not stupid. Those priests are no match for Ling Tian. If they go up, won't they be giving away their lives in vain? Ling Tian looked at the remaining Zhang Yangxia and others with a faint smile on his face. He swung the sword in his hand and arrived in an instant. Although the remaining priest had a magic weapon in his hand, he was completely unable to resist Ling Tian's attack. In just a few seconds, Ling Tian left many bleeding holes on his body. The other guards who dared to rush forward suffered an even worse fate and were killed with a single sword strike. The guards outside were all pale, with deep fear in their eyes. In a short while, these people fell down one after another. Originally, Zhang Yangxia took a guard to capture Si Ren, but he didn't even touch a hair, and instead his arms were broken by Si Ren. Monster, how dare you hurt me? Aren't you afraid that your entire family will be wiped out? Zhang Yangxia was also careless and had his right arm broken, and was furious. Haha, you still want to wipe out my entire family? Then I will send you to the west first. Ling Tian's cold voice sounded. Zhang Yangxia looked back and found that Ling Tian had already taken care of all his men at some point. You don't come over here. Zhang Yangxia was finally scared at this time. Humph, I've already given you a chance. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Ling Tian snorted coldly, swung the sword in his hand, and slashed directly at his neck. Plop! Zhang Yangxia's head fell directly to the ground, and then his body fell straight down, deader than dead. Ah, the second prince is dead, let's run away. As soon as Zhang Yangxia died, the remaining guards immediately turned around and fled, with no intention of fighting at all. You all should die. Ling Tian's eyes were cold and he spoke indifferently. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of a guard again, and slapped him away with a palm. The guard fell heavily to the ground and died instantly. Master Ling Tian, please spare my life. Master Ling Tian, please spare my life. Ling Tian said disdainfully, your masters are all dead, what's the point of keeping you stray dogs? Master Ling Tian, I was wrong, please let us go. The guards immediately knelt on the ground and begged desperately. Master Ling Tian, please, we have parents and children to take care of, you can't kill us. Yes, Master Ling Tian, I was also coerced. We dare not be your enemy. Ling Tian looked at the kneeling guards and immediately lost his desire to kill them. He sneered and said, it's okay if I don't kill you. Go back and tell your master that if you want revenge, just come to me. Don't dare. We absolutely dare not say a word of Master Ling Tian, otherwise we will die miserably. One of the guards thought Ling Tian was speaking sarcastically and quickly shook his head. HMPH, just say what I tell you to say. Others may be afraid of the emperor's revenge, but I am not, Ling Tian snorted coldly. After saying this, he ignored the guards and prepared to leave with Si Ren. Ling Tian came to Qi Tian and called out, brother, let's go back. After Qi Tian was driven out by Ling Tian, he had been waiting outside. He had witnessed 2 clashes between Ling Tian and Zhang Yangxia, and now Ling Tian had killed almost all of their people. He had already felt like 1,000 horses were galloping in his heart. Qi Tian wiped a cold sweat and said. He made up his mind that he would never go out with Ling Tian again. After the ancient tomb incident, Ling Tian of the demon-suppressing temple became famous. However, in response, many people went to the demon-suppressing temple to ask Ling Tian for an explanation. Especially Mu Qingshe, Lu Changxing and other young and talented elders, they brought people to the demon-suppressing temple within a few days. Hand over Ling Tian. Hand over Ling Tian. Kill for life. Kill a life, pay a life. Many people gathered at the entrance of the demon-suppressing temple and shouted. The disciples of the demon-suppressing temple frowned as they listened to the noisy noises. They knew that these people were here to cause trouble for Ling Tian, but Ling Tian now had a bad reputation and no one dared to disturb him. Even the abbot Wudin was polite to him. Amitabha, fellow donors, I believe you have already investigated the right and wrong in the ancient tomb. Why bother yourself with trouble? Shouted an elder of the demon-suppressing temple. We are going to confront Ling Tian, you ask him to come out. That's right. My son and his companions clearly did not offend him. He was the first to launch a sneak attack. Let Ling Tian come out. The monk's words immediately attracted many people's rebuttals, and the scene suddenly became extremely noisy. The disciples of the demon-suppressing temple all frowned and their expressions became solemn. Each of these people has a high level of cultivation. If they were to unite and attack, the demon-suppressing temple would be at a disadvantage. When these people saw that no one stood up to speak at the demon-suppressing temple, they cursed more and more, and their voices became louder and louder. Shut up! An angry shout echoed through the mountains and forests. Ling Tian's figure suddenly appeared and stood in front of everyone. The aura of Ling Tian's cultivation in the spiritual transformation stage burst out and he directly crushed everyone. Seeing this, everyone stepped back, and most of them shut their mouths obediently and stared at Ling Tian in amazement. Many people began to tremble uncontrollably. They did not lower their voices deliberately just now. With Ling Tian's high level of cultivation, he must have heard the insults clearly. Given Ling Tian's vengeful personality, he wouldn't go on a killing spree again, right? An old man asked in a deep voice, Master Ling Tian, are you trying to bully the weak again? We are only here to ask for justice from you. Justice? What is justice? Ling Tian looked at the old man coldly. Master Ling Tian, you killed my grandson Lu Changxing for no reason, shouldn't you be held responsible? The old man said coldly. That's right. And my son Lin Liangji, what hatred or grudge does he have against you? Do you want to kill him? And I am He Ziqi from the 7-star sect. Responsible? What responsibility? If they want to harm me, just kill them. If you want to seek an explanation, why don't you go find Zhang Yangxia's father? Ling Tian smiled coldly and said, don't you think I'm easy to bully? Ling Tian, my disciple Mu Qingshe is your nephew after all, how could she be bad to you? At this time, a nun from Siyuan Temple stood up and said. Humph, the people I killed all deserve to die, whether you believe it or not. If you are not convinced, feel free to come and seek revenge against me. But I will not show mercy to you. Ling Tian glanced at her and said with disdain. You. The nun pointed at Ling Tian and was so angry that she was speechless. The faces of the others also turned ugly. They all knew that Ling Tian once fought 1 against 4 and killed 4 royal priests. With their strength, they certainly cannot compare with the royal worshippers, otherwise why would they be talking here? Master Ling Tian, you are a great monk, how can you resort to violence at every turn? That's right, you monks shouldn't be talking about revenge, you should find a way to resolve the grudges. That's right, we are not here to fight with your demon-suppressing temple, otherwise we would have razed it to the ground long ago. Some old men obviously didn't want to take action and said one after another. These people are either from famous families or large families. It can be said that they belong to the same righteous sect as the demon-suppressing temple. They also knew that the dead could not be resurrected, and the purpose of their coming this time was nothing more than to ask for some benefits from the demon-suppressing temple. This could be considered as a way for them to save face. Otherwise, if their descendants were killed in vain by Ling Tian without him doing anything, who would be afraid of them in the future? But Ling Tian obviously didn't want them to get what they wanted, he just shouted coldly. Humph, I have already given you the explanation you want. If you don't want to do anything, just get lost. If you want revenge, I will teach you at any time. Ling Tian's words stunned everyone, and even the monks in the demon-suppressing temple blushed a little. Humph, it really is a demon monk. Being so overbearing and tyrannical, no wonder he dared to kill our second prince. A cold voice suddenly spread throughout the venue, and then a beardless, white-haired old man suddenly appeared on the scene. Following closely behind were nearly 100 guards in armor. If you have been to the ancient tomb a few days ago, you would know that these people are the expert guards of the Daifeng Kingdom. Master Lingtian, do you want to give up your martial arts and follow me, or do you want me to do it myself? The white-haired old man raised his head and spoke condescendingly. His voice was a little shrill, and anyone with insight could tell at once that he was a eunuch. This eunuch is not simple. Many people can sense that this person's cultivation is not low, otherwise the emperor of Feng country would not have sent him to capture Ling Tian. If anyone dares to fight Ling Tian now, it must be the emperor of Feng country. The cultivators who had been helpless against Ling Tian just now were all overjoyed. Ling Tian frowned, he knew that this man was definitely going to take action. He said bluntly, "It depends on whether you have the ability." "Huh, you're really courting death. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude." As the white-haired old man spoke, his body flashed and disappeared from the spot, and instantly appeared in front of Ling Tian. He slapped out with one palm, aiming directly at Ling Tian's head. The power of this palm was so terrifying that it formed a huge palm print that covered the sky. Seeing the white-haired old man make a move, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the eunuchs in the royal family had such high levels of cultivation. Haha, Ling Tian, Ling Tian, if you die in my hands, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. Ling Tian snorted coldly, stretched out his right arm, spread his 5 fingers, and went straight forward. The two men's palms collided with each other, and a powerful wave of spiritual power swept in all directions. People within dozens of meters around were immediately blown away. Ling Tian's body did not move at all, but the white-haired old man flew backwards, fell to the ground, and spit out blood. Hiss! What a strong body! How amazing! He only used one hand. Everyone gasped, they knew Ling Tian's strength was even greater than the rumors said. What level have you reached? The white-haired old man got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face full of shock. You know, Ling Tian injured him so easily, which is simply unbelievable. You don't deserve to know, Ling Tian snorted coldly, he raised his right palm again and slapped it out. Bang! Ling Tian threw a punch, and a loud noise was heard all around. The surrounding trees broke one after another, and debris flew everywhere. Ah! The white-haired old man screamed as Ling Tian's heavy punch hit him hard in the chest, causing him to spit out blood and fly backwards. Everyone's eyes widened, showing a look of deep horror. You! The white-haired old man held his chest and stood firm. He pointed at Ling Tian and took the lunchbox without finishing a word. Ling Tian ignored the white-haired old man and looked at the guards in the distance. He shouted loudly, "If you don't want to die, get out now." Seeing that their leader was dead, how could the guards dare to stay? Get out, let's get out now. The guards dragged the eunuch's body and ran away as if they wished they had more legs. Reading. The other monks were stunned. Withdrawing so soon. Are these people here to make fun of you? With the death of the old eunuch, other people were even more afraid to confront Ling Tian directly. Finally, under Ling Tian's expulsion order, they had no choice but to leave the demon-suppressing temple cursing. After that, no one was so blind as to cause trouble for Ling Tian anymore. And because Ling Tian got into such a big disaster when he went out, Wudin never dared to ask Ling Tian to go out for training again. Ling Tian was also happy to continue his meditation in the temple. Nearly 10 years passed like this. That day, Si Ren had just cultivated her third tail, and she suddenly told Ling Tian that a heavenly tribulation was approaching. It turned out that because she had the blood of a celestial fox, she did not suffer any heavenly tribulation when she transformed and when she had her second tail. But if you cultivate the third tail now, a heavenly calamity will befall you. More importantly, according to the memories passed down by her predecessors, the rules of this world do not seem to be very friendly to the demon race. Because in the memory of the old predecessors, there have been very few demon cultivators who can survive the heavenly tribulation since ancient times. Therefore, the sea people were also unsure about this heavenly calamity. Ling Tian had been living with Si Ren day and night, and had long regarded it as his closest friend. Naturally, he was unwilling to watch it being destroyed by a natural calamity. Reading. So he asked Wooten and others to seal off the back mountain, and then decided to help the sea people survive the heavenly calamity. In fact, his cultivation had already reached the tribulation stage. If he had not repeatedly suppressed his cultivation, he would probably have encountered the tribulation earlier than Si Ren. This day, at the top of the back mountain. Boom! A muffled thunder sounded, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed. According to the records in the book, this heavenly tribulation was actually a ninefold thunder tribulation. Normally, the thunder tribulation in this world only has 1 to 9 levels, but this time it came directly to the 9th level. The power of this thunderbolt can be imagined. Master, I'm afraid Siren will not be able to escape this time. Master, you'd better stay away from me. Si Ren trembled immediately when she saw the thunder tribulation, and she shouted to Ling Tian, who was not far away. Although she was grateful to Ling Tian for helping her overcome the tribulation, she was unwilling to see Ling Tian take risks for her. It's okay. I know something about the properties of lightning, so I should be able to withstand it. Be careful with the first few tribulations. I will attack you when you can no longer hold on. Ling Tian said to Si Ren to comfort her. In his first life, he endured countless heavenly thunders in the 10,000 thunder pool. Even though I don't have a Taoist body in this life, I shouldn't be unable to withstand a few thunder strikes, right? Seeing that Ling Tian insisted on taking action, Si Ren stopped trying to persuade him and instead began to concentrate on overcoming the tribulation. Suddenly the dark sky suddenly brightened. Boom! A thick purple lightning struck above Si Ren's head. Looking at the falling thunder, Ling Tian was slightly shocked. It seemed that he still underestimated the power of this heavenly tribulation. The rules of each world are different, and the intensity of the thunder is also different. The first thunder that Si Ren faced this time was much more powerful than the one he had experienced in the 10,000 thunder pool before. Roar! Si Ren, who absorbed the first thunder tribulation, screamed and white smoke came out of his body. Her body suddenly swelled up and became as big as a fox, 10 feet in length. She also exuded a terrifying aura. This pressure is even stronger than Ling Tian's. Ling Tian looked at Si Ren with a gleam in his eyes. The strength of Si Ren's physical body seems to be quite high, at least much stronger than his. The first level of heavenly tribulation has only one thunderbolt. Not long after, the second heavenly calamity began to descend from the dark sky. Ouch! Si Ren roared, and she shook her body and went straight to meet the thunder above her head. Ling Tian was very anxious when he saw this, but he did not help. Si Ren can still bear it now. If he helps too early, it will cause dissatisfaction from the heavenly tribulation. Boom! The thunder kept falling, hitting the sea people again and again. The originally snow-white fur of the sea people had already been torn into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, thunderbolts struck Si Ren, and each strike made her vomit blood. This is already the 5th level of heavenly tribulation, but Si Ren's condition is not good. Another bolt of lightning struck Si Ren hard. Si Ren's whole body stiffened, smoke came out of his body, and he almost fainted. Puff! She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale and her fur was stained red with blood. Si Ren glanced at the calamity cloud above her head again. She gritted her teeth and said, "No, I will never give up, otherwise I will drag my master down with me." After she finished speaking, she soared into the sky again and faced the thunder in the sky. Ling Tian was stunned by Si Ren's behavior. He didn't understand why Si Ren did this. It would be better to use that energy to repair his body. Just when Ling Tian wanted to remind Si Ren's body had already hit the falling thunder. Ah! Si Ren roared towards the sky, her eyes turned red, and a violent energy burst out from her body, as if she wanted to break through the cover of the thunder tribulation. Who? This is the first thunder of the 6th level. She gasped for breath and began to recite silently in her heart. Watching the thunder continuing to fall from the sky, she did not hesitate and went to meet it again. Boom! The sea people once again endured the thunder. Unfortunately, she fainted this time and didn't react at all until the 3rd thunderbolt fell. Ling Tian became anxious upon seeing this and rushed over. He took the thunder with one hand, and at the same time pressed the other hand on Si Ren to transfer his energy. When Si Ren woke up slowly, he said quickly, "Si Ren, I will hold you up now, you should adjust your breathing and recover as soon as possible. Si Ren was in Ling Tian's arms, looking at his face which was completely blackened by the lightning, and felt very distressed. She transformed into a human form again, wiped him with her hands, and said, Master, you don't have to help me. This will only hurt you. You should regulate your breathing quickly and replenish your energy. Ling Tian turned his head and looked at Si Ren, his eyes full of a confident smile. Owner, I won't let anything happen to you. After Ling Tian finished speaking, his body flashed and he continued to face the heavenly tribulation. Si Ren gritted her teeth and could only start to regulate her breathing to repair her body that was damaged by the lightning, but she was very worried about Ling Tian in her heart. Ling Tian's action was completely seeking his own death. She knew that she would probably never be able to repay Ling Tian for saving her life. Boom! Crack! The fifth thunder tribulation fell, and this time the thunder tribulation was more than twice as strong as the previous one. It was obvious that the heavenly tribulation had discovered that Ling Tian was helping Si Ren cheat. In an instant, Ling Tian's entire body was burnt, his body was pitch black, and his skin was burnt. Ling Tian helped Si Ren resist the thunder tribulation with a bitter smile on his face. He felt something was not right with his body, as if his boast was about to burst. Since he had not experienced any heavenly tribulations in his previous lives, and he had mastered the three skills of Taoism, demonism and Buddhism. In the face of a heavenly tribulation, it seems that the more skills you have, the better. Instead, they may become a burden. Especially his magic skills, which even had a backlash effect on his body in the face of the heavenly calamity. But now he can only grit his teeth and fight. The 6th, 7th level of Thunder Tribulation, the 8th level of Thunder Tribulation. Master, are you okay? Please go away. I beg you, please. As soon as Si Ren's injuries recovered, he noticed that something was wrong with Ling Tian and immediately became panicked. It's okay. I am destined not to survive the tribulation in this lifetime. I might as well help you endure it a few more times so that you can survive this tribulation. Ling Tian's hands could barely hold the sword tightly, and his tone sounded extremely weak. Master, it's all Siren's fault for being useless and a burden to you. Si Ren hugged Ling Tian and cried bitterly. Don't be silly, let's see if we can survive the 9th heavenly tribulation. If we can, that's great. If not, we can only accept our fate. In the 9 Heavens Demon Palace, all the immortals stared at the screen nervously. Many of them had experienced the heavenly tribulation, and in their opinion, Ling Tian and the other two would definitely not be able to survive it. What a pity. If it wasn't for that little fox that brought about the heavenly tribulation, but Ling Tian had gone through it first, there might still be a glimmer of hope. It's a pity indeed. They, a man and a fox, shouldn't have passed away so quickly. This is also considered as God's envy of talent. Some immortals were talking in low voices. The queen of all monsters was also watching the scene. As someone who had experienced this, she naturally knew that Ling Tian and the white fox were in great danger. Sure enough, after a while, when the 4th thunder of the 9th level occurred, the picture suddenly turned dark. Ling Tian failed in helping Si Ren to overcome the calamity and ended up killing himself. Although the queen of all monsters knew that the white fox Si Ren was most likely her previous life, she did not burst into tears like other women. She just kept Ling Tian's kindness in her heart.